Chapter 201. Your idea is unreliable. After listening to the translated content, Agal raised his eyebrows and said, "But I've never heard of it. There is no French version. That just proves it's not good enough to even have a French version." This joke made the team burst into laughter. The blonde man at the front clapped his hands to quiet everyone down, then said to Zhongping, whose complexion wasn't great, "I know you have concerns, but trust me, Magic Dynasty is an exceptional competitive game. Moreover, we are currently operating a Magic Dynasty competition. We've been preparing for this event for a long time, and I believe it will boost Magic Dynasty's sales and significantly increase revenue." As international games were unbanned, some classic foreign competitions would gradually be introduced. This was one of the reasons why Tianyi headquarters considered cooperating with Cat and Mouse Entertainment. After all, the other parties' products had fallen to the second tier, but their operation of various events was still quite good, which was one of the experiences Tianyi hoped to gain. Just as Zhongping was racking his brains trying to make the other party change their mind, the other side had already assumed he had no issues and turned to look at the other planners, asking, "Does anyone else have any questions?" After a moment of silence, someone in the corner asked, "Could we know what kind of event it is?" Turning his head, Zhongping saw Qiuyu with dark circles under her eyes, sitting in the corner, curiously raising her hand to ask her question. The translator glanced at Zhongping, who nodded his head, signaling the translator to pass on the question. "Good question," the blonde man nodded in agreement. "We will group fighters by teams, and each region will have 20 groups battling it out to determine the champion." After briefly introducing the competition's format, the blonde man started to explain various details, then looked at Qiuyu and asked, "Do you understand what I said?" "I understand, but this doesn't seem quite right. Have you ever run a Battle Royale type competition before?" "It's our first time, but there shouldn't be too many difficulties. After all, Cat and Mouse Entertainment is a very mature gaming company, and we have done many similar competition projects," the blonde man explained with a smile. "But not including Battle Royale, right? May I assume that you are actually using Tianyi as cannon fodder to test out your ideas?" "As far as I know, there hasn't been a successful formal Battle Royale competition so far because there are many problems that can't be resolved for the time being." The translator was about to translate, but Zhongping swiftly stopped him. "Don't translate that. Tell them we'll take a break and continue the discussion later. Qiuyu, follow me." Zhongping called on Qiuyu and led her to the stairwell. Qiuyu wasn't very tall, but Zhongping was even shorter. The two stood by the stairwell, clearly looking like they had issues to discuss, so other smokers decisively left the area to entertain themselves elsewhere. Zhongping opened his own Yuxi cigarettes, handed one to Qiuyu, and then lit one for himself. Seeing that Qiuyu didn't move, he took out the lighter again, ignited it, and held it out to her. "I've quit." "Oh, sorry." Putting the lighter away, Zhongping didn't ask for the cigarette back but instead stomped it out, then asked, "Tell me what you're thinking." "About which part?" "The competition part." "Well, Cat and Mouse Entertainment clearly wants to bring the competition here and create a synergy with their own games. After all, promoting competitions helps to promote the games and boosts their influence. The domestic market is too big, they also want a piece of it." "Continue," Zhongping said. "But this competition clearly has pitfalls since Battle Royale events are not yet mature. Many are looking for an appropriate solution, but unfortunately, common methods haven't worked." Zhongping leaned against the wall, thought quietly for a while, and then sighed, "It's a pity we can't solve it either. The pressure from headquarters is too great, we have to cooperate. So we drag our feet, right? Give it a few days, and they should know what to do." Qiuyu's composure gave Zhongping a hint. Narrowing his eyes at the other party, Zhongping asked, "You kid, speak up, what news have you got?" "It's information anyone can look up. Fang Cheng Studios' Quiet Cultivation Tournament program is about to start broadcasting." Zhongping furrowed his brow in recollection, then nodded and said, "That's true, but what does that have to do with our current problem? They can't be that foolish. Although they're treating us like guinea pigs, if a proven workable plan emerges, they'll surely adopt it. I feel that Fang Cheng Studio has some capable people in operation as well, and they must have come up with a solution, otherwise they wouldn't spend so much money on this." "Are you sure they've got a plan?" "I can't be certain about anything else, but we are talking about Fang Cheng Studio." "True. It has to be said, Fang Cheng Studio is currently a golden signboard in the gaming industry. Even after losing to them twice, Zhang had to admit, their strength was growing too fast, and their games were becoming more and more fun to play. Moreover, it was rumored that they had formed a strategic partnership with Kirin Industry. Although the VR integrated platform was niche, it already established a safety net for their games, ensuring that no matter what, they wouldn't make a loss. This condition was something every gamer dreamed of. After all, who wouldn't want a get-out-of-jail-free card to make games without any restrictions? Sighing with envy, Zhang continued to inquire at Chu Yu, "How long do you think we can delay to see the effects?" 2 weeks. Their program airs 2 episodes a week. After 2 weeks, we can finish watching 4 episodes, and the ratings and audience feedback will reflect in these 4 episodes. Those gals should be able to see it too. 2 weeks, hey. The pressure from the headquarters was to start work within a week. However, if they started, many plans would be set in stone, and it would be very troublesome to make changes later on. It would also be a heavy blow to our own operations and the morale of the planners. If those gals were as hard-headed as baguettes, insisting on following the original policies, it would be even worse for them. Zhang also felt that traditional tournaments were unreliable, with a high chance of failure. If they failed, the gals would only lose an idea, but they might lose their jobs. Looking at Chu Yu across from him, Zhang took a deep breath and then said earnestly, "Chu Yu, when Kong Kong left, he recommended you to me directly, saying that you are a gaming genius, and I've also been keeping an eye on your recent performance in the small games department. It's been remarkable, very impressive. So I want to ask you, can I trust you?" Chu Yu looked at Zhang as if he had seen a ghost, and with a frown said, "I'm just a junior planner, and you're pressuring me? Are you the president or am I the president? You know I'm the president and you still talk to me with that attitude. At worst, I'll just get lost. What era is this to still put up with your crap? You." Looking at Chu Yu, a post-00s, Zhang felt that the other party truly came to shake up the workplace. But he did have the pride to back it up, reviving the nearly dead small games department with a few ideas. His talent truly wasn't something an ordinary planner could match. After a moment of thought, he patted Chu Yu's shoulder and said, "I understand. I trust you. I'll stall the headquarters for 2 weeks. After this succeeds, you'll pretty much be the lead planner. And if it doesn't work out, then I'll be gone." Looking at the serious Zhang Chu Yu felt that his position as the lead planner was probably secured. It was time to think about what game he should make. Chapter 202. March 3, Sunday. For the first time, Wang sat down in front of the TV with his girlfriend, Zhao, turned on the set, and began to watch the program. The TV in his home had only been turned on twice this year, once for the Spring Festival Gala, and now for this. For tonight, he, a perennial no-show, had already pre-recorded a video in advance and scheduled it to send, while he himself sat in front of the TV, awaiting the start of the program. He tuned the television to Rong City TV's public channel, which should have been broadcasting the news at this time, but now it was replaced by another program. That was Who is the Champion? This program was produced by Fang Cheng Studio and Multi-Dimensional Club, based on a game competition show of a game called Quiet Cultivation under Fang Cheng Studio. The competition elements were minor, while the entertainment content was more substantial. For confidentiality, even Wang Sei Games hadn't seen the final edited version before this, so he was somewhat worried about the final result, fearing the editors might include his sneaky yet slightly bashful personality. Zhao, unlike the anxious Wang, was much more relaxed. Watching the ads before the program, cracking sunflower seeds, she said, "You better perform well later. I even told people my boyfriend would be on TV tonight. It's all pre-recorded, how could I possibly perform?" Wang replied helplessly. "I don't care, I haven't asked much of you usually, but you must do this one well." "I'll do my best." "And are you sure you're the main character? It would be embarrassing if you only showed your face for 5 seconds." "I'll do my best." With a nervous heart, the program finally began. The faces of dozens of players appeared on the screen, each with their own number and code name. The voice of Coach Lin, the commentator, started, explaining the rules and the content of the contest. After a brief explanation of the rules, the first match unfolded immediately without delay. It was clear that the editors knew the strengths of their program and understood which part was most attractive to the audience. That was the gameplay footage. Gameplay is the most direct display part of a game. Excellent game footage doesn't need any commentary or language, just watching the characters move can let people feel the charm within it. The first match was, conveniently, Heavenly Demon mode. The huge ape demon, appearing as the Heavenly Demon, displayed a majestic appearance that was fierce but not terrifying, with its enormous physique slowly revealed, each strand of fur showcased by the camera, showing a film-like effect on television. After the Heavenly Demon's arrival, CG finished playing. Wang watched for a while, and then knew it should be stable this time. The editor was average, but had a good sense of what to showcase. He remembered this match because it was one of the earliest and everyone played more conservatively. It should have been somewhat dull. However, the editor understood that the program should highlight the actual footage and the players' antics. Moreover, they had to make sure the audience knew they were messing around, otherwise the players might seem a bit foolish. They couldn't afford to evenly distribute camera time and had to show how the defeated players were beaten. It was like dancing with chains on, yet the editor managed to produce a decent effect. At least after the first match, Wang was sure even new viewers could understand the gameplay and the intended effect of the show. Following brief comments, the players finally began their introductions, each getting an extra dozen or so seconds for a close-up, helping the audience connect them with their in-game performance. And then came the second match. The second was the setup that easily created entertaining moments, helping the evil, but the character names were changed to Insider to avoid tripping censors. Even the game's atmosphere was adjusted to a more celebratory mood, giving the game a brisker style and making it more likable. The second match had the players adapted to the pace, and it was indeed more suitable for antics. The entertainers and streamers' performances finally kicked off. A professional player, who dominated in the previous match, was sweet-talked and fooled by the hosts, and for a moment mettle gave way to wit, keeping the viewers engrossed knowing the outcome, while even Wang himself who had experienced it couldn't help but laugh. Zhao laughed even more exaggeratedly beside him. Seeing someone trick a player to death, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, pointing at the fooled player and saying, "That guy's so clueless, tricked twice and still not catching on. What's he using for a brain, a 3.5-inch floppy disk? Ha ha ha." Wang looked helplessly at Zhao, "That guy is me. I know, I can see the ID, which makes it even funnier. Just thinking that this guy dares to call himself a technical broadcaster makes it sillier. Ha ha ha, I can't take it." Watching Zhao laugh until she was out of breath, Wang felt somewhat insulted. After her laughter, Zhao wiped her tears and continued watching the contest, still eager for more after 2 matches. 2 matches were the limit for what a program could accommodate. After all, at nearly 45 minutes each, 2 matches made for an hour. Usually, she only saw Wang playing Heavenly Demon mode and thought quiet cultivation was straightforward. But today, she realized there was lots of fun stuff in it and planned to play around for Wang later. Chapter 203. After learning that Who is the Champion aired 2 episodes a week, she set her alarm in advance, determined to watch the next update on time without missing a single episode. Seeing Zhao's reaction, Wang nodded, knowing that this time it was really secured. Zhao's reaction was the best weather vane. If she wasn't interested in a show, it was unlikely to become popular. And through Zhao's reaction, Wang knew that Who is the Champion already had the potential to become a smash hit. Fang Cheng Studio really hit big this time. At the same moment, Wang Xiaoying, who had arranged to work at night, was writing her graduation thesis in the dorm while keeping an eye on the show's viewership ratings and online commentary. Through the backend data, she saw that the real-time viewership ratings had reached 0.2%, a number that made her clench her fists. Success! Wrong City TV's public channel was just a local small channel, usually not high in viewership during this time slot, otherwise they wouldn't have sold the slot to Fang Cheng Studio for a bargain price. 0.2% might be negligible for some big shows, but it was already the highest rating the Wrong City TV public channel had seen recently. And the online comments were all rave reviews. In the dedicated Wrong City TV public channel forum, Wang Xiaoying saw a flurry of new posts where there had been none before. Have you watched Who is the Champion? Who do you think will be the champion in the end? It doesn't matter who is the champion, the key is the fun. That Wang Say Games guy seems to be a streamer, now whenever I see him appear, I want to laugh. You rarely see someone that silly. I think so too, but maybe that's exactly the act he's putting on. The act is too good, doesn't seem like he's acting, you should check his IQ. I casually glanced at it and couldn't help but watch till the end, the game effects are too explosive. My 3-year-old son never watches TV, but this time he watched from start to finish, then nagged me to watch it again from the beginning. My wife doesn't play games, but after watching for a bit she asked me whether they were playing a game or shooting a movie, and if it's a movie, where can she watch it? Turns out the game Quiet Cultivation really exists, but its name doesn't match the content of the game. Heard it's their traditional art form. TV viewers initially didn't have much in common with gamers. However, Who is the Champion used plain, easy to understand camera language and entertainment-filled effects to pique TV viewers' curiosity about the game and got them deciding to give it a try later. After looking through the comments in detail and scrutinizing various data, Wang Xiaoying saw the possibility of the program becoming extremely popular. And this was only its first episode, the effects of upcoming episodes would be even more explosive and fun. While Wang Xiaoying was intoxicated with the program's data, she heard her roommates quietly discussing something, occasionally letting out laughs. Have you watched Who is the Champion? I have. Some of the players are dazzlingly handsome, good-looking and also good at the game, truly adorable. Well, they're actually just so-so at the game, not much of showman, but they're handsome. Exactly, being handsome is enough. But that game looks fun too, should we give it a try? It seems a bit difficult, plus we have to pay to buy it. I plan to just watch some videos. Wonder which company's game it is, just going by the visuals, that company is really amazing. Hearing her roommate's comments made Wang Xiaoying secretly thrilled. That first-person show-off feeling was exhilarating. Focusing her attention back on the data, the more she looked, the happier she became. The boost to game sales from program popularity was terrifying. Quiet Cultivation, which was already in a stable sales phase, hit another sales peak and continued to reach new heights due to the popularity of the TV show. She believed that with the topic of the program further fermenting, game sales would further increase. Reaching 10 million units sold would probably happen soon. Just one game had brought in 800 million in revenue, and the online players pass was another steady stream of cash flow. This meant Fang Cheng Studio would hardly ever be short of money. Though Fang Cheng didn't care, Wang Xiaoying calculated that the profits brought about eventually might be triple the cost, and the more intangible benefits like prestige were immeasurable. If the viewership of the program continued to rise, it would prove that entertainment competitions also had a market. Audiences might not care about all the game's techniques and strategies, but they would support their favorite contestants, bringing additional income to the contestants and ultimately achieving what she and Monkey had wanted, a result where even the losers don't walk away empty-handed. As her roommates said, even being handsome could be a draw. What followed were advertisements, sponsorships, the involvement of other clubs, and all kinds of things were soon to come her way, making her very busy in the future. In fact, people with keen senses were already inquiring about her and expressed an interest in discussing product placements. After finishing her calculations, she took a deep breath, feeling she had finally done something worthy of her salary. And the thought of the 8-digit bonus she would get later made her even happier. It was time to buy a bigger house for her parents. She wondered what expressions her parents would have when they saw the new house. Unlike the excited Wang Xiaoying, people from Tianyi's Rong City branch were also gathered in the break room, having watched the competition show at the company. Chapter 204. Every lounge on each floor was occupied, nearly everyone was watching the competition program, eager to see what kind of answer Fang Cheng Studio would ultimately present. Although no one had explicitly stated it, Tianyi's Rong City branch had already regarded Fang Cheng Studio as its greatest adversary. If 8 months ago someone had told them that a newly established studio would challenge their status, they would have scoffed at the idea. But reality is often so fantastical, the opponent had indeed managed to do just that. After watching the competition program, Zhang Ping's eyes widened, and his heart churned with shock and awe. Before the show began, he had secretly prayed that Who is the Champion would at least meet the passing mark, providing the Gauls with some stimulation, forcing them to change their minds would suffice. But after watching it, he realized that the show was even better than he had imagined. And from the preview of the next episode, even more explosive effects were yet to come, which made him eagerly anticipate what would unfold, desiring to see the subsequent content. Glancing at the Gauls, he noticed the 11 foreigners sitting up straight, stroking their chins as they pondered the impact of the show, remaining silent for a long time. Initially, when they learned that Fang Cheng Studio had a competition program, they laughed heartily and then expressed that they would take a look. But we might be quite strict, and we might say some harsh words then, so we hope it doesn't reach Fang Cheng Studio. Of course, it doesn't matter if it does. A small studio, after all, it doesn't matter. The program had just begun, and they were still able to talk and laugh. However, as soon as the game screen appeared for the first time, their expressions instantly transformed from disdain to shock and remained so until the show ended, after which they turned serious. After a brief discussion among themselves, the blonde youth raised his hand and had the interpreter translate his words. "Excuse me, did you record this record?" "Oh, no need, the TV can replay it, we'll just replay it." "Good, thank you, please replay it." Upon replaying Who is the Champion, the 11 Gauls immediately sat upright and started watching intently. This time, they were much more serious in their attitude, even pausing to have the interpreter translate their comments, occasionally slowing down to scrutinize the actual images in the game. After watching it for the second time, they did not stop but continued to replay it. Observing the earnest Gauls, Zhang Ping felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Who says Gauls don't work overtime? When it comes to something they're interested in, they enjoy working overtime more than anyone. Finally, after watching for the third time, the blonde youth spoke to the interpreter, who then addressed Zhang Ping. "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Allen says they have new inspiration and need to revise their original proposal. They need someone to work with them, whom do you think would be suitable?" After hearing these words, Zhang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he would need to withstand 2 weeks of pressure, but it had only taken one night. "Thank you, Fang Cheng Studio, your program is truly fantastic." However, after the gratitude came immense pressure because this meant they had to carve out their own unique features to taste the second victory. But regardless, the crisis was over. As for the recommended candidate, he already had someone in mind. Pulling Chu Yu over, he said to the interpreter, "This is the one." Chapter 205. In the following days, the popularity of Who is the Champion increased with each passing day. Wang from Wang Say Games knew the show would be popular, but he hadn't anticipated it becoming this wildly successful. The bustling nature of the program led him to ponder for a long time before he gradually found the answer. In China, it seemed there was no other esports program quite like it. The entertainment programs on the market were basically a group of celebrities performing awkwardly. A formerly decent show had been cancelled due to being too down to earth, leaving only a bunch of actors following scripts. Each person, based on their own popularity, played a different role, with scripted interactions among them. What everyone said on different occasions needed to be customized, and the jokes that were made were tepid at best, to ensure nothing problematic could be found upon review. But Who is the Champion was different. There were no celebrities invited, no big names, just a group of people being themselves and playing in diverse ways. Moreover, the quality of the game itself was solid, and the competition segments were not boring to watch. Players eliminated early on could take the opportunity to trash talk, spouting nonsense as if they were school children. They were accustomed to making a living off their banter and, once familiar, had no psychological pressure. Even if the local stations had larger tolerances, editors still had to check to pass the censors. It was rumored that the uncut versions contained even more trash talk, with some players able to go on for upwards of 15 minutes, enough to make a solo stand-up comedy show. Beyond that, the audience also got to see another side of esports players' daily lives. Esports players were flesh and blood too, and they often felt anxious due to poor performance. In behind-the-scenes footage, they saw how Coach Lin would counsel players on mental health issues daily, revealing the hard truths of esports. However, the show's success provided new opportunities. Even if they never became champions, they could now consider positions like star streamers. Thanks to the show's popularity, Wang Say Games saw a crazy increase in follower count, with a surge of people flooding into his live broadcasts. Daily, people would message him privately asking about the outcome of Who is the Champion, but due to confidentiality agreements, Wang could only feign ignorance and not respond. While the rate of TV viewership was on the decline year by year, television still held significant influence. The powerful advertising impact made Who is the Champion and Quiet Cultivation hot topics of conversation, and the entertainment segment of the 4th episode took the show's impact to new heights. In this episode, Fang Cheng made an appearance. When Fang Cheng appeared on the screen, the viewership rate for Who is the Champion instantly broke through 23%. The digital version of the show's play count soared online, and the hot topics of the day were even overtaken by enthusiastic fans, leaving celebrities who paid for trending spots at a loss. Looking at the hot topics of the day, one could feel the fans' excitement. "Boss, stop making games and join the entertainment industry," Okay. No acting skills needed, no expressions needed, I'd be willing to watch even if you presented with PowerPoint slides. I object to Fang Cheng acting. Who do you think you are, seducing my boyfriend? Some choose talent, others choose looks, but the boss says he wants it all and heaven gave it to him. As a gaming enthusiast, this is the first time I wish someone would stop gaming and start acting. The day after the show aired, Su Qingling looked at the media reports and felt that she should never have let her boss participate in any show. However, finding many people shared her discernment, she felt it might not be too bad after all. But some zealous fans might sniff out the scent and come over, which could impact the studio's regular operations. It was time to deal with this. If they could get through this period, the frenzied fans would gradually cool down, and Fang Cheng's studio would return to serenity. By then, it wouldn't be a problem. After removing the company's address information and registering a new one elsewhere, Su Qingling tried to legally alter Fang Cheng Studio's information as much as possible, minimizing the impact to the lowest level. After handling these tasks, she saw Fang Cheng staring thoughtfully at the sales records of Quiet Cultivation. The sales of Quiet Cultivation were better than they had anticipated. Wang Xiaoying had already urgently contracted artists to create a new batch of posters to celebrate the game's crossing of the 10 million mark, then soaring to 15 million copies. Although part of the sales were due to fanatic fans purchasing multiple copies, the number of players online indicated the game was undoubtedly a recent hit. Yet, seeing such high sales did not make Fang Cheng particularly happy. High sales meant high revenue, but over the past 9 months, he had been distributing profits and paying salaries punctually each month, with Su Qingling devising various perks for the employees, yet the company's bank balance had still reached 2.2 billion yuan. Looking at so much money made him as uncomfortable as seeing Tianxian's accrued merits. After all, money on the books isn't truly money, it's only beneficial to society when it's in circulation. So, how should we spend this money? Fang Cheng pondered with a sigh during lunch. Start a business, something that burns through cash. Just pick an industry, and you'll probably run it into the ground, Su Qingling teased while sipping her tea. I know a few second-generation rich kids, they used to hang around aimlessly waiting to inherit the family fortune, but they had the bright idea to start a business. Chapter 206. So, what was the result? Fang Cheng asked curiously. Only 1 out of the 10 buildings was left unsold, and that was because the guy was pushed to the brink of death before he finally didn't sell. Oh, he's in the gaming industry too, but kind of dumb, he can't even tell when he's being scammed. Speaking of which, gaming really burns through cash, but it seems only you, boss, have no problems there. Have you figured out what you want to do yet? If you're thinking of investing, I've got some connections too. Fang Cheng looked at Su Qingling for a while and realized that she had the fortune fate naturally, as well as other minor fates like husband prosperous, luck, and koi, which meant she was blessed with very good fortune and favored by this world. In her past life, she must have done many good deeds to receive such favor. Such a person is usually destined for great achievements in the future. Handing money over to her could contribute more to the world than just letting it sit in an account. So, he straightforwardly said, "All right, I will leave the money with you, you can invest it however you like. But I have one condition, invest in the gaming industry." Although the gaming often backstabbed him, Fang Cheng knew that his chance for achieving enlightenment was tied to gaming, and this feeling was becoming increasingly certain. Despite several gaming failures, he still felt that his Taoist heart was becoming more polished, and his future path was becoming clearer. Therefore, the more developed the gaming industry, the larger the space he had for future endeavors. Having learned Fang Cheng's requirements, Su Qingling smiled confidently, armed with his authorization, and began gathering information, preparing to invest. After listing out the promising game-related industries, Su Qingling soon realized the gaming industry was a mixed bag. Investing in websites was unnecessary, platform investments were too late, domestic gaming consoles were at a disadvantage, and the only noteworthy one turned out to be the VR integration machine of Kirin Industry, located just downstairs. After reviewing the information, Su Qingling realized that Gao Tianyun might be more remarkable than she had thought. With a PhD in communications engineering from Tsinghua University, experience studying abroad in North America, and a handful of invention patents, he had a deep passion for the gaming industry. Originally a heavy industry company, Kirin Industry shifted its focus to gaming after Gao Tianyun took over. The quality of their integrated VR machine within the industry was solid and had great potential. Unfortunately, they lacked talent in software, and the high cost of porting games limited the application of their VR machine. After her research, Su Qingling gathered some internal information and felt good about Kirin Industry. Then she picked up the phone and called the front desk downstairs. When they found out it was a call from Fang Cheng studio upstairs, Gao Tianyun, who was drafting, immediately lunged for the phone and excitedly asked, "Mr. Fang, have you finally come to your senses?" "No. Just want to invest?" "Sigh. 2 billion, hey? All right. But are you sure you don't want to join us, Mr. Fang?" "Okay, I got it." After hanging up the phone, Gao Tianyun felt incredibly disappointed. Compared to a 2 billion investment, he had hoped more for Fang Cheng to join his venture and work together. Next to a soulmate in life, 20 billion was no different from toilet paper. As Su Qingling was discussing the investment with Gao Tianyun, Fang Cheng was looking at the reviews of this year's Spring Festival Gala. It was a post-gala ritual he did every year. After watching, he would examine the audience's reactions to understand what they wanted to see and to identify the discrepancies between his own perceptions and those of the audience. As in previous years, the mainstream media were full of praise, while internet forums were full of criticism. The polarized responses made Fang Cheng feel like they weren't watching the same show. "Every year I think it can't get worse than this year, but the next year I find out I was wrong. Can't find the New Year's spirit anymore. This year I played games with the TV on, only looking up during the final countdown. I was watching a replay, and I felt glad that it was finally better than last year's, only to find out my mom was playing one from 2 years ago. Doesn't feel as fun as the New Year in the Supreme one. After all, they are truly celebrating the festival. Awful." Having read the players' comments, Fang Cheng felt inspired. After observing the players for over a month, Fang Cheng realized that players were a group with great creativity, and they loved to materialize their creative ideas. Therefore, if given a stage to choreograph their own shows, compile their own program lists, and arrange their own actors, wouldn't the process be fun? After some thought, Fang Cheng found it was pretty interesting, akin to directing a spring festival gala. Having decided on the direction for the film, Fang Cheng started taking action. His primordial spirit left his body, and he directly entered the mirror universe, arriving in the shadow area. Here, he meticulously inspected the condition of the shadows. These shadows had devoured a large number of planets and life forms, which caused the shadows to become in existence much like a collective consciousness of life, and they could even manifest things similar to a female evil god from their main body. Clipping a small piece of the shadow with the god sword and holding it in his hand, Fang Cheng discovered that even in a tiny fragment of shadow, there was a vast amount of information that could be fully materialized with a bit of mana. Moreover, the shadows could react based on stimuli, as long as certain rules were given, they could even comprehend which elements were appealing and respond accordingly. It was like a large collective of human consciousness, able to provide rational feedback through external interaction. After fully mastering the traits of the shadows, Fang Cheng nodded in satisfaction, already knowing what to do. He decided to create a management simulation game. Once the direction was set, he integrated the shadow primordial spirit back into place, then started to search for various types of management simulation games, to learn and to construct. While learning, he also cleared out negative aspects within the shadow, retaining only the information, and intertwined immortal spells within it, transforming the shadow into the ideal form he envisioned. He incorporated elements that players liked such as growth, added different levels of life forms, included the aspect of money, online leaderboards, studio elements. 7 days later, all the rules were planned out, everything in the shadows was processed, and it was time to package and hand it over to Huangping and others for optimization. Upon hearing of a new game, the 3 planners immediately fell into happy troubles. There were too many games to play. Although the gap since the last game was relatively long, the previous game still had plenty to offer, and the arrival of a new game would inevitably encroach on the already limited game time, putting their sleep hours in jeopardy. This thought was simply biting the hand that feeds, so Huangping just complained briefly before diving into the game. The name of this game is I Am the Director, tagged as a management simulation, program filming, and positivity. Staring at the title and tags, Huangping didn't know where the problems would arise, but was certain there would be issues somewhere. However, this had become one of Mr. Fang's trademarks, and he had learned to embrace the problems, even finding joy in them. As long as the game was fun, there would be no issue. Moreover, Figuring out the boss's true intentions and discovering a valid way to play was also a pleasure. Entering the game with enthusiasm, Huang Ping found that there was no beginner's guide, as usual, but the content of the game was straightforward and easy to understand. It was about directing shows. As a director who has just taken charge of a program team, the protagonist needs to direct shows, provide scripts, boost viewership, and make their program team the best. Each show required a host, assistant director, screenwriter, cameraman, etc., and they all had their own levels. The higher the level of the talent, the better the output, and correspondingly, the higher the salary. The game also featured so-called legends, each with their special skills to further enhance the program's impact. Besides, there were sequels, crossovers, and other special arrangements in the program, which made Huang Ping a bit ecstatic after playing for a while. Accumulating money bit by bit, multi-threading layout little by little, starting from a small show and ultimately taking on the responsibility of a large evening gala. The feedback from the game was excellent and unique. Although some areas were still rough, it would become even more interesting with some polishing over time. Huang Ping played until the end of the workday, exhaling a sigh of lingering enjoyment. Mr. Fang's game development skills were getting better and better. Chapter 207. From Huang Ping's perspective, the games made by Fang Cheng were as brilliant as ever. It wasn't about flattery or sycophancy, but a genuine feeling from a gaming enthusiast. Putting aside the visually stunning graphics, interactive items, and various systems, there was an intrinsic naturalness that seemed to emerge, giving Huang Ping the sense that Fang Cheng's games were developing a distinctive flavor. Every work of art has its own flavor: novels, movies, games, animations. This flavor might come from a line of dialogue or an expression, but it's the detail that perfectly represents the game's flavor, making it memorable. As Fang Cheng's studio produced more and more games, they improved at a visibly rapid pace, which made Huang Ping anxiously rack his brains on how to make them even more perfect and thereby enhance the game's quality a bit more. The process became increasingly difficult, but it also forced him to tap into his potential for greater improvement. A few days later, the new game I Am the Director was adjusted and ready. Xiao Duzi had completed the configuration for the game's values, and various related gaming systems had been tweaked. The game's completion level was very high, ready for release at any moment. From a project progress standpoint, the development of this game went as smoothly as usual, without encountering any common issues found in typical game development. The process was even smoother than eating Dove chocolates. But the smoother things went, the more something felt off to Huang Ping. It wasn't just him. Xiao Duzi and Monkey also felt that there was something abnormal about this game. Game development can be rather mystical in the absence of issues. There might be unseen problems. If it feels like there's an issue, there might be significant trouble. Despite their efforts, they couldn't pinpoint the problem and eventually had to give up, at least for the time being. On Friday, after work, the three planners realized they were all free, so it naturally became the night for their weekly planners' night out. Somehow, the second Friday of every month had become their customary gathering, where they would buy various foods and snacks, then head to Huang Ping's home to eat and play games until they dispersed the following day after lunch. Huang Ping's girlfriend would make plans to spend that night at her best friend's house for their own girls' night, conveniently leaving the home to Huang Ping and his two friends. Although the three of them had an age difference of up to 14 years, that didn't prevent them from finding common interests, compatible personalities, and becoming good friends. This kind of friendship, formed outside of work, was considered quite rare by all three of them. Carrying drinks, beer, and various barbecues, the trio sat on the living room sofa, ate while watching a Stephen Chow movie, and then turned on Who is the Champion to check out that evening's show. After eating and drinking their fill, they chatted about recent gaming trends, discussed the ongoing game promotions by Tianyi, and eventually, the topic shifted to their recent gaming work. Huang Ping took a swig of beer and then, frowning, asked, "Have you guys noticed that the boss's latest game seems off?" Xiao Duzi nodded. The graphics of the game are quite impressive, the sound effects are well coordinated, the little animations during the filming of the show are quite amusing, and the various systems' completion levels are high, but I just feel something's not right. Monkey, sipping a peach-flavored cola, scratched his chin and said, "I can't quite put my finger on it, but it feels like there's something hidden within the game." "I feel the same, it's like the boss's quirky sense of humor is at it again," sighed Huang Ping. "That's not just a quirky sense of humor, that's a signature," said Xiao Duzi with admiration. "Only the boss could hide Easter eggs in such an extraordinary way." "Fanatics are scary, but why do I feel like you make sense?" "Nowadays, it's well known that Fang Cheng Studio likes to hide Easter eggs in their games. On Bilibili, there's even content specifically explaining this meme, using this as an Easter egg to refer to certain twists or moments of anticipation. In the eyes of players, the gameplay itself is just an appetizer, the Easter eggs are the main course. This meme has become even more famous than the games produced by Fang Cheng Studio, indicating how the influence of gaming on mainstream culture is deepening. Considering that they hadn't discovered any hidden memes in Fang Cheng's games, the three planners felt as if they had neglected their duties, and the recent bonus they received started feeling a bit like hot potatoes. The previously joyful atmosphere suddenly became subdued, the only thing left in the room was the highlight reel of Who is the Champion, with the bewildered scene of Wang Sei Games asking why. After a moment of silence, Huang Ping took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and said seriously, "I copied the game when I left work, want to take a look together?" "Huang, you've lost your mind!" Xiao Duzi exclaimed in horror, "Have you forgotten what happened with Botanic Garden? How could you dare? But I really can't resist. I have to uncover this secret," declared Huang Ping firmly. Looking at the tiny USB flash drive in Wang's hand, Xiao Duzi and Monkey felt as if they were gazing upon Pandora's box, involuntarily tensing up. They were eager to work overtime right then and find out the game's hidden secrets, to discover the game's real truth, but they were afraid of being found out by their boss, Fang Cheng. Chapter 208. After being discovered, they could only accept compensatory time off, and they might even have to make up for it over the next weekend as well. At Fang Cheng Studio, the biggest punishment might just be not being allowed to work. After thinking for half a day, Xiao Duzi steeled her heart and then said, "Let's sneak a peek and discuss in whispers, without writing documents or keeping records. Could the boss be an immortal or something? Could he still know we've worked overtime?" That makes sense," Huang Ping nodded. "This time I'm on Xiao Duzi's side," Monkey also nodded. Having reached a consensus, the three of them eagerly turned on the computer, plugged in the USB drive, huddled together in front of the screen, and stealthily started running the game. With the additions over the past few days, the game had become even more polished. Now, the tutorial was complete, the game's system guidance was perfect, and new players could play with virtually no burden. The game could be played offline or online. If online, one could visit other people's in-progress shows or even make a cameo in someone else's game, which was a neat little Easter egg. However, Huang Ping knew that this definitely wasn't Fang Cheng's big Easter egg. The real big Easter egg was something that could change how the game was played. Wondering why they shouldn't let the boss know about their secret overtime, Huang Ping specifically cut off his home network and started playing offline. He immediately turned off the tutorial and swiftly got into the heart of the game. This time, Huang Ping noticed that Fang Cheng had intentionally simplified the gameplay by limiting it greatly. That was to continuously draw employees, train them, and then have them produce various shows. Although the player had to handle everything from show planning to actual broadcast, the whole process just required a few clicks and assigning staff, almost instantly intuitive. And the game, with its witty and humorous performances, plentiful random events, and a wealth of richly varied animations, was not monotonous. However, contrary to the simplicity of the gameplay, the game actually offered a lot of depth for thought. Different employees had different tags, which corresponded to different program tags as well. When the tags overlapped, the employees' work efficiency would greatly increase, thus producing better show outcomes. Apart from this, there were combinational effects between shows, and as the game progressed, players would discover that different times could also have different impacts on the game details that could be found in reality. After arranging combinations and ultimately broadcasting their shows, players could see the final viewer ratings and audience comments. This part was Huang Ping's favorite. Viewer ratings determined the overall success of the show, and the financial subsidies from above a show had to be well crafted to earn high ratings. Through audience comments, one could tell whether the combination of elements in the show was correct, and predict upcoming popular themes and combinations based on viewer preferences. Although Huang Ping didn't know what method Fang Cheng used, after several attempts, he found the audience comments to be flexible and varied, as though watching a group of real, live viewers commenting in front of their TVs. They could accurately identify the themes and combinations players used, and some could even recognize familiar faces. There were even professional critics who seriously reviewed the strengths and weaknesses of the shows. The comments were either humorous or harsh. Some comments could make people laugh, while others could hit them hard. The game had a strong element of randomness, with final outcomes potentially affected by various factors. Sometimes, a huge investment with associated stars could plummet in ratings due to negative news, resulting in nothing gained. But at other times, even with modest investment, if the show caught the wind of popularity, it could become an overnight sensation and make a hefty profit. In the game, player income mainly came from activity funds disbursed from above and advertisement fees. Expenditures included various costume and prop fees, reporter interview fees, program planning costs, and employee wages, among others. After re-experiencing the game, Huang Ping and the others originally aimed to find the Easter egg, but after playing for a while, they became immersed in the game, starting to discuss the effects of various combinations anew. I always felt that comedy and suspense didn't really mix well, but the actual effect is surprisingly good, and the audience feedback is especially positive. Could it be that this combination was misjudged? Monkey asked, puzzled. I think it's because comedic elements can dilute the tension brought by suspense, allowing the audience to relax. And I have to say, a lot of times, viewers don't actually like to deduce. They just need an engaging story to immerse themselves in for a while. Plus, if the story is also pretty interesting, then that's even better, Huang Ping explained. That makes sense. So how about we try mixing comedy with the gangster theme? What do you think we should call this show? Black Club? Sounds promising. Then how about dance and gangsters? What do you guys think? I just pictured it, please give me a brain that has never thought of such a thing. Whatever, let's just check out dance and gangsters. Stop, we're running out of money. Too late. Once the themes were combined and handed over to the screenwriters, the show could officially start production. In the official production process, the stage would showcase different animated performance effects based on the themes chosen by the players. For example, if it were gangsters and dance, you could see on stage a bunch of guys in black suits, covered in tattoos, with scars all over their faces, looking fierce as hell. Just by their look, you could tell these guys were regulars on the wanted list, the kind the police would have to empty their magazines upon sighting. However, these guys started singing and dancing on stage. The bald Han Dynasty guys gathered together hand in hand, dressed in white ballet outfits, and then began dancing the dance of the little swans. They moved gracefully and elegantly, and although it was extremely hard on the eyes, for some reason, it felt kind of cool after watching for a while. Seeing this, Huang Ping, who had just been dissenting, immediately burst out laughing, and even Xiao Duzi started to giggle. Ridiculous combinations often bring a more interesting experience to the players in front of the screen, and this was a nice little Easter egg. But it was still not enough. After the laughter, Huang Ping, holding his stomach, said, "Oh boy, we can't keep this up, we're almost out of money. Luckily we saved the game earlier. Otherwise, just this combination would be enough to bankrupt us." Monkey nodded, "You're right, this game is always short on funds. Buying good scripts costs money, hiring staff costs money, and training the staff costs money too. They eat at my place, sleep at my place, why do I still have to pay them?" It was just an offhand comment, but it caused Xiao Duzi to freeze, as if he had realized something. He pulled Monkey aside and asked seriously, "What did you just say? Why do I still have to pay them?" Hearing this sentence, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck through Xiao Duzi's mind. He restarted the game quickly and began to try over and over again, repeatedly attempting to unlock the plot. After several attempts, he stared at the screen and pondered. 15 minutes later, he quickly restarted the game and continued to try. Seeing Xiao Duzi so engrossed, Huang Ping didn't dare say a word, and it wouldn't have mattered anyway. By this time, Xiao Duzi had completely entered work mode, and whatever was said would fall on deaf ears. Finally, Xiao Duzi slammed on the keyboard excitedly and said, "I got it." Turning his head, Huang Ping looked at the screen and finally saw the anomaly. In the assets column, Xiao Duzi's assets had already broken 7 figures, but the staff value was not good, and the show group's equipment was also shabby, completely inconsistent with his actual assets. Recalling Xiao Duzi's operations, Huang Ping also nodded and said, "I see, I got it too." Chapter 209. After Huang Ping and Xiao Duzi expressed their understanding, Monkey was still utterly clueless. But after hearing the explanation from Huang Ping, Monkey had an epiphany and then expressed that he understood as well. When all three of them had grasped the concept, Fang Cheng, who was meditating at home, suddenly felt a chill. Startled by the sensation, Tian Xian, who was eating cookies and watching past Spring Festival galas, thought for a moment and then handed over a cookie shaped like a heavenly Tao fragment. Declining Tian Xian's offer, Fang Cheng gazed into the distance and murmured to himself, someone might be persecuting me. There was no way someone could beat him straightforwardly, the only ones who could possibly hurt him were the players he loved and hated in equal measure. However, the meaning of the warning could be manifold. It might be because someone was planning to persecute him, or that someone might in the future. His divination skills were indeed poor, only able to sense a crisis, but whether this crisis was from the present or the future, he couldn't quite pinpoint. But based on his understanding of himself, most likely the crisis stemmed from the players. Of course, it was also possible that Huang Ping and the others were up to something. But they had recently been observing the company's rules and regulations, not working overtime unnecessarily and were likely resting at home right now, so it was probably some shenanigans that the players might be up to. Sighing, Fang Cheng felt that the players were truly his lifelong adversaries, yet he couldn't do without them. Therefore, he could only continuously refine himself, making the gameplay of his game as smooth as possible to prevent the players from backstabbing him. But this process was also a form of self-examination and cultivation. Only a flawless Taoist heart can face all challenges. If it can't even withstand the player's scrutiny, it's not worth keeping. Picking up a piece of Shadow's fragment again, Fang Cheng continued to scrutinize I Am the Director, observing every issue within the game and pulling them out one by one for repair, remolding them entirely according to his will. Before he knew it, the weekend was over. As Fang Cheng walked into the studio and had just settled into his seat, exchanging good mornings with Su Qingling, he noticed the dazed expression on Monkey who had just walked in. His steps were unsteady, his demeanor listless, almost bumping into the wall several times, looking like someone who had overindulged to the point of being hollowed out. Even after drinking some tea and resting on plague chicken for a while, he still seemed sluggish. Before long, Huang Ping and Xiao Duzi also entered the company, one after the other. Upon arrival, they brewed a potent mix of coffee and spirit grass with hot water and drank a large cup vehemently, which somewhat revived their spirits. Recovering a bit, they glanced at Fang Cheng guiltily, just about to greet him, when they noticed Fang Cheng narrowing his eyes, his gaze darting back and forth among the three of them. Confronted with Fang Cheng's calm gaze, the three felt a chill run down their spines as if someone had grabbed them from behind, and couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. After a moment, Fang Cheng sighed and said, "You three don't need to come in tomorrow. Normally when a boss says this, it means you're fired, contact HR to get your compensation, and then leave." But they understood Fang Cheng. This statement was definitely literal, meaning he wanted them to rest. Clutching at straws, Huang Ping managed a strained smile and said, "Boss." Fang Cheng sighed again and then pointed to the rules and regulations posted on the company walls. The first rule was, no random overtime. Overtime must be compensated with time off, Fang Cheng excluded. This rule was highlighted and bolded, one of the mandatory regulations in the studio. Hearing Fang Cheng say this, Huang Ping realized that their overtime work over the weekend had been discovered. Knowing nothing they said would make a difference, Huang Ping straightforwardly said, "All right, since we've been caught, do what you will with us. But at least let us finish our work, so we can make up for the time off properly." "That's fine. You worked overtime for 2 days on the weekend, I'll count it as 6 days. You don't have to come in next week, come back the Tuesday after next." The unexpected bad news caused Huang Ping to instinctively clutch at his chest. But he still resolutely went to his workstation, determinedly opened the game, and started making changes. Wang Xiaoying, who had observed everything from the sidelines and taken a sip of tea, felt that this place was truly strange. In other places, bosses try all sorts of ways to make their employees work overtime, yet here it was the exact opposite. But she could understand that sentiment, and then she felt weird for being able to understand it. At the end of the day, Fang Cheng looked over the modifications made by Huang Ping and nodded with satisfaction. To prevent players from backstabbing him during gameplay, he had made many changes. For instance, increasing difficulty, boosting in-game employee salaries, raising advertising costs, all to enable players to focus more on producing quality work. He also deepened the combinations of various show performances, adding more depth to the game. And the direction of Huang Ping and others' modifications happened to align with his intentions, making him feel that the prior sense of crisis probably didn't come from his employees, so all he needed was to guard against the players' backstabs. After encouraging Huang Ping and his team, Fang Cheng returned to his seat, looking forward even more to the final outcome of I Am the Director. By the weekend, adjustments to the new game had finally been made. The game's difficulty had increased slightly, but more random events were added, and multiple development pathways were augmented, yet the ultimate goal of the game remained unchanged. Chapter 210. The random events and animated performances in the new version became even more interesting, elevating the game's randomness and offering players a different experience with each gameplay. The gameplay remains as straightforward as before, but the depth is still there, making it a game that requires players to use their brains to get through. After testing the game with satisfaction, Fang Cheng added a relaxing tag to the game's label, set the price, and it was ready to be released. The size of I Am the Director is not big, and the gameplay is rather relaxing, so the game's final pricing was set at 48 yuan, classifying it as a mid-lightweight game. Given the current reputation of Fang Cheng Studio, the game didn't need much promotion, as the name Fang Cheng Studio alone was worth more than 600,000 in sales volume. Once the game officially launched, Wang Xiaoying did some simple promotions, and the studio's fans flocked to it. However, when they saw the game's labels, they almost immediately came up with the same thought. Fang Cheng Studio, what's wrong with you? Have you been kidnapped? Previous games from Fang Cheng Studio had a strong role-playing element. Players were either soldiers or little elf collection masters. They played a specific role with a specific identity within the game's world. But in this game, although the title contained the word I, there was no concrete image of me in the game. Even the presence of the secretary responsible for the new player's guide was stronger than me. Since it's not a role-playing game, the technical expertise and character experience previously accumulated by Fang Cheng Studio might not be applicable. However, this concern disappeared quickly after they purchased the game. And after playing for a dozen hours, the long-time players developed the same idea. This time, the label was actually correct. When I saw relaxing and positive energy on the tags, I thought it would be another tough, masochistic game. Surprisingly, after playing it, it turned out to be quite relaxing indeed. Fang Cheng Studio actually got the tags right? That's the biggest mistake. Fake. It's all fake. Goodbye, my youth. I strongly suspect Fang Cheng Studio hid an important Easter egg in the tags, but I haven't found it yet. I'm sure Fang Cheng is sneakily watching us. How can it be sneakily? Have you seen my husband's face on TV? Handsome can't be called sneakily, that's called charming. Got it. After playing for 15 hours, I advise everyone not to try the prison and beautiful girl themes, the neighbor and time stop won't work either, nor will Little Demon and Dark Alley. Thank you, you're the real hero. Saw it, typical, sage time, ... Although there might be some risque elements, overall, I Am the Director is a 15+ game. Players will find some interesting memes inside, but the overall atmosphere of the game is still very positive. Furthermore, if players deliberately lean towards risque elements, the audience will immediately react, and some will say it's too indecent, which then drives up the viewership ratings. However, even if the viewership ratings are high after filming it, no sponsor is willing to advertise such a show, and it ends up harming oneself. And if it happens twice, the show might very well get directly suspended and deemed a game failure. These settings can be said to be quite realistic. Before long, the slightly high difficulty of the game also sparked discussions. In the game, the ultimate goal of players is to organize a super large evening gala. Although it did not mention any specific name, players still inferred that this gala was the Spring Festival Gala based on the timing and scale of the event. Because it's a game, Huang Ping altered many configurations, changing the conditions for organizing a large-scale gala. For instance, to hold a Spring Festival Gala, sufficient funding is a must, the player's own reputation needs to be high, and the employees' attributes also need to be top-notch. With various demands, players must become time management masters, and the occurrence of various random events adds great randomness to the game, easily immersing players in the just one more program mindset, gradually losing track of time. 24 hours after the release, the game's sales volume broke through 800,000. When 48 hours passed, it reached a sales volume of 1.2 million. For an ordinary studio, this number was already unattainable. But for Fang Cheng Studio at that time, it was just a drizzle. Moreover, since the simulation management genre inherently conflicted with the VR all-in-one machines, this game was not released on the Kirin all-in-one machine, which left boss Gao Tianyun quite frustrated. However, even so, players still found a new electronic succubus and threw themselves into the frenzy of a new game. Fang Cheng Studios games had no cheats, making it impossible to cheat, so players could only slowly and gradually explore to find various strategies and gameplay, and then, turn them into experience. This setup tends to attract some hardcore gamers. One of those hardcore gamers, Liuzi, bought the game soon after its release. He was a die-hard fan of the Living Immortal, and upon learning about the intricate connection between the Living Immortal and Fang Cheng, he also became an ardent fan of Fang Cheng Studio. Previously, he had been striving hard in the game Plant Grass, though he was a bit tired of it. Now, with the release of I Am the Director, he could seamlessly transition into this new game, ready to relax. As a hardcore gamer, Liuzi realized after playing this game for over an hour that it was actually quite hardcore. The game's overall span is about 20 years, and after 20 years, the game will automatically end and give a score based on the player's performance over those 2 decades. However, these scores were trivial. The real goal was singular, to see if the player could reach the pinnacle of a TV program directorship. To elaborate, it was about whether they managed to produce one or more grand soirees. And those soirees had to be both critically acclaimed and popular. This standard implied that the programs produced by players must balance entertainment and artistry, and be filled with positive energy to earn appreciation from superiors. Before that, players needed to accomplish one small goal after another, eventually building enough reputation. Unfortunately, after a strenuous 5-hour struggle, Liuzi had to admit that he had failed. In the game settlement screen, his personal secretary listed all the programs he had produced, then encouraged him, over the past 20 years, you produced 150 programs, with the highest rated show reaching an 11% viewership. Although you didn't manage to produce a grand soiree in the end, you are already a director of local station grand soirees. Your productions were very popular and received rave reviews, a truly colorful directing career. This resume looked impressive, but Liuzi still felt a sense of loss. He had been lucky this time around, having recruited many high-quality staff members at the start, and the outcomes from various random events were also very favorable. Through these random events, he gained enough fame rather early on, secured ample funding, and won approval from his superiors. But in the end, he still fell short of becoming the director of a grand soiree. Leaning back in his chair, he reflected on his previous actions, but he couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. He had given his staff generous salaries, kept overtime reasonable, trained his employees whenever he found the opportunity to improve their attributes, and produced better shows. He never delayed monthly salaries, occasionally gave bonuses, and retaliated against competitors in moderation. He had nearly perfected every aspect. So, where exactly had he gone wrong? Or was it that he was wrong from the beginning? Does this game have another solution? Chapter 211. Liuzi re-entered the game and chose to start from the beginning. As soon as he entered the game, the tutorial NPC appeared. The NPC was a somewhat tricky girl with a ponytail, dressed in a professional suit. Her hair was an unrealistic pink that you wouldn't see in the real world, looking both formal and cute. On the screen, the secretary girl, holding a notebook, cheerfully said to Liuzi outside the screen, "We meet again, dear Director Liuzi. Let's strive together again to become a famous director." Flipping through her notebook, the assistant continued, "Even though you've already gone through a complete life and achieved good results, I still have to ask you, do you want to see the tutorial?" Liuzi had played before and restarted more than a dozen times. He knew the game's various settings and systems like the back of his hand. He could even list the employees' traits with his eyes closed. The game system of I Am the Director wasn't complicated, with the depth mainly being various combinations and capital operation, so there really wasn't a need to watch it again. However, this time he looked at the dialog box on the screen and eventually chose yes. The assistant smiled appropriately and then said, "All right, then let's start with recruiting employees. Our goal is to match various scripts, sensibly select and assign employees to shoot programs. The ratings of the shows will affect your advertising fees and financial support from your superiors. Please use your money wisely as it is your lifeline." The word money in the assistant's dialogue was highlighted in green, as if the other party was emphasizing this point specifically. After staring at the green text for a while, Liuzi chose to continue. "Right now the production team has no employees, but since we have no reputation, we can't hold a large-scale recruitment. So, let's start with campus recruitment at universities. Through campus recruitment, you can recruit up to 5-star employees, but the probability of recruiting 5-star employees is very low, so don't get your hopes up too much. Moreover, the higher the employee's star level, the higher their initial attributes, and the higher the bonuses after leveling up. Accordingly, they will demand higher monthly salaries. Please note, on the first of each month is payday, and salaries will automatically be deducted from your account, so please ensure you have sufficient funds. In the tutorial, players will certainly see 5-star employees, but that is not a suitable recruitment target. Their capability is strong, but they have the greedy trait. Their salary demand is twice that of an average 5-star, but if given a high salary they will work even harder. Liuza had already known these things by heart, but this time, seeing the words spoken by the assistant and the green text on payday, Liuza felt as though she was subtly hinting at something. Following standard procedure, he went through campus recruitment. The 5-star employee appeared, just as he remembered, and the assistant appeared right on time. Wow, a 5-star employee actually appeared, it seems your luck is quite good. However, the salary of a 5-star employee is 5 times that of a 1-star, and with the greedy trait, that makes it 10 times. So, let's not recruit this employee and start with that smart-looking 2-star employee instead, the assistant advised. Liuza didn't choose an employee but opened an Excel spreadsheet and started calculating profits. As a hardcore player, creating a spreadsheet based on the game's numerical system was common practice. After all, this was a management simulation game where early advantages could snowball, and an early dollar could be worth 10,000 or more later on. Although it might seem a bit penny pinching, everyone has their own way of playing, and Liuza liked this painstaking gameplay. After entering the employee's attributes into the spreadsheet, Liuza saw that bringing the 5-star employee on board would increase the overall quality of the show by about 50%, but the resulting revenue would not offset the loss incurred from the employee's salary. At this point, following the assistant's advice to forego the 5-star employee or to put them into the waiting pool was the optimal solution. This step should have been mandatory, but since Liuza had already gone through the tutorial once, he was able to skip it now. Liuza looked at the employee on the screen and the waiting assistant, pondering. Payday at the end of the month. 5-star employees. At that moment, the two concepts peculiarly merged together, creating a bizarre chemical reaction in his mind, as if he heard the explosion of fireworks. Moving the mouse, he decisively chose Turn Off Tutorial. After being turned off, he saw the assistant wave her hand and say kindly, "You don't need me for now? It seems you've already made your decision. Alright then, I won't disturb you. If you have any needs, you can summon me again in settings. Goodbye, Director." Having turned off the tutorial, Liuza first saved his game and then recruited all the employees. Recruitment didn't cost any money, all that was needed was to pay the salaries at the start of the next month, and the game had a rigid way of calculating salaries, meaning even employees hired at the end of the month required full salary on the first. Before, Liuza had felt Fang Cheng Studio was running a company like it was charity, but now it seemed there must be a deeper meaning to it. Chapter 212. After recruiting this group of employees, Liuza immediately maxed out everyone's working hours, keeping them busy without a break all month long. 996? That's a blessing, something you don't qualify for. At your age, can you even sleep? Give me 25 hours of work every day. If there's not enough time, get up an hour early to come to the crew. Haven't been home for a while, feeling down? I'll raise your salary. Work stress too much, don't want to do it anymore? I'll raise your salary. Feel that the company's environment is too poor, the sleeping bags you use every night stink, want money to buy a new one? Forget about bonuses, I'll raise your salary. Each employee has their own stress bar and level of happiness, where rest can reduce stress, while a high salary can increase happiness. As long as the stress bar doesn't exceed the level of happiness, employees will remain emotionally stable and continue to toil for the boss, grudging and grateful at the same time. And through Liuza's series of actions, the employees' daily stress levels soared, but so did their happiness, racing neck and neck, a fierce battle that left employees' heads shining bright red. Moreover, due to the 24-hour non-stop work, the employees' exhaustion levels were also skyrocketing. For this reason, Liuza began to buy a large amount of beverages that could relieve fatigue, since compared to the cost of drinks, the loss from letting employees rest would be even greater. Every day he was promising pie in the sky, constantly demanding overtime, squeezing their mental energy to the limit, with employees often complaining, "I don't have a brain left, Grandma, is that you? I really want to rest, but the director has given us too much," and similar nonsense. In the blink of an eye, as the month in the game was about to end, he had already successfully produced 4 programs. These 4 shows were created by the crew working day and night, with a weekly show's efficiency comparable to that of gods, every minute filled with blood and sweat. And because he used high-star employees, the quality of the programs was very high, making them highly competitive in their first year, definitely at the level that would dominate the charts if released. However, high efficiency and high quality meant high salaries, and by the end of the month, the employees' wages had been pulled extremely high. The salaries of the greedy 5-star employees were outrageously high. If he really paid out this money, it would likely lead to hyperinflation, with prices possibly soaring by hundreds of times. The only path awaiting Liuzi was bankruptcy. But Liuzi chose another path. He fired the whole group. This group of employees had been working overtime day and night for a month, and just as they were looking forward to getting their hard-earned pay the day before, they were fired. If they were real people, not game NPCs, they undoubtedly would have already planned how to spend their wages, whether to pay off mortgages or car loans, send children to school, or treat themselves to some good food. They were fired. In reality, when the boss promises too much, employees quickly catch on, but here it's a game, and NPCs have their own set of game logic. They can't spot the problem, they can only passively comply. Through the screen, Liuzi could see the astonishment and anger of this group of people. Some even kept asking Liuzi over and over, the dialogue box popping up again and again, repeatedly asking, "Are you really going to do something like this? Weren't we cooperating happily before?" After forcibly firing everyone, each employee became exceptionally angry, and they were extremely dissatisfied but powerless. They were just a group of NPCs, what could they do? The game had no severe penalty for the director who fired employees, only a hit to the player's reputation. And those employees who were forcefully dismissed, their anger went off the charts, and in the future, facing Liuzi's banner, they would just spit fiercely, probably unable to use these employees again. But Liuzi didn't care. He was new to running a program group with no reputation to lose, and even if it went negative, Liuzi didn't mind. After all, he already had 4 pretty good programs in hand, what did a little reputation matter to him? Convinced Liuzi was resolute, these employees could only file out of the program studio, cursing as they went. "What a lousy company, I'm never coming back. Trash producer. Trash crew. I hate you guys. You'll regret firing me. What you're doing is against the law. I'll call my lawyer." The employees on the screen could only keep cursing Liuzi, but due to the game mechanics, they couldn't do much except leave the place angrily and go outside. Watching these humanized reactions of the employees made Liuzi feel a bit uneasy. However, great achievements require sacrifices of minor matters. What is a small sacrifice for one's grand directorial ambitions? After all, it's just a game, there's no need for such high moral standards. The world is so big, it's hard to find 3-legged toads, but there's no shortage of employees desperate for jobs. In the following year, Liuzi's tactics became very straightforward. Constant campus recruiting, constantly hiring employees, and then working them 24 hours straight to do his bidding, firing them the day before payday. This strategy required no salary payouts to the employees, and the monthly expenses were just some operational costs. Anyway, his initial capital was sufficient, and 1 year's time was insignificant. Easily accumulating over 60 quality programs, Liuzi felt ready to move to the next phase. Out of these, he sold 40 programs that were of slightly lower quality. And though they were of lower quality, this was in comparison to the other 60 programs. Compared to other programs on the market, the quality of these programs was excellent, and since each one was a combination he had researched, every one of them had the potential to be a hit. Due to their superior quality, the market gave his programs extremely high ratings. The funds he garnered from selling the programs allowed Liuzi to accumulate a large sum of money in the first year, totaling to what he had in his 6th year previously. In business simulation games, as long as one's capital operations are solid, the earnings throughout the game don't increase linearly but exponentially. Having acquired the wealth of what one might only achieve by the 6th year, the achievements Liuzi could reach after might be 10 times greater than his previous playthrough, or even higher. Looking at the rapidly increasing numbers on the screen, Liuzi felt as though he had unlocked the body's meridian channels. He had an epiphany. This is how the game should be played. You can get your conscience back, but lost money is gone for good. With the startup capital in hand, next up was to whitewash the past and provide positive coverage for himself through advertising campaigns, while hiring employees for training and enhancing their attributes. He split his employees into two groups very quickly. Those with lower star ratings kept churning out subpar programs. Even programs riddled with flaws could be sold, as his reputation was high, and the base enhancements were quite significant. Even if the clients weren't satisfied, it would only result in a deduction of some of his reputation, but he had plenty of paid posters, so a little blow to his reputation was no big deal. The high-starred employees with exceptional traits were his treasures. He rarely used them. Instead, he let them train continuously and increase their attributes, secretly cultivating them as his ace in the hole. By the 10th year, Liuzi had mastered the unorthodox tricks of the trade. The layoff strategy was still in use, but this time it targeted low-level employees who had maxed out their fatigue levels. These employees were worn out, and it would take them half a year of rest to recover, leaving their residual value almost nil. Rather than letting them occupy his quota, it was better to give them severance pay and let them go. Since their star levels weren't high, their wages were not high either. The severance pay was a drop in the bucket for Liuzi and didn't matter to him at all. Moreover, because he provided severance pay, his reputation actually improved a bit, and the title of conscious director emerged, making Liuzi feel like he was somewhat of a great philanthropist. Finally, in the 15th year, the long-coveted right to direct the Spring Festival Gala appeared, and his long-treasured employees were put to use. Their high attributes made the gala a great success and smoothly secured him the directorial rights for the following years. By the 20th year, he had finally achieved fame and fortune. At this moment, he had been playing continuously for 10 hours, from night until dawn. Although he was exhausted, seeing the list of achievements presented by his secretary, he was satisfied and ready to welcome the final ending. However, when he saw the ending with former employees appearing one by one, the smile on his face gradually froze. Chapter 213. The ending animation didn't have anything special, just the awards he had won and the programs he had directed listed one by one, unfurling slowly like a scroll. But after the honors came the goodbyes from the employees. Both those currently working for him and those he had fired appeared, starting to display their achievements and their subsequent circumstances. This process was part of the ending sequence, but the thought of those employees he had used and then coldly discarded filled Liuzi with a sense of gloom. It's just a game, Liuzi reminded himself once more. All the gameplay is part of the game, it doesn't matter. He didn't know why he felt uneasy, but still, he watched the screen to see what came next. First to appear were the employees who ultimately stayed on his team. These employees were hand-picked 5-star talents, each endowed with excellent traits and attributes, his right-hand men in completing the final challenge. And because of these traits, even if they were to leave his team in the future, their achievements would be boundless. They looked splendid, their high salaries freed them from worry, and the excellent company environment later on made them vibrant and spirited. Looking gratefully at Liuzi beyond the screen, they spoke their heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, Director, joining your team was the most correct decision I've made in my life. Back in the day, I was just a nobody, lost about my future. But you, Director, dug me out from the streets, nurtured me, and took care of me. It's been an honor to work with you on so many interesting shows. You are my benefactor. Without you, I really wouldn't know what to do. I never knew I had a talent for hosting. It was you who discovered my potential, thank you, Director. Cinematography has always been what I wanted to do, but I never had the support. You showed me what was possible, you are the best mentor." These people had impeccable resumes and had no shortage of praise for Liuzi. Their gratitude was sincere, without a trace of falsehood. They were the success stories from Liuzi's team, outstanding employees, each capable of standing on their own, top talents of the future. But compared to these top performers, the rest were entirely different. If they were the jewels in Liuzi's crown, then what followed were the sacrificial lambs behind the jewels. Among these sacrificial lambs were 5-star employees with less desirable traits and low-star employees who were used up and then ruthlessly discarded. The early staff whose wages were docked by him were also present, now watching Liuzi with indifferent faces. From the final illustrations, it was clear that those drained of their remaining worth had gaunt faces and vacant expressions through the screen. One could still see their lost and helpless eyes. Before joining his team, they each had high hopes for the future, a sparkle in their eyes. In front of Liuzi, they displayed tired smiles, offering their congratulations one by one. "Well, congratulations. I'm sorry I couldn't walk with you till the end. You're a great director. I'm sorry my health held back the progress, Thank you for the severance pay. From the first meeting, I knew you would come this far. You have this potential. Congratulations. 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 Compared to the successful employees, there were 20 times more who were abandoned. Behind every success story was a mountain of corpses, the ladder they climbed to the top. Watching these former companions pass by, Liuzi felt as if he had really gone through 20 years, reflecting on his once glorious days. Upon retrospect, he was astonished to find that these people had aged. They were the stepping stones on his pathway to success, the so-called nobodies, the kindling, the fertilizer. Liuzi couldn't remember their names. After all, nobody cares about the countless times they've eaten rice. But for some reason, as he watched the ending scene, these people once again became vivid in his mind. Although he knew it was just a game, and the goal of the game was to become the best show director, watching these aging, submissively smiling employees still made Liuzi feel a sharp sting in his heart. The game's ending after the completion had nothing special. It wasn't preaching, nor did it ask questions like is it worth it, it just blandly presented the employees' endings as usual. But the blander it was, the more suffocating Liuzi found it. The joy of game completion was gone, replaced by a sense of confusion. Everyone except capitalists hates capitalists, but everyone wants to be a capitalist. Although it's just a game, Liuzi sadly realized that deep down, he still hoped to be a capitalist. He closed the game, and as the eastern sky gradually brightened, his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Opening the browser, he logged into GameIn, browsed through the posts to see if there was anyone who felt the same way. GameIn was originally for releasing the games of the living Immortals, but games from Fang Cheng Studio had also been brought over and had their dedicated sub-forum. Chapter 214. The website administrators also delegated some management rights, allowing various other types of game development teams to set up their own sub-forums, where they could release trial versions of their games without violating any laws, thus drawing traffic for themselves. Add latest chapters at Audiobook only. Many small indie games took this as an opportunity to promote their games, further boosting the popularity of the site and steering its growth towards becoming a comprehensive forum. Logically, as the forum grew in scale, it would inevitably face issues like hacking attacks, flame wars, verbal combats, or orchestrated controversies, but the site's managers seemed very experienced. They patrolled the forum around the clock, and whenever they spotted something amiss, they immediately intervened, nipping potential troubles in the bud. As a result, the atmosphere of discussion on the site was quite pleasant. Moreover, GameIn had no plans to bring in advertisements or capital investment, which made the forum very pure and comfortable, and Liuzi's favorite forum to browse recently. While browsing through the I Am the Director sub-forum, he noticed discussions on I Am the Director were flourishing, with some users starting to compile the game's random events and others steadily improving various combinations. Some even collected different combination animations, while most were conventional, the quirky ones were quite entertaining. Others had noticed loopholes in the salary system and proposed their ideas. However, their theories were just speculation for now, not yet put into practice like Liuzi had done. Their understanding of the game was not as deep as his, nor did they recognize the important aspects of capital operation in simulation management when playing. Thus, although they figured out a solution, because they couldn't manage it properly, the outcomes were actually worse than playing the game normally. Just as Liuzi was aimlessly browsing the forum, a post suddenly caught his eye. I Am the Director, the great reveal of evildoer tactics. The author was a player named Zeman Wadeo. Seeing who the author was, Liuzi frowned, wondering what kind of mischief the other party had concocted this time. Some people naturally get along well together, while others just don't. Liuzi felt that he and Zeman Wadeo must have been sworn enemies in a past life, and he still couldn't stand the sight of the other party in this life. They had never met, but they had exchanged verbal blows on the forum. He disapproved of the other's habit of searching for bugs for amusement and disrupting the game's environment, while the other disdained him for being old-fashioned and rigid, content with playing by the book. This, perhaps, was the difference between hardcore gamers and those who played for fun. However, despite his dislike for Zeman Wadeo, Liuzi had to admit that the guy thought fast and had a sharp gaming sense, often discovering peculiar things and managing to win through inexplicable means. Of course, sometimes he was so unorthodox that it made one wonder whether he was actually playing the game or playing around with the game. In the recent game of the Supreme One, he had achieved the extremely difficult title of #1 evil person under the heavens through various outrageous methods. And through a comprehensive post he wrote later, other players discovered that although the title was notorious, this fellow managed to play in a way that others quite enjoyed. Committing acts of infamy yet earning a good reputation, true to the name Zeman Wadeo. With curiosity, Lihuza clicked on the post and his heart skipped a beat. Inside, Zeman Wadeo posted a screenshot of his endgame. From the data in the screenshot, he had obtained the right to direct the Spring Festival Gala by the 18th year, 3 years later than Lihuza, but still an impressive achievement. What surprised him most wasn't this but the list of employees at the end. His employees were all from the early stage of the game, meaning he only hired those initial staff members and didn't hire anyone else afterwards. Low-star employees tended to have poor quality and growth potential. Bringing them up required a lot of resources, not possible with a normal playthrough. Moreover, these employees seemed to have aged somewhat, but because their stamina attributes were well developed, they looked quite spirited, each with a cheerful smile on their face. Compared to the lifeless, zombie-like state of his own employees by the end, Lihuza grew even more puzzled. How did he manage that? Could it be that he found a cheat? However, upon reading the main text, Lihuza discovered that the method used by the other party was exceptionally simple. It was the save/load tactic that every player would use. I Am the Director is a rare game by Fang Cheng Studio that allows saving progress. The game would present random events at intervals, some of which could be a kind of gambling mini-game. Guess wrong and you lose everything, guess right and your principal doubles. Some had researched and found that the game had a high probability of a random event occurring once a month, so all one needed to do was save at the beginning of the month, then wait for the random event to occur. Quietly calculating the funds needed to train these employees, Lihuza realized that the other party might have reloaded saves thousands of times. By repeatedly loading and gambling, then loading and gambling again, Zeman Wadeo could start with a massive amount of money and then play however he wanted. All that could be said was that it was truly befitting of a player like Zeman Wadeo, who belonged to the most unorthodox category, spending tens of hours loading saves. He was the only kind of person who could do such a thing. This approach was a classic shortcut and one of Lihuza's least favorite gaming methods. However, seeing the happy smiles of his employees, Lihuza felt a pang of envy out of the blue. Perhaps, it wouldn't hurt to load from a save a few times in the early stage to increase the funds a bit. Dispelling this dangerous thought, Lihuza pondered for a moment and then decided to write out his own guide. It had nothing to do with spreading his own gaming philosophy, he just wanted to smack Zeman Wadeo in the face. Not long after his post went up, it attracted a bunch of players to watch and leave comments. The sudden boost in popularity was automatically detected by the forum and consequently topped and featured in the hot section. Whether intentional or accidental, his post was placed right next to Zeman Wadeo's, allowing players to see both posts as soon as they entered and make comparisons. One required manual loading, the other had no conscience. Soon, two factions of players began to amicably discuss in each other's threads, occasionally resulting in heated expletives and being thrown into the little black room. Just when everyone thought that these were the only two ways to play the game, a third post appeared representing a third school of thought. Some package tactics summary for I Am the Director. You all can have a look. Personally tested it, leading the Spring Festival Gala by the 20th year is no problem. The poster was Ping Ping, a moderately popular YouTuber at the moment and the beloved mascot, in a positive sense, of the Botanic Garden player community. This sister was beautiful and kind-hearted. Despite being disabled in both legs, she was optimistic, cheerful, talented, and watching her for a while would greatly uplift one's mood. However, she often spoke of horror stories, causing many players to want to watch yet not dare to. Package tactics had been summarized by quite a few players already, but for this post to be pushed up, it definitely had its appealing features. Upon opening the post, Lihuza gasped in shock. He already considered himself a hardcore player, having gone as far as summarizing game data into an Excel spreadsheet, just to calculate the return on every choice. This alone was already hardcore to a somewhat romantic degree. But seeing the data provided by Ping Ping, he felt he was still a bit too conservative. Beyond the combinations the game allowed, there was another less commonly used feature, detail adjustment. This feature was somewhat superfluous, allowing players to tweak every detail of their combinations. For example, with Sketch and Anti-Fraud, players could customize the number of actors, the key points in the actors' lines, where to cut costs in the process, and how to price things. But with so many details, it was hard to find the key points, and the effects were not very evident, so Lihuza gave up after trying for a while. Unexpectedly, someone had actually used this feature to fine-tune the details of mainstream combinations. As Liuzi stared dumbfounded, he saw a comment from an anonymous player below. "This is what a hardcore player looks like, the gameplay is so hardcore." Some guy who claims to be a hardcore player, what do you feel now, hey? Tell me. Liuzi, Zeman damn it. Chapter 215. Although he was displeased with Zeman attitude, Liuzi had to admit that the other party was quite right. Compared with Ping Ping, what did he count for? I Am the Director had over 100 mainstream combinations, and even a slight change could lead to radically different results, which meant that one had to repeatedly load saves to get it right. But the final adjusted outcome was immediately effective. Compared with the pre-adjustment status, post-adjustment, the show's cost was cut by 1/3, yet its effectiveness improved by 50%, which dramatically decreased the game difficulty. After reviewing the complete set of strategies, Liuzi thought about the entire game process, and then reflected that although the game was simple, there were quite a few points worth contemplating within it. If one viewed the director as a capitalist, then he, Zeman and Ping Ping symbolized three different schools of thought. He was a typical early capitalist, who aimed to grow stronger and bigger by continuously exploiting employees' surplus value. The upside was rapid capital accumulation and not needing to remember too much, but the downside was that it wasn't good for one's conscience, although having no conscience felt even better. Ping Ping was a typical tech-savvy capitalist. The core technology they mastered could significantly boost their company's competitiveness, yielding great results even without exploiting employees. Zeman well, that was a typical shady capitalist, who started off with dubious methods and later laundered their reputation through certain channels, appearing to be just getting by, but actually having a solid foundation. Realizing that he was seeing economic issues from a game, Liuzi felt he was a bit bizarre. However, he wasn't the only one who thought this way. Many players also learned about the three different schools through forum posts and started having similar thoughts. Regardless of whether Fang Cheng Studio did it intentionally or not, once a literary work is published, the author is metaphorically dead. Games are also a form of literary work, and players, after playing, can extend the meaning and metaphors of the game based on their own ideas, interpreting various details in the game in their own way, and it's best for the author not to make any definitive conclusions. This interpretation is part of the game. A game without room for interpretation is incomplete. Sometimes, the interpretation is even more interesting than the game itself. Unbeknownst to him, interpreting I Am the Director has seemingly become a trend. Some saw capital in it, others saw the philosopher king, and some claimed it was a perfect social practice. There were even those who believed they found the highest mystical method in the cultivation scripture, declaring they could ascend to immortality at any moment. Regarding this, Liuzi felt that these players were a bit too extreme. And Fang Cheng agreed with Liuzi. These players really were too extreme. And to that student who recognized the highest mystical method, I didn't include those things, so please don't overly interpret, thank you. Through several days of discussion and fermentation, although the sales of I Am the Director weren't very high, its popularity had already become a game second only to Quiet Cultivation. Some even started to write columns on Bilibili, narrating the details within I Am the Director, which left Fang Cheng speechless. This scene reminded him of situations from his previous life, when there were always monks circling around him, analyzing even his simplest meditative poses through photographs, and writing texts like "The Heavenly Lord's left leg is on top today, could it be because the Heavenly Tao is leaning to the left, so he needs to do this?" Such things are trivial, right? Whichever leg you want on top, just put that one on top, as long as you're comfortable, that's what matters. Don't add unnecessary troubles for yourself. Sighing deeply, Fang Cheng looked at the comments on Game In, and couldn't help but sigh, that was fast. I also feel it's too fast, Huang Ping remarked on the side. I thought it would take at least a month for players to find the Easter eggs we hid, but it seems they found them so quickly. Easter eggs? Fang Cheng asked, raising his head in confusion. Wasn't it you who left them? Huang Ping asked, puzzled. Boss, the wage loophole wasn't intentionally created by you. Fang Cheng looked at Huang Ping, wanting to say, I did not. After all, he had never imagined that players would mimic the worst of the capitalists, executing the heinous move of firing employees just before payday. Because he had never thought it was possible to do so, he didn't handle the associated logic at all. Unexpectedly, it turned into a loophole, which was then exploited by players. Indeed, one can't imagine things they've never experienced. Fang Cheng had never contemplated that someone would let others work without paying them their wages. While Fang Cheng was reflecting, Huang Ping also leaned in to read the forum posts, and couldn't help but muse, however, the player's imagination is quite exceptional. I would never have thought that the Angel Path would emerge. The Angel Path was a school that combined the strengths of the other three schools. This school focuses on getting a large amount of funding through early save/load, accumulating fame and money through midterm detailed adjustments, and later on doing as one pleases. In this school, because money is no object, employees' welfare and benefits are maxed out, program teams are upgraded to the highest environment, employee attributes are boosted to full value through money, and every show produced is a hit. The TV station staff could hardly wait to break the doors of the program group down, and previously arrogant managers now groveled, merely hoping the players would produce a show so they would have something to show for the year. With the viewership hitting full capacity, a 60% viewership rate could only be described as deserted streets, as spectators eagerly anticipated every day just to watch the newest show on television. Chapter 216. Letters of thanks and positive reviews emerged endlessly. The entire game experience could only be described as if someone had cheated, turning any account of the experience into an exceptionally exhilarating narrative, the kind that thrilled from beginning to end. And beneath the angelic stream, there were all sorts of variants, like dark then light, light then dark, and both dark and light combined. Each style corresponded with a different ideological inclination, which made Fang Cheng feel that players seemed to enjoy dabbling in ideological politics, even within the game. With another sigh, Fang Cheng instructed Huang Ping to continue working, while he himself leaned back in his chair, observing the dust fire. This time, it really happened too fast. This instance of dust fire was the most chaotically colored yet, with flames of all colors fighting endlessly among themselves. Each color tried to outdo the others, but none could succeed. The strangest part was that when the flames battled one another, sometimes tiny new colored flames would appear. Some of these would vanish, while others would inexplicably grow stronger, becoming a new mainstream color. Seeing this, Fang Cheng felt as if he were cultivating goo, a type of venomous worm. In such circumstances, never mind completing the refinement of one's Taoist heart. If given to the cultivators of Miaojing in times past, they would have been overjoyed. Heavenly Lord, your cultivation of the goo flame is quite extraordinary. May I ask you to share some insights? I'll offer you some freshly gathered fungi in return. Alas! Despondent. After work, Fang Cheng entered the mirror universe, crushing and purifying shadows in the shadow area to dispel the frustration in his heart. Feeling somewhat better, he then walked into his botanic garden, strolling leisurely among the plants and breathing in the fresh spiritual energy. He admired the various kinds of spirit grass before he started to feel a bit more at ease. Originally planning to go back and meditate until dawn, then contemplate whether to give all the players of I Am the Director nightmares for a few nights, he heard someone calling him. Following the sound, he had just arrived when he saw three figures coming toward him, flinging themselves at him. Boss, there's big trouble. Squirrel Man number 2 clutched at Fang Cheng's clothes and cried out, Boss, there's a problem in our home. Take it slow, no rush. Although number 1, number 2 and number 3 were his employees on a temporary basis, recently they had been doing a fine job with the game and website, even letting Alpha patrol 24 hours a day to nip any violations and inciting posts in the bud. Moreover, he didn't need so-called traffic. The whole site was really just for the players to express their opinions, and he would occasionally visit to find out what the players wanted. Because they had achieved some success, Fang Cheng decided to watch their future performance and then consider promoting them to temporary employees if appropriate. Praise for outstanding employees was essential, though it was best done privately to avoid setting a bad example for others and fostering a competitive atmosphere in the office. After giving Squirrel Man an oral commendation, Fang Cheng asked, So, what problem have you encountered? We've just received intelligence from our mother planet. Squirrel Man number 1, perched on Fang Cheng's left shoulder, said, Our mother planet has been overrun, the king's whereabouts are unknown, and star squirrels wandering other areas are desperately trying to get back home. The mother planet of the squirrels was located on the outer edge of the Heavenly Town network in the Mirror Universe's shadow area. They were not one of the main species within the Heavenly Town network and often faced discrimination, even their mother planet was only marginally protected by the network. This protection could help them resist the corruption of shadows, but in return, they had to pay a steep price to buy the rights to use the Heavenly Town network. However, recently, the network experienced some collapse, consuming most of its resources searching for the cause and stretching over other areas. As a peripheral planet, the mother planet of the squirrels naturally fell within the reach of the shadows. Having explained the situation, Squirrel Man number 2 said, "Our technology is mostly based on archaeology, and indeed some of the ancient artifacts can resist the erosion of the shadows. But the problem is, we do not know how to use them, and using them always causes some side effects." "What kind of side effects?" Fang Cheng asked with keen interest. "Spatial distortion is the most significant side effect I know of. It hides the home planet in an extremely small point and folds the surrounding space. In this way, the shadows must go through these folded spaces to reach the home planet, thereby achieving a defensive purpose. Then why do you still want to enter it?" Fang Cheng continued. "To turn off that device. Once it starts operating, it will change its position on its own and randomly move to a small area near the home planet for reasons that are unclear. If we don't shut it down, it will continue to operate and drag the home planet into deeper space until it is forever lost." Hearing this, Fang Cheng understood. The device used by the squirrels to protect themselves was a double-edged sword, which, while protecting them, could also put them in danger. This thing might be some super magical weapon used by millennia-old cultivators. Only such weapons could create these inconceivable effects. And since the Squirrel Man didn't know how to use these magical weapons, side effects resulting from their use were fairly normal. Growing interested in the matter, Fang Cheng looked at the 3 squirrels and said, "So, you want me to help you?" "No, we would like to ask for leave, but if you can help us repair the spaceship, that would be even better." Repairing the spaceship wasn't a problem, a reversal of time could restore the spaceship to its previous state. While using his divine sense to scan the Squirrel Man's spaceship, Fang Cheng found it quite interesting. Its inherent technological level was extremely high, yet many of the things inside were technologically inferior. As the squirrels had said, their tech tree was riddled with gaps, their technological system incomplete, and technological development could only be achieved through archaeology, which made their progress peculiarly deformed. Take the navigation system, for example. They could use conceptual navigation, but since they had no idea about it, they were forced to use robotic assistants to chart the stars, which meant they spent half their travel time on positioning. After completing his inspection, Fang Cheng found it amusing. The spaceship was like a gigantic magical weapon, with its photon furnace capable of continuously producing dark matter and then annihilating it, to obtain the necessary thrust for propulsion. The laser emitters were like a large thunder pool, used for attacking and cutting minerals. The force field generator was also quite fascinating. It acted like a huge formation, blocking as much external assault as possible. After studying for a while, Fang Cheng realized that these things could also be produced by a satellite factory, though the parts would be spirit grass, which might cause some issues with the final product. He set aside the previous failure of "I am the director," and a new idea emerged, making him feel like he had found a new direction for his path to enlightenment. However, whether to pursue this direction or not, he'd need to take a closer look. Having repaired the spaceship, Fang Cheng stepped on board and said to the 3 squirrels, "Let's go. Take me to see your home planet, I want to know what happened there." The 3, known as number 1, 2, and 3, were overjoyed to learn that Fang Cheng was taking the initiative to go. In their eyes, Fang Cheng was a far more formidable figure than the gods within the Heavenly Town network. With his intervention, the mere shadows were not a problem and would be wiped out with a backhanded blow. So, they didn't dare to delay and directly piloted the spaceship towards the nearest black hole from here. The force field shield opened at this moment. The dark matter newly formed within the black hole tried to attack the spaceship but felt the sacred and inviolable presence on board and immediately ceased all hostilities, retreating. However, Fang Cheng did not want to let them off so easily. He took out a pair of safety scissors inside the ship and snipped. Everything inside the black hole was cut into thin slices and then dissipated. The next moment, they finally crossed the black hole and arrived at the other end of the world. Chapter 217. The Heavenly Tao world in the shadow area is a considerably vast realm. Within a region sprawling hundreds of light years, a large number of stars and the planets orbiting them form an orderly and fascinating world. The Little Heavenly Way, which is a celestial network constructed collectively by the gods, enshrouds this area with its power, isolating the forces of the shadows from within. Beyond the overt celestial network, there are also numerous hidden networks here, some of which even extend into the shadows, indicating an inexplicable relationship between the Little Heavenly Way and the evil gods of the shadows. Guided to the designated location by 3 squirrels, Fang Cheng saw hundreds of spacecraft forming a massive spacecraft matrix. At predetermined positions, they unfolded force field shields, and the emerald-hued aura connected them, accumulating energy to create a zone in the shadows, linking to a planet ensnared by the shadows. Through this aurora force field, some scientific teams had already begun researching the situation of their home world, but the detailed reports were not yet out, and formal rescue operations had yet to begin. Upon detecting the deployment of the spacecraft matrix, Number 1 immediately flew up in their ship, and soon after, a voice came through the broadcast, "This is the Temporary Rescue Committee. I am the leader of the 17th team, Sir Bigtail. What is your code number?" "Glacial Squads numbers 1, 2, and 3. Voice print verification passed, welcome back." After confirming their identities, the person's voice softened, "Thank the network, I thought you had perished. It's surprising that you've survived. The survival rate through a black hole is less than 1 in 10,000, you're really lucky." "Yeah, somewhat. You must have had a tough time recently. Later, I'll send someone to deliver some pine cone powder for you to rest." "Hiss." Number 2 inhaled sharply, unsure whether to tell Sir Bigtail that they had been living quite comfortably. They even gained weight. Unlike the synthetic pine cones on their home world, they had been eating genuinely natural, large pine cones and drinking clear, sweet spring water. Each day, a dedicated medical team, Alpha, assisted in checking their physical and mental health. When bored, they could pick up a computer and engage in 24-hour intense banter with a group of players. The living area was extremely spacious, just a little coquettish behavior drew a crowd of players to watch. If they wanted to exercise, they could run freely across the mountains, if not, they just sat on a player's head to sightsee for free, and the player would even excitedly ask for help with taking screenshots. Especially number 3, the Demon King Squirrel, who spent its days eating and sleeping, had doubled its weight, and its belly fur was now flipping up and down like a sack when it walked. Sir Bigtail did not notice number 2's hesitation and continued, "Oh, I detected a fourth life form on your ship. Judging by its size, it's some kind of large beast. Is this something you found behind the black hole? The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruitnoelo." "That, sort of. You sound hesitant. Is there any special circumstance you haven't reported?" Okay, I understand." Sir Bigtail's questioning ceased there. The three squirrels' ship was drawn into the designated position by the pale green light, unfolding its force field shields, thus contributing to the rescue of their home world. Number 2 thought the crisis was over, but just minutes later, the ship's hatch was forcibly opened. Squirrel soldiers clad in power armor stormed in and, after landing, dragged the three squirrels to the rear. "Don't be scared, comrades." Sir Bigtail's voice came from inside a power armor suit, "We've received your distress signal, and we are here to rescue you. You've got it all wrong. Where is the villain who imprisoned you?" That tall, that tall, that tall." Sir Bigtail's voice seemed to get stuck like a broken tape, only able to repeat the same 3 words over and over. He gazed dumbfoundedly at Fang Cheng, who had been meditating until interrupted, his mind occupied by a strange emotion. In his eyes, there was nothing else but Fang Cheng. As an outstanding little squirrel, Sir Bigtail's powers of perception were even stronger than those of numbers 1, 2, and 3. Number 2 had previously sensed Fang Cheng's unfathomable essence in his presence that rivaled that of a star-level giant beast. Sir Bigtail immediately felt it as well. Moreover, he felt an incomparable desire, making him feel that offering everything he had to the being before him was supremely honorable and exalted. It wasn't just him, the accompanying guards couldn't help but half kneel down and cry out with devotion, "Oh, great gods! Please accept my sinful and humble soul, and let me find peace and redemption in your eternal God's kingdom." Watching the squirrels, tears streaming, Fang Cheng drew a circle, further restraining the aura of might within him to prevent the squirrels from perceiving it. Immortals naturally possess an imposing presence. If not properly constrained, it can produce various illusions to others, thereby deepening mortals' adoration of the immortals. An aura of sweet fragrance and a back-emitting radiance, these are the visions that mortals might see. To avoid disturbance, Fang Cheng usually kept his aura of might in check, but he had not expected the squirrels' perceptual abilities to be so exceptional that they still noticed it. Once Fang Cheng reigned in his presence, the kneeling soldiers finally realized the mistake, and Sir Bigtail hurriedly stood up. Chapter 218. Although the feeling from before had dissipated, the longing and yearning still flowed in his heart, making Sir Bigtail both wary and filled with a good impression of Fang Cheng. However, as a recognized noble, he relied on his strong will to shake off this influence and turned to look in other directions, asking, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be an outer god, right?" In the world within the Heavenly Town network, every life form is a battery of faith for the gods, almost all of whom are aware of the existence of gods and can adeptly differentiate between gods, evil gods, and outer gods. Gods are the builders and users of the Heavenly Town network, whereas evil gods are gods devoured by the shadows, directly transformed into a part of the shadows. Outer gods, on the other hand, are gods who have wandered here from beyond the shadow area. Some of them eventually join the Heavenly Town network and become part of the gods here, others attempt to destroy this place, eventually sparking a war among the gods. Therefore, the purpose of an outer god is crucial, and every outer god who manages to travel through the shadows to this place and is not corrupted into an evil god possesses tremendous power. The gods within the Heavenly Town network may not fear outer gods, after all, many among them were once outer gods. But not the Squirrel tribe. Their homeworld had fallen deep into the shadows. If a divine war were to break out, they would be the first cannon fodder, and in the end, only 1 or 2 squirrels might be left as genetic prototypes, preserved in the genetic museum at the center of the Heavenly Town network, but they may never see the light of day again. As Sir Bigtail anxiously awaited the outcome, number 2 leaned in and whispered, "Don't be nervous, my boss isn't an outer god. Or rather, don't insult my boss by calling him an outer god. You've started worshipping an outer god." Sir Bigtail exclaimed in shock, as the gun barrel swiveled to point at number 2, "I'll blast you to smithereens, you cat-mothered thing. Calm down. And as a noble, don't curse so filthy without cause." As the standoff began, Fang Cheng cast Immortal spell on the 3 squirrels to protect them, then stepped out of the spaceship and walked to the edge of the ship's array. The Squirrel tribe's home world, Songta Planet, is a planet similar in size to Earth. Because of a recent minor collapse in the Heavenly Town network, Songta Planet was directly exposed to the shadows and devoured by them. However, the moment the collapse of the Heavenly Town network was detected, the king quickly activated ancient technology, exiling the entire planet. Although it seemed to remain in its original position, its planetary surface was now covered with countless spatial folds, each fold potentially encompassing hundreds of light-years of distance, separating it from the shadows through spatial folding. Beyond that, the whole planet was fragmented by folds, making the home world appear to be in its original location, but in reality, it had been stretched into an almost two-dimensional existence. This device had to be switched off manually, and upon closure, a mission was required to venture inside to rescue the trapped king and other members of the Squirrel tribe. After studying the folds for a while, Fang Cheng realized that this was purely a feat of technology, but it already had nearly the effect of Immortal spell. Highly developed technology seemed akin to Immortal spell, and this further deepened Fang Cheng's judgment that Immortal spell and science were 2 sides of the same coin. Having made his judgment, he first returned to his apartment to pour himself a cup of spiritual tea. After drinking it, he meditated for an hour to rest, and then returned to the ship's cabin. By then, Sir Bigtail and number 2 were almost done arguing. One thought the other had become a lackey for an outer god, the other thought the old-timer was too stubborn and only fit for retirement. The 2 old squirrels were just short of coming to blows, but due to certain considerations, neither made a move. When Fang Cheng returned, the 2 squirrels had finally argued themselves out and were sitting on the ground, gasping for air. Sipping spiritual tea on the side, Fang Cheng asked, "Who has command of the rescue committee?" "Temporarily, it's me," Sir Bigtail answered instinctively. But immediately after, he covered his mouth and said seriously, "But I won't yield. I will try my best to adhere to my own will and wishes, and never do anything that goes against my conscience." "You?" Number 2 leaped up, about to engage in another 300-round debate for his boss, but saw Fang Cheng gesture for him to sit down. After pacifying number 2, Fang Cheng said to Sir Bigtail, "Here's the thing, rescuing your home world is not difficult. I have a fast solution and a somewhat slower solution." Although he was still full of caution against Fang Cheng, the desire to rescue his home world ultimately prevailed. Furthermore, Sir Bigtail, who was well versed in game theory, knew there were actually just 2 possibilities: either Fang Cheng had hostile intentions, or he did not. If there were hostile intentions, then the divine battle would ultimately be unavoidable, and the squirrels would end up as cannon fodder. Eventually a pair of them would be sent to the genetic museum, becoming the final genetic samples. Without hostile intentions, they simply had to obey Fang Cheng's words obediently, and maybe, Just maybe, by mixing into the Heavenly Town network, the squirrel tribe might even receive a blessing from the gods, securing a divine presence in their favor. Therefore, Sir Bigtail realized the best option was to cooperate with Fang Cheng obediently. Thus, it didn't care whether Fang Cheng was an outer god or not, and instead turned to the side and asked, "What's the quickest plan? I'll take action personally and retrieve your people, which might take about tens of seconds. However, there will be a small price to pay." On hearing that the problem could be resolved in mere seconds, Sir Bigtail was overjoyed but still asked sensibly, "What's the price? An immortal's intervention doesn't come without consequences. I personally don't mind, but you might be affected by these consequences, possibly resulting in several hundred years of bad luck. But at least your home world would be returned." How bad can this bad luck get? Asteroid impacts once a year, the onset of an ice age arriving sooner, increased activity of solar spots causing intense electromagnetic disturbances, and about a tenfold increase in the mutation probability of unidentified viruses. With every issue Fang Cheng mentioned, Sir Bigtail shuddered. It had thought the price might involve becoming a follower or lackey to Fang Cheng but now realized its thoughts had been somewhat naive. These days, it seemed not even dogs were wanted, in fact, they might even be considered a nuisance. Swallowing hard, Sir Bigtail asked, "What are the other options? I can send a group in. They are not afraid of death, and their skills are extraordinary. They will rescue your companions safely and might even push back the shadows a bit." "Really? Is that possible?" Wait a moment, let me deal with the shadows first. This part is compensation for my employees, so you don't need to worry about the consequences." Fang Cheng pulled out safety scissors and cut around Songta planet, and an incredible scene unfolded before Sir Bigtail. All of the shadows surrounding Songta planet disappeared in an instant. Even without the protection of the Heavenly Town network, the shadows still couldn't penetrate this area. However, the shadows that had entered the spatial folds still existed. These shadows had fused with the folds, making them very difficult to clear. Seeing Fang Cheng easily dispel the surrounding shadows, Sir Bigtail was dumbfounded. The shadows were a major concern for the gods, the biggest obstacle keeping them from leaving this place, and most hoped to depart quickly, escaping this cursed world, but they nearly always failed. Yet, Sir Bigtail had not expected the outer god before it to be so powerful, capable of breaking through the shadows with ease. This display of power made it feel that being Fang Cheng's dog would be a stroke of happiness. Unfortunately, it seemed that Fang Cheng didn't seem interested in that. To prevent the shadows from further corroding Songta planet, Fang Cheng pocketed these particular shadows and then began arranging things around the planet. This time, he needed gamers to help rescue the squirrels, clear the shadows, and search for instruments. It all seemed quite dangerous and potentially dull, not really something that could be used to prove one's path to divinity. Therefore, Fang Cheng abandoned the idea of using this game to confirm his path and was content as long as it wasn't too boring. After applying the techniques he had learned around the folds of Songta planet, Fang Cheng finished and reviewed his work, then frowned. Indeed. No matter how one looked at it, this game was just too dull. Chapter 219. The goal of this game is to have players help find instruments and rescue the squirrels, so as not to let the squirrels accrue too much karma. Sir Bigtail hopes to find the instruments within 5 years and rescue the people within them, so Fang Cheng did his best to make the process more attractive and easier for players to get involved. To make the game more interesting, he and the squirrels requested various schematics of ships and then created different types of ships, thus giving players a stronger motivation to search the folds, rescue squirrels, and earn rewards to purchase ships. To combat the shadows, he equipped the crafted ships with a variety of weapon systems and provided numerous upgrade paths. To prevent players from being unclear about their objectives and also to lower difficulty, he deliberately introduced alpha auxiliary robots, making the game not too tough. Despite having done a lot, he still felt it was too boring. The whole process simply involved flying forward, setting the direction to automatically proceed as indicated by alpha, locking on and firing at enemies upon sight, maneuvering the ship to avoid shadows and various obstacles, and then finding other squirrels and returning. Actually, it would be enough to just see the squirrels. Immortal spells cast by Fang Cheng on the ships would automatically protect the other squirrels, but having them at the player's side created a greater sense of immersion. Along the way, one might encounter various monsters extended from the shadows, and due to the devouring nature of the shadows, the more you eliminate, the higher the probability of being targeted by a large shadow, inevitably leading to failure in the end. There's hardly any plot, the only goals are to save people and search for instruments. The sole gameplay is steering ships to evade attacks by the shadows, which is utterly dull. Allowing number 1 to try it out, Cheng saw it blow up and perish after a few minutes. Itself protected by Cheng's immortal spells, it could survive the explosion and return to the ship. When it comes to players, it doesn't matter, just discard them and resurrect at the spirit gathering array. And almost instantly, the ship would appear outside, regenerated by the spirit gathering array as well. Besides a negligible amount of mana, there was no loss, but number 1, the snow squirrel, still clasped its shoulders, trembling as it said, "That was terrifying. As soon as I got on, I immediately remembered being chased by the shadows. Is this thing even a game?" Number 2 and number 3 looked at the ship with lingering fear. Do humans really like this thing? I feel it's like an instrument of torture. Agree, nodded Sir Bigtail vigorously. Every time I have to pilot the ship, I'm filled with fear and have to listen to music to ease it. Me too. Same here, I have to have the standard music or I won't dare to pilot the ship. The quality of the speakers is directly proportional to the piloting skills. Out of curiosity, Cheng had number 1 play the music and discovered that it was specifically composed by the squirrels to alleviate the tension and fear of the pilots. The music was magnificent but carried a hint of sorrow. The various instruments blended softly together, creating marvelous chords that made the whole piece heart-stirring and uplifting. After listening for a while, Cheng realized that the piece actually resonated with the heavenly Tao and couldn't help but curiously ask, who composed this piece? A legendary musician among us squirrels, who is also a genius ship pilot. It spent 3 years continuously researching and finally found this piece that can alleviate the pilot's fear to the greatest extent. Is that so? Then, can I use it as the background music for the game? Of course, it's royalty-free, and if it's you, boss, you can use it however you want. Incorporating the music into the game, Cheng felt it became slightly more interesting. But still boring. With the game in hand, he returned to the studio and realized he had somehow spent another weekend on it. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten about work this time, and he continued to contemplate his game from his own spot, becoming more and more entangled. The alias Living Immortal was no longer usable, as many players had guessed that Cheng was the Living Immortal, and like a group of mindless fans, began speculating on the profound meaning behind Cheng's actions. Some said Cheng was just playing around, others thought it was because some games couldn't pass the review, but the most widespread belief was that he was making a big move for the next step, using free games to draw traffic to his game and ultimately create his own gaming information platform. According to their understanding of Cheng, this platform wouldn't need to introduce ads, have no capital involvement, and would be managed by highly dedicated patrollers, with the website impeccably constructed. Every detail was perfect, and the scalability of the entire site was surprisingly good. To say that Cheng did this unintentionally was an absolute impossibility. This showed that Cheng not only made good games but also had great ambition. He was not just here to make games better but even to standardize the gaming information market. Since he couldn't use the alias Living Immortal anymore, and he didn't want to release such a boring game, he wondered if there was anyone willing to come to him with an opportunity to help him promote the game. Seeing Cheng frown, Wang Xiaoying's eyes lit up instead. The boss is up to something. The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruit Noelo. Excitedly poking the monkey sitting opposite her, Wang Xiaoying said softly, "Look at the boss." Chapter 220. Monkey glanced at Cheng, excitement bubbling up in him as well. The boss is up to something. Anytime Cheng furrowed his brow, good things were bound to happen. Sooner or later, a game that was both well received and a hit at the box office would emerge, plunging players into a new frenzy of excitement. But after waiting all morning, the planners didn't see Cheng toss out a new game. Instead, during lunchtime, Su Qingling received a phone call, had a whispered conversation with Cheng, and both left the studio for a meal. Realizing there wasn't a new game this time, the four of them were greatly disappointed, idly eating their food while debating whether there was a new game in the making or if the boss was preparing to pull off a big move with an existing one. If it was the latter, which one would it be? Meanwhile, Cheng and Su Qingling exited the building and saw their old acquaintance, Gao Tianyun, on the first floor. With a worried frown, Gao Tianyun directed them, "This way, both of you." They went to a relatively secluded Chinese restaurant where, after inquiring about any dietary restrictions, Gao Tianyun chose a famously good set meal. During the break before the meal, he briefly explained where the investment he received from Fang Cheng Studio had gone. Not long after receiving the investment, Gao Tianyun's research institute made a small breakthrough in the VR field. This minor breakthrough involved combinations of screen colors and the center of gravity, which could effectively reduce players' 3D motion sickness and other discomfort, significantly lessening the discomfort from VR driving experiences like cars and planes, and thus enhancing immersion and realism. Excited by this, Gao Tianyun invested in setting up a production line, only then to discover a rather sad issue. He had the equipment, but not the games. While there were some minor games on the market that could adapt, using them on the VR flight simulator was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, totally unnecessary. Some flight simulation games could be used, but these games were known for their realistic simulation, where making the plane take off involved repeatedly pressing keys on the keyboard, then hitting the caps lock, followed by keys with shift, and one more round with control. If he wanted his VR flight simulator to run these games, he'd need the developers to adapt them again, which they clearly didn't want to do. After 3 days of searching with no success, Gao Tianyun had no other choice but to turn to Fang Cheng. "Brother Fang Cheng, you're my only hope," Gao Tianyun said with eyes brimming with tears. "Considering you're a shareholder, please lend a brother a hand. Money isn't a problem, a guaranteed share plus bonus, I definitely won't let you down." Noticing Fang Cheng's hesitation, Gao Tianyun immediately sensed that Fang Cheng had a powerful tool at hand and excitedly asked, "Mr. Fang, I'm not sure if this game is any fun, but we could give it a try," Fang Cheng responded. "Could your games possibly be not fun?" Gao Tianyun exclaimed. Deciding to use Fang Cheng's new game as an escort for the launch brought up another issue: how to release it. This VR flight simulator would require special peripherals, which increased its cost and made its market position awkward. Those who already owned VR all-in-one units wouldn't consider buying this device, and those without one wouldn't particularly want a VR flight simulator that could only play one game. Just when Gao Tianyun was once again at a loss, Su Qingling, seated next to Fang Cheng, pondered for a moment before asking, "May I take a look at the finished product model?" "Sure." Pulling out his phone, Gao Tianyun showed the finished product model to Fang Cheng and Su Qingling. The VR flight simulator looked a bit unfashionable, with players needing to sit in a cockpit-like device, appearing somewhat silly wearing gloves and a helmet. The gaming process included turbulence and various sounds, which made the machine seem noisy, and that was likely to impact its sales. After a look, Su Qingling frowned and said, "Boss Gao, this won't do." "What's wrong with it?" Gao Tianyun asked, puzzled. "You haven't taken care of privacy. Nowadays, young people like to do things on their own, such as watching movies, singing karaoke, or bowling alone. If you make them play like this, it's like a public execution. They can buy one for home use. This isn't like your VR all-in-one unit. It's too big and not cost-effective. This device is best suited for the small plazas in shopping malls. It doesn't take up much space, it's not far from home, and they can play around when they have some free time. If it's good, it can even drive traffic to the mall, and the mall managers won't hate it." Opening up the photos drawing function, Su Qingling sketched a few strokes on the image and continued, "You've got to ensure privacy. Ideally set up separate little areas to block everything off, have good sound insulation, don't let players outside feel embarrassed. Also, the sterilization process must be thorough, no one wants to sit on a warm seat." Su Qingling might not be sure about whether a game was enjoyable, but she understood people's psychology. They love to play, and they care about their image. Give them a space full of privacy, and they will have a blast. After hearing Su Qingling's explanation, Gao Tianyun found it enlightening, yet he was still somewhat uncertain, will this really work? "Give it a try, start with one unit in a nearby mall to test the waters. You just need one to gauge the market's reception, have someone keep an eye on it, and keep track of the data," Su Qingling suggested. Chapter 221. After listening to Su Qingling's suggestion, Gao Tianyun finally made up his mind. "Let's do this." He immediately stood up to apologize, then left to settle the bill, and as soon as he returned to his own company, he made a call to implement Su Qingling's suggestions. The next day, he delivered a modified VR flight simulator to the first floor of the shopping mall. The new game Squirrel Spaceship by Fang Cheng was already installed in it. According to Su Qingling's advice, the player's privacy was very well protected within the simulator, so that players could make as much noise as they wanted without any issues. The charge for the game was 2 yuan per play, with 3 lives to use after purchase. After their first purchase, players could register an account, and all their information would be recorded within this account, allowing their progress to be saved and accessed online on other VR flight simulators as well. When Gao Tianyun, who personally promoted the VR flight simulator, brought this machine to the shopping mall, the person in charge there didn't seem very keen on keeping it. Staring at the somewhat bulky VR flight simulator, he said with difficulty, "It's quite big, and there may not be many people interested in playing it. It might be a waste for you to bring it here, better not spend the money in vain. We'll split the revenue, 30% for us, 70% for you," Gao Tianyun immediately said. Since the machine was brought for a trial run, a higher revenue share wasn't a problem. The person in charge gave a wry smile. If no one plays, a high revenue share is still useless. 800 yuan a day, including electricity, revenue share calculated separately. We'll rent for a month, and if it's less than a month, it will be treated as a month. The person in charge quickly calculated the revenue in his head and found the deal to be good. Part of this money would go to the shopping mall and part would be his bonus. He could easily earn extra without being responsible for anything, there was no reason to reject such a deal. Therefore, he agreed to Gao Tianyun's proposal, and the machine stayed. Relieved, Gao Tianyun returned to the company, planning to rest for a while before checking on the results. But he was so tired from running around all day that as soon as he touched his chair, he fell asleep with his face on the desk. When he woke up, he saw that 4 hours had passed, and it was already 5 in the afternoon. As he wiped away the drool, he found his phone was burning hot. A stranger had called him more than 20 times, which left him slightly unsettled. With confusion, he called back, and in less than a second, the other party picked up and said eagerly, "You finally answered your phone. What's the matter, is the machine broken?" Gao Tianyun also asked nervously. "No, the machine is fine, it's just. Do you have any spare machines over there?" "Yes." Confused and with another machine in tow, Gao Tianyun finally understood why the other party was so anxious when he arrived at the mall. It was early spring, and the temperature was still low, but customers were lined up in a long queue, hands tucked in and necks shrunken, eagerly waiting in front of their company's VR flight simulator. As soon as a game ended inside, someone immediately went in to chase the previous player away and then themselves hurriedly settled into the seat. Seeing this scene, Gao Tianyun was stunned. In a daze, he seemed to return to last year's Mo City Game Expo, where the same group of people was queuing to play Doctor, just like they were now. Both times with new machines, both times with Fang Cheng's games, the similar scenes made him smile involuntarily, further strengthening his determination to join hands with Fang Cheng and build the virtual reality world. Then, he immediately took out his phone and called the production line manager, "Hurry, a big deal is coming." Chapter 222. "Chu Yu, come quick, we've found something fun." At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chu Yu, who was still working overtime in the studio, picked up the phone and heard Alan's broken Mandarin from the other side. Alan was the leader of the Gauls on this trip and also a quite charismatic Gaul. He was tall, with long golden hair, and he had an air of decadence typical of artists, which made him very eye-catching on the street. He himself was involved in game dubbing and music, and could hum a tune at will, making him even more attractive. After being pushed by Zhongping to collaborate with the Gauls, Chu Yu initially thought he was being spiteful, but later realized that the other party was actually helping him. The Gauls, though arrogant, had some discernment. After being schooled by Who is the Champion, they quickly prepared to learn this entertaining competition model and apply it to Magic Dynasty. Although they might not have the local advantage of Who is the Champion, they could still produce a fine Gaul-themed version, and since fantasy themes have a market in Europe, they should be able to grab a slice of the pie. Under these circumstances, joining this international project team became a golden opportunity for Chu Yu, and after it ended, it would be even more convenient for him to become the lead strategist. But these Gauls, they were really annoying. Their understanding of the domestic situation seemed to have stayed in the 1980s, worrying every day whether they would be robbed when they went out, occasionally boasting about the abundant natural resources in Gaul, claiming everything there was more plentiful than in Rong City. To this, Chu Yu thought, "I can't indulge your bad habits. I'm a meddlesome master, specializing in mucking things up." When one of the group members proudly stated that Gaul had more electric cars, Chu Yu snorted coldly and then said in the French he had just learned, "True, we can't compare to your Gaulish capital, with so many uncles of the darker complexion, it's strikingly diverse, fewer strikes than you," highlighting the fragrance of freedom, the subway isn't as vintage as yours, where the smell of urine has seeped into every nook and cranny, robberies aren't as frequent, ensuring everyone has the opportunity for employment and wealth redistribution. Vive la France! With his highly offensive remarks, Chu Yu directly broke through Alan and the others' defenses, leaving the interpreter beside them speechless and secretly giving Chu Yu a thumbs up. Chu Yu had already braced himself to be kicked out, but to his surprise, in the following days, Alan and his team became particularly cooperative. They stopped being haughty and began to seriously discuss with Chu Yu, and even started to venture outdoors. After discovering that they could go out for a stroll at 11 or 12 at night and even enjoy barbecue, they admitted that this place was indeed great. Some members even took a liking to watermelons. Their favorite thing to do every day was to buy a big watermelon and a bottle of baijiu, then each take half, scoop a big spoonful from the middle, toast each other, pour the baijiu into the center of the watermelon, stick it in the fridge, and enjoy a feast at night. Every day brought new discoveries and new joys for them. Now accustomed to these galls, Chu Yu, after receiving Alan's call, typed on his keyboard while activating the speakerphone and asked, "What did you guys find? Did you discover that Alipay can do facial payments?" "It can? I mean, I knew that already, but that's not what we found. There's a new arcade game here, super fun. Come down quick." Then, Chu Yu heard Alan whisper, "Alipay can do facial payments, we should try it at the store next time." With a sigh, Chu Yu saved the document, then got ready to go downstairs to see what they had discovered. Following Alan and the others' instructions, he arrived at the square downstairs, only to be shocked by the queue of people there. So many people! Did some celebrity or goddess come? But a goddess in this weather, that would be a real goddess. He walked past the crowd and saw at the end of the line 10 machines covered up. Hanging outside the machines were screens cycling through gameplay display scenes. After watching for a bit, Chu Yu was unable to move away. He stared wide-eyed at the screen, his mind filled with one thought, holy crap! What's the most important thing about a flight simulator game? Realism. As long as it's realistic enough, people would play it even if the gameplay was terrible. But on the screen, it was clearly not an ordinary flight game but an interstellar flight shooting game. The game had a cool and futuristic look, with the pilot navigating through the vast star sea, intermittently encountering various mist and shrouded monsters which then just needed to be blasted away. The monsters also looked incredibly realistic, and as the flight distance increased, the monsters' size grew bigger and some of them even appeared as giant humanoid figures constructed from machine debris, giving the monsters an imposing aura and an extraordinary divinity. Even so, the sense of realism conveyed by the game remained. Just watching the screen gave a feeling of confronting immense beings, and the sensation of defeating them was even more intense. After staring blankly for a while, it was only when someone patted his shoulder that Chu Yu snapped out of it. Turning around, he saw the blonde youth Alan standing behind him, looking at him mockingly. "Chu Yu, to think even you would be surprised one day. I thought you Han people were used to stuff like this." Chapter 223. These things really aren't common, are they? Chu Yu remarked, "What is this, a movie promotion? Which companies?" "No, a game. We've already played around, and we think this company is definitely one of the rare gaming companies on the market. We are planning to investigate its origins, and with your participation, we will have a greater advantage against Fang Cheng Studio." Chu Yu watched the screen for a while, then sighed helplessly, "No need to wonder, that's a Fang Cheng Studio production. How is that possible, how do you know? No one else has the technology but them." "But... however..." After some hesitation, Alan sighed helplessly, "You're right. We've had our suspicions, but we didn't want to believe it. Especially since..." "Forget it, wait until you listen to the game's music later, you'll understand." Pointing to the front of the queue, Alan continued, "I've held a spot for you, go ahead and keep your place, I'll go back to the end of the line." "Thanks. No problem." Standing with a few other Gauls, Chu Yu knew they had already played around, their faces animated with excitement as they gestured wildly and chattered in French. Chu Yu only knew the French he'd heard before, and at this moment it sounded like an utterly foreign language. Especially since these Gauls really liked pulling Chu Yu into their discussions, key point being, he couldn't understand a word. As he neared the end of the line, Chu Yu noticed that each machine now had a notice posted outside. 1 person per turn, each turn 2 yuan, crossed out, 5 yuan, crossed out, 10 yuan. Do not rub the squirrel, citizen, nor deliberately stick to them. If killed by a squirrel citizen, your death count will be deducted. Seeing this notice, Chu Yu was curious about what someone must have done to the squirrel citizen earlier. Finally, it was his turn, and Chu Yu discovered that the setup was actually the latest VR flight simulator. Seeing this thing, he felt a bit disappointed. VR flight simulators weren't too novel, essentially they were just VR headsets, tactile gloves, and motion sensors combined to create the VR experience. But he got a bit dizzy with this stuff. After playing a few times before, he would be dizzy for hours, which really interfered with rest and work. But now that he'd finally got his turn, and Alan had even held the spot for him, he had no choice but to bravely enter the VR flight simulator and put on the equipment as instructed. The device's soundproofing was excellent, the seat was fitted with a disposable paper mat, and there was also alcohol disinfection, ensuring it was fine even for someone with a bit of germophobia. After getting all set, the game officially began after a countdown. Consciousness signal detected. Newcomer's presence detected. Hello, newcomer, may I know your name? After thinking about it, Chu Yu gave his name, Chu Yu. Please set your password. After setting the password, another question surfaced on the screen. Registered as a pilot, your exclusive aircraft has been configured. Welcome to the world of squirrel citizens, please enter the game. The next moment, Chu Yu found himself seated in a spaceship, with a squirrel with a particularly fluffy tail standing outside his cockpit, stammering, It's a pleasure to serve you, Mr. Chu Yu. I am your maintenance officer, responsible for fitting your ship with various equipment and parts. The squirrel was a typical snow squirrel, with very shiny fur that could really make one want to touch it. Looking closely at the squirrel, Chu Yu noticed that its modeling was indeed impressive. Upon close observation, one could even make out the shape of the fur, almost like black tech. Turning his head, he began to study his own cockpit. The interior of the cockpit was equally futuristic, with a sleek and natural design, and its simple operating system made Chu Yu curious about what would happen next. Sure enough, he soon heard a familiar voice. Mr. Chu Yu, may I introduce the game to you? Turning his head, Chu Yu saw a device, looking much like a camera, hovering in mid-air, floating beside him. This voice was exactly like the alpha robots from Towards Death and Life, making it clear that this indeed was a Fang Cheng studio masterpiece. Shaking his head with a smile, Chu Yu said, No need, let's just get started. Okay, safety belts and other devices are detected to be running normally, we're starting now. The sky above suddenly opened up, revealing the endless galaxy outside. Looking at it, Chu Yu saw stars as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, saw ships linked into a matrix, saw the squirrel mother star in front of him, and the boundless darkness behind the mother star. The vastness of the universe rushed towards him, making him acutely aware of the immensity of the cosmos and his own insignificance. In that moment, everything else in the world lost its meaning, and his consciousness was filled only with the sky and the stars, nothing else mattered. He didn't know what the first thought of an astronaut stepping into space was when they saw the sky, but he felt that it must be the same as his own, a heart full of emotion to be committing to the universe. Then, with a strong thrust on his back, the spaceship suddenly ascended, charging towards the mother star in front of him. The planet in front of him enlarged rapidly, its large and ethereal form within the mist overwhelming him instantly, making him forget that he was in a game. Although they kept flying towards the planet, the distance seemingly did not close, and soon the ship started to adjust its angle to fly. Alpha naturally controlled all these actions. Mr. Chu Yu, the target has been corrected, and we will switch to partial manual control. Don't worry, I'll give you a warning in advance. Suddenly, black fog appeared, and bizarre monsters emerged from it, then lunged at Chu Yu's ship. Firing frantically, he could feel the slight feedback, although laser weapons had a light touch, the lasers they fired were deadly, annihilating monsters upon contact. But what Chu Yu liked the most were the missile weapons. Every time he encountered a large monster, he had to launch a missile, and these weapons had an unparalleled explosive effect and tactile feedback. At these moments, he felt as if he were truly launching a powerful missile. Weaving through the dense barrage, he focused intently, his eyes fixed on the screen in front of him. The 3D effects provided by the VR flight simulator immersed him in the joy of annihilating monsters. However, after all, he was piloting an initial ship with less than stellar performance, which soon lost him the advantage, and the barbaric monster conjured from the black fog opened its mouth wide and completely devoured his ship. The ship was torn to pieces in the creature's mouth, its steel deck turned into thin strips, and flames began to burn fiercely, letting him almost feel that terrifying temperature. Mr. Qiuyu, our mission has failed. This time you didn't rescue the squirrel citizen, but you still did an outstanding job exploring part of the area and earned some points as a reward. Would you like to self-detonate? Do I have any other choices? No. Then why do you ask? It makes me seem more polite, and besides, self-detonating to destroy an enemy can also increase your points. Qiuyu felt that this alpha was a bit talkative, but its suggestion was good. He chose to self-detonate, and Qiuyu saw a bright light before his eyes, as he was blown into pieces and dispersed into the cosmos. When he opened his eyes again, he was back at the dock. His repairman stared at him with wide eyes, as if seeing a ghost. Outer God! What did you say? Qiuyu asked, puzzled. Nothing, I just wanted to ask how you felt. Pretty good, I want to go again. Right, points can be used to upgrade weapons or buy new ships, correct? Yes. Do you have any recommendations? Escape pods are popular, but you shouldn't need them, I feel. Strengthen my self-detonating bomb. The repairman looked at Qiuyu with fear, are you sure about self-detonating? Certain. Outer God. Filled with fear, the repairman upgraded Qiuyu's self-detonating bomb. Once it was confirmed that the installation was complete, Qiuyu opened the ceiling again and flew back into the endless universe. Chapter 224. After dying for the second time, Qiuyu's spaceship self-destructed again, with an enhanced destructiveness that obliterated everything in the vicinity. Before he was sent back to the hangar, he saw on a scanner similar to a minimap that nearly all the red dots symbolizing monsters had been wiped out by the aftermath. A variety of monsters were blasted to pieces, ensuring he took a host of them to the grave with him. The death of these monsters brought a great number of points, allowing him to choose a more powerful body and to upgrade to better weapons. In the hangar, a technician gazed at the revived Qiuyu, and after carefully checking the points, widened his eyes and asked, how did you manage that? Was the explosion really so powerful? Haven't you ever self-destructed before? We've self-destructed, but nobody ever came back, nor was there any record to tell us the final effect of the self-explosion. The snowfield hamster technician sighed, and said darkly, our home planet encountered a similar situation before. Songta planet is one of the most neglected areas within the Heavenly Town network. After all, we squirrel people are weak and our technology is severely outdated, with little to no value. To retake our home world, we lost half of our pilots. Why are you looking at me like that? Staring at the complaining technician, Qiuyu said in surprise, no, I'm just astonished that this game actually has a storyline. A game? Hey. The technician, having received some training, knew that these special squirrel people were envoys of an outer god, with a thought process different from ordinary squirrels. They have the ability to resurrect indefinitely and treated each death as if it was part of a game, so there was no need to worry about their safety or psychological state, and the task at hand was simply to support them with all might. This particular outer god had even provided them with a service manual. The manual was not lengthy, but it detailed how to deal with these envoys and how to keep them content. However, even just casually dealing with them was fine, as these envoys seemed to have no other desires beyond piloting spaceships. Aside from the few squirrel people who always tried to trick the technicians into cuddles, these envoys were actually quite agreeable. The spaceships and their weapons were products manufactured by that outer god. Although they looked exactly the same as those of the squirrels, their intrinsic nature was completely different. Sir Bigtail had conducted experiments and discovered that these spaceships seemed to be restricted by some sort of incredibly strange power, which gave them ridiculously powerful capabilities. Supported by this force known as mana, these spaceships appeared to be able to recover indefinitely, though the principle behind this was unclear. While it's common for outer gods to symbolize the incomprehensible, in the technician's view, this particular outer god's power was so immense it was hard to fathom, seemingly on par with the main god within the network. If only this outer god could protect them. Quickly discarding this impractical thought, the technician felt the idea was far from realistic. The world was home to many intelligent species, but very few gods, affording the latter significant choice. A benevolent outer god had better options, with numerous races within the Heavenly Town network eager to serve, far beyond the squirrel people's standing. It was unrealistic to harbor such hopes. The mere fact that the outer god was willing to help save their home planet was enough for them to be endlessly grateful. Shaking his head to clear it, the squirrel came back to his senses and displayed the available bodies in the game. Each body had its attributes, some emphasized speed, others defense, and even a colossal interstellar fortress was included among them, the so-called hexagonal warrior, whose speed and endurance were outrageously high. But this thing was expensive and complicated to operate. It required multiple squirrel drivers to assist and pilot together to ensure it could launch. Unfortunately, the squirrel drivers had to be rescued by the player in the game, and once rescued, the pilots had to agree to come aboard the ship. Even more infuriating, this game didn't support microtransactions, otherwise Chu would certainly have spent money to buy a 648 package and fill the ship with crew members right now. For the first time in his life, Chu actually found himself wishing the game had a microtransaction button. Looking at the 3D model of the interstellar fortress before him, Chu had only one thought. That was cool. The colossal interstellar fortress was comparable to a small satellite. With this contraption, he supposed he could blast through the region before him. Its trendy and futuristic design was every boy's dream, one that lingered even into adulthood. Knowing he couldn't afford or use such a thing, Chu reluctantly averted his gaze, switched his body, and upgraded his weapons. Having talked, he bid his technician farewell and then closed his eyes, quietly savoring the sensation of thrust at his back. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself amidst the stars. Although it was his third entry into this starry expanse, he remained intoxicated by its vastness and infinity, and was moved by its magnificence. After quietly enjoying it for a while, the game's BGM began to play. Chu didn't know which master had composed this BGM, but from the first time he heard this music, he knew it was tailored specifically for this game. This symphony had no lyrics, just pure music. Its simple melody carried a mix of tragic and passionate air, making Chu feel as if he had truly become an astronaut on a mission to save his kin in the desolate cosmos. It was a journey from which there was no return, yet he relished every moment. Chapter 225. Humming along with the background music for a while, Chu saw darkness coalesce in front of him. The shrill alarm sounded, resonating with the majestic background music, and propelled Chu immediately into combat mode. Dark silhouettes of machinery emerged from the mist. They looked like the mechs known to Chu, but he understood that these were the enemies he had to face. Without any need for communication, he pulled the trigger, sending a dense barrage of fire forward, frantically tearing apart everything before him. The enhanced firepower was wild and blazing, shattering the mechs one by one. "Come on, my lovelies!" Amidst the fireworks filling the sky, Chu laughed heartily as he piloted his own spaceship, charging crazily towards the shadow mechs ahead. This time, he intended to slaughter his way through the whole world, completing the game in one life. 6 minutes later. The self-destruct power still isn't enough. In the end, it couldn't even take out that boss. Having exhausted his third chance at life, Chu crawled out of the VR flight simulator, muttering to himself as he walked to the end of the line. However, I should upgrade my flying speed a bit, or add a taunt chip to directly draw the monsters in and then bang, 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 self-destruct. That way, I could rack up quite a few points in the early stages and upgrade from there. It's a shame to wait in line for so long only to self-destruct right away. Why must they limit the number of lives instead of the time? Standing at the end of the line, Chu considered his combination strategies while thinking about how to increase his point earnings in each round next time. After that, he took out his phone to search online for information about Squirrel Spaceship. Unfortunately, the game had been released too recently and seemed to be exclusive to VR flight simulators, so people elsewhere couldn't play it. In one of the few forum threads, one seemed to be from the person who had first discovered the VR flight simulator. They had been live broadcasting on the forum since 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Now it seemed to continue, and they kept posting updates. Since there was nothing to do while waiting in line, Chu decided to check out the posts. "Guys, I found a weird gaming machine. It's $2 a go, not too expensive, and the display outside looks decent." After he posted a photo of the gaming machine's exterior, a slew of mockery followed. "I've heard of movie pre-launch hype, game pre-launch hype, but never April Fool's pre-launch hype. You're starting near scams early, hey? If I don't see you in the circus, I'm not going. Gotham City wouldn't be complete without you, Batman would die of loneliness. Poker without you is an incomplete deck. Buddy, deceive yourself all you want, but deceiving the dads here isn't right. Though I must say, your Photoshop skills aren't bad, managing to create a pretty realistic game screenshot. What's the original name of the game? I'll look it up online. Original poster, believe it or not, I'll show you guys the setup inside. It's a VR flight simulator, looks like it's about flying planes. Original poster, asked the person in charge, and it is about flying planes. With the help of the person in charge, I geared up and got ready to start. Original poster, another go. Original poster, another go. Original poster, can't do it anymore, but I want another go. Original poster, can't go again, there are people lining up now, but there aren't many, I should be able to have another go shortly. This thing. I didn't do well in Chinese, but anyway it's just like a stampeding bull. Original poster, that screen, that feel, the thrust when accelerating is truly amazing, the compatibility of flight simulation with VR is just too good, you guys who haven't played really don't know what it feels like. Original poster, especially the music, no exaggeration, truly the best game music I've ever heard. I wonder if I can find the original soundtrack online, I could listen to it over and over for a year. Passerby, really? I live nearby, I'll go take a look. Don't you leave, if you're scamming me, I'll beat you up first. Passerby, bro, you're my real bro. Thank you for being so selfless. Passerby 2, for real? I gotta check it out too. Passerby 2, seriously, we've already sworn brotherhood like the Peach Garden Oath. My big brother is awesome, he genuinely shares the good stuff. After that, players who believed and those who didn't started clashing. Some argued that the crappy game had hired a bunch of paid posters, and the small theater drama was well played, suggesting a video of it would probably be more fun than the game itself. Then supporters fired back saying that bores can't appreciate fine bran, and those who haven't seen the world should just get lost. The regulars on the forum didn't hold back. If they enjoyed a post, they praised it, if they didn't, they cursed it. Remarkably, a single post sparked a flame war, making Chu Yu think these people really had too much time on their hands. Of course, he also realized that he too must have been pretty idle, constantly refreshing to follow the flame war to its end. At the same time, he couldn't help but reflect that Fang Cheng Studio was indeed Fang Cheng Studio, a single collaboration with Kirin Industry was enough to spark such quick discussion. This level of marketing prowess didn't come without 2 decades of experience. If it wasn't intentional marketing, then it meant their game's quality had truly returned to its roots, reaching the point where whatever they did was exactly what the players loved. Thinking of that was even more daunting. Kirin Industry was still shipping VR flight simulators to the area, but the queue of people didn't seem to shrink. In fact, it seemed to grow a bit longer. It wasn't clear who started it, but someone began humming the game's background music. Even when hummed, the lively tune had an uplifting spirit and a heroic boldness that could boil one's blood with excitement. Besides, this piece could accommodate multiple vocal parts, leading to a group of people humming in harmony, adding layers and making the piece even more elaborate. Previously, Fang Cheng Studios games had no background music, just ambient sounds, which made many wonder if Fang Cheng Studio was incapable of producing music. Now it seemed clear that they just didn't bother, not that they couldn't. In the crowd, Chu Yu couldn't help but hum along. Music had a special magic to it. It didn't feel like much while playing the game, but once he started humming, it easily brought back memories of his experiences in the game, making the wait less agonizing. When he got back into the game and logged in with his ID, Chu Yu, after using up his turns, reluctantly stepped out and sighed, looking at the long line outside, "This thing's gonna be a hit." "Yeah," said Alan, who had waited outside for Chu Yu, "Fang Cheng Studio, this studio is awesome, and so is their background music." In China, not many developers focus on music and sound effects, usually, such work is outsourced to professional teams. However, in other countries, they are an indispensable part of the development team. Alan was the leader of the Gaul team this time, but he was also a sound designer. The background music for Magic Dynasty was composed by him, playing the Scottish bagpipes to create a distinctive fantasy flavor, which won the Academic Award for Best Music and Sound Effects that year. Chu Yu knew the music sounded good but didn't know why. Checking the time, Chu Yu realized they probably wouldn't make it for the next round. The mall was about to close, and the person in charge had quickly launched a queuing mini-app, asking everyone to scan a code and queue up to return the following day. After scanning the code, Chu Yu didn't feel like going back to work overtime. As a curious jack of all trades in the gaming industry, he called for a translator, and the 3 of them sat down together in a nearby cafe and started chatting away. The translator had also been in line to play the game before and admired Chu Yu, so when called upon, he didn't consider it overtime but rather leisure time after work to chat. Naturally, their conversation centered on Squirrel spaceship outside, and the three endlessly shared their in-game experiences, getting increasingly louder without realizing it. Coming back to their senses, they noticed other customers staring at them, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just as they were about to apologize, a customer leaned in and said, "Can you include me too? I have a lot I want to talk about. Listening to you guys was driving me crazy." "Me too. Include me as well." Turns out everyone in the cafe had just finished playing, even the cafe owner joined in, and a group of people happily talked about the game. Some started offering snacks, others coffee, and as it became clear that everyone was keen to discuss, the ordinarily quiet cafe instantly buzzed with activity, creating a unique and wonderful night. Chapter 226. The next morning, Gao Tianyun left the company after being woken by a call from the shopping mall manager and headed to the plaza. On the plaza, a group of players, like ducks waiting to be roasted, craned their necks, waiting for the mall to open. The mall manager hurried over to Gao Tianyun and said eagerly, "Boss Gao, 10 machines are not enough. What about setting up another 20? We have 6 floors in total, 5 per floor. That way the players can spread out in line and it'll be more convenient." Seeing that Gao Tianyun didn't say anything, the manager went on, "We won't charge rent, a 40-60 split is fine. This thing is a divine artifact for attracting customers." Business hadn't been good lately, even if the flow of customers had picked up a bit after the new year, but every day was still half dead. A large number of shops were vacant, making it hard for them all too. However, customer flow had actually increased yesterday. Although most people were there for the game machines, some had bought bubble tea while waiting, picked up some snacks, or had a meal nearby, which improved business for some shops. If they could secure this customer flow, some shops might recover a bit, and the mall's business would improve as well. Listening to the earnest words of the manager, Gao Tianyun nodded his head and agreed to his request. Checking his phone, he found several missed calls. Some shopping mall managers with whom he had cooperated before had seen the prospects of the game machines and smelled the meat they had called, hoping to install some machines in their malls as well. Capital always loves to follow trends for profit. As spokespeople of Capital, those managers had a keen nose for business opportunities and thus extended their olive branches to Gao Tianyun, hoping to establish cooperative relations. Some of the orders even came from abroad, heaven knows how the Gauls learned about his machines. He had only deployed 10 machines yesterday, so how did those Gauls halfway around the earth smell the aroma already? Gao Tianyun couldn't figure this out. After calculating the potential equipment deployment across the country and overseas sales, Gao Tianyun figured that the recent investment he got would just suffice to convert into a production line. Then, starting from Rong City, he could begin to expand nationwide and even globally. The business model could follow the existing one, only that the payment method needs to be considered whether to charge by time or by play counts. But that was a minor issue, they could simply observe the current situation to decide. If all went well, the dividends for Mr. Fang alone this year could allow him to recoup his investment. The boastful claims Fang Cheng made last year were about to materialize at the start of this year, making Gao Tianyun feel that Mr. Fang was truly the luck in business, unstoppable with even a slight touch. Satisfied, Gao Tianyun exhaled deeply and began contacting the factory to continue production. Unlike the exuberant Gao Tianyun, Fang Cheng was rather troubled. It didn't feel quite right to him to have players work for their entertainment and then charge them for such a boring game. He wasn't worried that this concern would turn into a heart demon or anything, but as an immortal, he was always uncomfortable owing others, especially on such a large scale. When it was time to work, he looked out the window with a frown, his gaze penetrating the walls and the mall's exterior, landing on those queening up to play Squirrel spaceship. Huang Ping. The named Huang Ping turned his head and asked Fang Cheng, "What is it, boss? Yesterday, did you play the game machines in the mall?" Huang Ping squinted at Fang Cheng, "Boss, next time you make a new game, could you let us have a look first? Because it was a bit boring this time, we'll talk next time." Huang Ping's heart sank for a moment, marveling at how the boss called such a high-tier game boring. Flight shooting games are a big genre, but there have been few outstanding works lately, with most moving towards higher difficulty, even creating a bizarre news story about a hidden boss that had gone years unbeaten. The sole purpose of a boss is to be defeated by players, and Huang Ping thought there was something wrong with a boss marketed on the idea that no one could beat it. The perverse pursuit of difficulty resulted in higher and higher entry barriers for average players, pushing flight shooting games further into obscurity, ultimately only increasing the difficulty to serve hardcore fans. It was a vicious cycle. Meanwhile, some game developers were pursuing realism, and the result of continuous iterations was increasingly realistic graphics and controls. So realistic that there weren't enough keys on a keyboard anymore. But Squirrel Spaceship offered another direction. The combination of gaming and VR provided a high sense of realism, which progressed to a world-shattering level of spaceship power, fully catering to players' desires to become stronger. The arcade-style sales approach was nothing special, but overall, the final profit should be quite good. Not bad for a casual effort from the boss, it was a hit. Soon enough, some game developers would realize the potential of this VR flight simulator and start creating games for it, further advancing the development of VR game machines. But, thanks to the boss's connection with Kirin Industry, every simulator would come pre-installed with Squirrel Spaceship, and Fang Cheng Studio could always stay one step ahead. The better the others did, the more they would promote Fang Cheng Studio. The more Huang Ping thought about it, the more brilliant he found this strategy. Except for the game's name, which could have been better, everything was quite perfect. Chapter 227. But this is also a characteristic of Fang Cheng Studio, and players are probably used to it by now. Noticing Huang Ping had fallen into deep thought, Fang Cheng quietly waited for the other to ponder the related issues. Once Huang Ping had finished thinking, he then asked, "I feel that game has become a bit boring, is there a way to compensate the players?" Compensate for what? Compensate them for the psychological trauma of playing a boring game. Then 90% of the game companies in the world would have to be fined into bankruptcy. Just so happens, I've had an idea for quite some time, should we consider making a universal pass? The studio's games can actually be accessed using one account, allowing players to log into all our games with a single universal pass, making it convenient for them to play. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and felt that Huang Ping was right, so he encouraged him to continue. The game's official website could be linked to the game in, making it convenient for players to come and go. In addition, the previous Easter egg, Muquay, can also be utilized. I'm not too clear on the difficulty of implementation, but I think having Muquay as a permanent character on our platform is a good idea. Moreover, players have a high acceptance of Muquay, which can be seen as giving the players a surprise and compensation. Hearing this idea, Tian Xian, who was beside them, immediately turned her head, looking over with anticipation. The more frequent the appearances of the Muquay, the more opportunities she had to compensate players for their merits. If Muquay appeared in every game, she would essentially be able to fully exhaust her merits and no longer have to worry about being in debt to players. Huang Ping's suggestion was somewhat tempting to Fang Cheng. After a brief deliberation, Fang Cheng felt the idea was feasible, and sensing the players would probably be happy with it, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll take care of this." He let Huang Ping continue with his work while Fang Cheng began to ponder how to integrate all the games into one entity. His physical body remained in place, but his primordial spirit had already arrived in the mirror universe, starting to plan how to proceed. Huang Ping was right, as the number of games increased, it was time to integrate them under a single universal pass. First off, we need a blank space. Following his command, nearby dust began to converge, and a massive amount of particulate matter directly formed a vast land to welcome players. Then, there must be heavenly Dao laws. Tian Xian was summoned here. Now dressed in splendid garments and having repaired her flaws, Tian Xian could finally include this place in her own jurisdiction and manage this space. Bowing slightly to Fang Cheng, she produced a clump of daylilies and cast them toward the mainland in front of her. As Little Heavenly Way, Tian Xian encompassed mostly wood-based heavenly ways, and the laws she governed were also related to wood. When the daylilies touched the land, they dissolved into points of light and vanished, and the entire mainland welcomed its own little heavenly way. Subsequently, it seemed to gain its own life, becoming real and vibrant. After this ritual was completed, the Muquay arrived. The first to arrive were the larger Muquay, each of them enormous in size. Upon their arrival, they began to reshape the mainland according to Tian Xian's ideas, making it more suitable for habitation. Then, the smaller Muquay also arrived, starting to make detailed adjustments, changing the soil, water, and air, and began planting crops. Finally, the regular Muquay arrived. They built houses, each of which would become a unique facility for players in the future, Every player would be assigned their own unique Miuque who would guide them in mastering everything here. Teleportation arrays were set up by Fang Cheng, allowing players to travel to different worlds and play different games through the arrays in their own homes. After all this was done, Fang Cheng looked on with satisfaction. Afterward, this place would provide services for the Universal Pass. Players entering the game would first create their own character here, then use different teleportation arrays to transform into the corresponding forms for each game. As for guiding players to accept and get used to the Universal Pass, the Miuque were very experienced. They were professional guides, highly skilled at guiding players through games. Leaving it to them was a professional match, no need to worry. Moreover, new player onboarding could be left to the Miuque in the future, significantly reducing their own workload. These features would be tested for a while. Once the effect was good, they would be promoted altogether. Having dealt with these issues, Fang Cheng also felt he had resolved a concern, so his primordial spirit returned to its place, continuing to accumulate inspiration and insights. The Miuque who came here quickly understood their tasks, then began to sense the location and tapped into the mana left by Fang Cheng to establish a connection with the players they were assisting. Soon, the first batch of players would be greeted with this Easter egg. Kylan Industry had its own company in Mo City, so the markets in Mo City were the second to obtain VR flight simulators after Rong City. Upon learning that this was another collaboration between Fang Cheng Studio and Kylan Industry, Chen Rang immediately applied for a spot. As soon as the VR flight simulator became available, he quickly found the person in charge and rushed over to experience it. The reason he was so eager was that he had heard an exciting rumor. The Squirrel spaceship had been updated. Moreover, following the update, pass certificates were added, and all of Fang Cheng Studio's games would be integrated into the pass certificate system, allowing players to log into all the games with it. In addition to that, the game had added a fantastic Easter egg, which could be seen in the VR flight simulator. However, when asked what the Easter egg was, the leaker didn't say. They only mentioned that the Easter egg was particularly impressive, but not everyone could find it. Carrying high expectations for the Easter egg, the game enthusiast journalist, Chen Rang, entered the game. After undergoing a real name registration, he set up his account and changed his nickname in the Squirrel spaceship. With the electronic voice of Alpha guiding him, he then entered the game, eagerly looking around. Unfortunately, other than his spaceship and a squirrel outside being serviced, he didn't see anything else. Indeed, my luck isn't that good, hey. I think it's not bad, came a reply. A familiar voice sounded, making Chen Rang excitedly look up. Outside, a tall figure of Miuque smiled and waved at him. Then, with a flip, they jumped into the cockpit and transformed into a form about the same size as Chen Rang upon landing. Rubbing Chen Rang's head vigorously, Miuque said, I didn't expect you to be a squirrel here. You look pretty cute. Alright, let me explain some things you need to be aware of. You need to listen carefully. Seeing a familiar face and hearing the familiar voice, Chen Rang felt like he was dreaming and couldn't help asking, You're Miuque, right? That's right, the figure confirmed. You're not some other Miuque, nor someone else's Miuque, right? Rubbing Chen Rang's head again, Miuque hugged him tightly, then consoled, Don't worry, I'm the Miuque who will always assist you. At that moment, Chen Rang's fondness for Fang Cheng Studio turned into reverence, and he decided he would from then on be an unwavering fan of Fang Cheng Studio, following them unconditionally. Patting Chen Rang's back, Miuque continued, Alright, let's continue the game. The first step, charge out. Charge out. Amid the stirring music, the spaceship soared into the sky, heading towards the wrinkled space ahead to rescue those squirrels. Just like Chen Rang, someone else had seen their Miuque 1234. Zeman Wadeo looked at the Miuque 1234 outside, who also looked back at him with a helpless expression. After a moment of silence, Miuque 1234 covered its head and sighed helplessly, Our last encounter should have been our last. To be precise, it was 15 minutes ago. Didn't you say you were busy today, so you left the Supreme One early and then went to handle things? Could you translate for me, what does handle things mean? That's... Don't tell me you accidentally fell while walking, then accidentally stumbled into the gaming pod and unintentionally succeeded in paying to start the game, and finally accidentally saw me. Your excuse is good, can you delete it and let me repeat it? Sigh. Actually, I just wanted to play the game, but I always felt like telling you to go play another game came with a, you know, that thing. I don't understand, Muque 1234 stated expressionlessly. Well. Normally quick-witted, Zeman Wadeo found himself at a loss for words and could only silently allow Alpha to help ascend into space, flying towards the spacefold. Chapter 228. Silence. Still silence. Zeman Wadeo silently piloted the spaceship while Muque 1234 sat beside him, expressionlessly munching on Zeman Wadeo's merits. After eating for a while, Muque 1234 sighed and sat a little closer to Zeman Wadeo. Don't lie next time, I know you feel like playing other games is kind of a minotaur thing to do, but they're all games from Fang Cheng Studio, there's no need for that, said Muque 1234. Ah, Squirrel Spaceship is a game from Fang Cheng Studio. Zeman Wadeo asked in surprise. You didn't know? I just heard there was a fun game, so I came over to give it a try, he replied. Then you should have realized it when you saw me. Oh, right. Looking at the suddenly enlightened Zeman Wadeo, Muque 1234 wondered if this guy was too clever for his own good, ending up somewhat dull. However, after their past grievances thawed, the whole journey instantly became incredibly enjoyable. With Muque 1234 there to explain things and an alpha to help with piloting, Zeman Wadeo didn't need to worry about time restrictions with his experimental machine, he could keep playing until he got tired of it. But that idea was a joke, how could he possibly get tired of it? Apart from anything else, just being inside the spaceship, beating up enemies while chatting with Muque 1234, made Zeman Wadeo feel like he could play forever and ever. Occasionally, he would self-destruct to set off fireworks, thoroughly enjoying himself here. Especially since Muque 1234 seemed to particularly fancy squirrels, if he wasn't paying attention, Muque 1234 would come over and rub inside the spaceship, making him feel a tickling sensation on his back. He also quickly discovered the self-destruction tactic. After each death, he'd put all his points into self-destruct and then buy a high-level taunt chip. With the chip's effect, as soon as he entered the game, it would draw the aggro of all the monsters around him. The beasts rushed him with roars, ferociously attacking Zeman Wadeo's spaceship and turning into points for him after a burst of white light. Finally, one by one, the squirrels were rescued, some leaving with gratitude to find Sir Big Tail to claim their spaceships. They then joined the Matrix network, piloting the ships and becoming maintenance workers, assisting the new Angel envoys. As the spaceship Matrix expanded, the increased functionality of the expanding Matrix allowed players to find some squirrel locations through the Matrix's awesome computing power. These locations could be marked directly for players to search. Players were excited about these random tasks, urging each other to hurry and grab them. Sometimes, the Matrix could detect the locations of large shadow manifestations, looming space fortresses appearing from within, later marked by the Matrix as well. Players exclaimed that a world boss had emerged, urging each other to hurry and claim it. The Angel envoys were completely indifferent to death, charging back into the fray after each demise without taking breaks in between, seemingly enjoying the process of dying, giving every maintenance squirrel an indescribable sense of facing something ineffable. Even though they knew the envoys were on their side, the feeling was still bizarre, as if they were facing not some communicable creature, but a being willingly meeting death for a purpose. But no matter what, being able to help was great. With the expansion of the spaceship Matrix, tens of thousands of spaceships eventually encompassed the entire home planet. Scanners continuously used computing power here, making it extremely difficult for these fully operational ships to maintain support. However, this perseverance finally paid off. The location of the ancient artifact was discovered at last, and the coordinates of the Squirrel King were also uncovered. The former could temporarily halt the folding of space, while the latter would allow them to welcome their king and survive under his leadership. Given they were on the edge of the Heavenly Town network, the harsh environment required a leader, and obedience to this leader democracy did not exist among the squirrels, they needed a strong and powerful figure to guide them. And the players grew excited at the news. The king and the artifact, just the thought alone made it clear that they had to be very important NPCs and artifacts. Obtaining them would surely reward a lot of points, perhaps even enough to redeem the space fortress in an instant, allowing for unrestrained freedom thereafter. Fueled by the incentives of point rewards, players swarmed towards the destination. Some were even prepared for a shameless ambush on other players along the way, but they retracted quietly under Muque's cold gaze. As an envoy for Heavenly Tao Tianxian, Mukwei had an ethical standard that was perfect for keeping those eccentric players in check. But when the players finally reached their destination, they found not only the artifact and the Squirrel King. There lay a massive female figure sprawling across space, her left hand clutching a crystal-like ancient artifact, and a cage floating beside her with a dimly crowned king unconscious inside. The woman's body was colossally large, so much so that the biggest space fortress looked like a basketball next to her, and her body stretching for hundreds of kilometers made her resemble a mountain range floating in the air. Dressed in black stockings and a black and white dress, she looked like a woman who had escaped from a funeral. Her appearance was also very beautiful, her gigantic stature imbuing her with a divine quality, and her languid expression made her divinity even more apparent. Chapter 229. The majestic woman had not noticed the surrounding spaceships. She was just intently staring at the ancient device in her hands, sized like a speck of dust, occasionally letting out delightful gasps of admiration. "How beautiful, I never thought you squirrels were hiding something this nice. Squirrel King, why didn't you offer it to me earlier?" The Squirrel King inside the cage clenched his teeth, continuously resisting the enchantment of the divine being in front of him. To ordinary creatures, divine beings are an overwhelming presence. Even looking at a god, there is a chance of being captured by their charm and subsequently becoming a slave to the divine. Although the deity before them was acknowledged by the Heavenly Town Network, she was definitely not a benevolent god. Deception and manipulation were her forte. Once fallen into slavery, she would certainly use one's own hands to inflict pain and despair upon the squirrels, dragging them into an even more wretched future. It had sought death several times, but the divine being used her power to create a cage, making it impossible to die, and forcing it to endlessly endure her temptation. She also reveled in the process, admiring the collapse of the determined, like the last spoonful of pudding on a plate, the sweet taste blooming from the despair and pain deep within the soul, indulging in it, unable to stop. She had come here by chance, intending to report the losses to the Heavenly Town Network, when she happened to see the device in the spatial fold and the unconscious Squirrel King. She liked both of these things and so decided to stay here a bit longer, to thoroughly play with this place. Only after she had her fill did she notice the large number of spaceships surrounding her. She didn't know what these spaceships were doing, but she still waved her hand in a seemingly friendly manner, hiding her deep and inexhaustible sinister thoughts behind a facade of goodwill. Looking at the female figure, the players' exclamations never stopped. "So huge! Really, so big! To see a woman so large, am I really allowed to look for free? No, I paid for this. My goodness, I've once again realized the artistic foundation of Fang Cheng Studio. Which grand artist are they? How can they create such wonderful things? My gaze has been taken by her, and now I no longer feel joy or sorrow in this life." Zeman Wadeo also looked for a while, and then decisively said to Alpha, "Help me translate. May I ask, can you release that rather pitiful little squirrel?" Alpha immediately transmitted the information, and the enormous deity received the message from Alpha in that moment, her face showing a proper and gentle smile. She sensed that the little ones before her were envoys of an outer god, but that outer god didn't seem to be anything special. Their use of power was somewhat clever, but that was all. She didn't sense anything particularly strong about them. An outer god who wasn't very powerful could probably be persuaded to give something in return, for the courtesy of coming here. Although she still didn't know where this outer god was, she could make full use of these little ones before her, to serve as an appetizer. So, she smiled gently, glanced at the Squirrel King who was covering his head and desperately resisting her, and said, "I'm sorry, I'm helping it heal. If I let it out, it will surely die." "I see, then what can be done to save it?" Zeman Wadeo continued to ask. "What to do?" she mused. I have an idea." As the delegate appointed by the Heavenly Town Network Council to this place, she had another task, which was to restore the coverage of the Heavenly Town Network as much as possible, or to eradicate the shadows. However, both tasks would consume her mana, and while the council would compensate her, those were barely enough to break even, not allowing for anything extra. But these envoys before her seemed quite powerful and exploitable. So, she pointed to the shadows on the outskirts and said, "Eliminate those shadows, and I can focus more energy on helping this poor little squirrel." "A world quest, hey, understood. But what's the extra reward?" "Reward?" The gods furrowed their brows, their fondness for these angel envoys waning by the moment. They actually expected a reward for serving the gods. Indeed, some powerful races deserved rewards, but it was their strength, not their service, that merited these prizes. For the weaker, fringe races, even God's glances were more than enough for them to be grateful. The gods didn't even need these inferior races' faith, lest it taint their own divinity. However, these envoys seemed both foolish and greedy, so why not just promise them a reward and deceive them? So, he pointed to the ancient device in his hand and said, "This, if you can help me expand a space 1 light year across and clear out the corresponding shadows, then I might consider giving this to you. In addition, I will bestow some blessings upon you to improve your living conditions." Deal. Excited by the activation of the main quest, the players immediately sprang into action, following the god's orders to begin the game. A light year is approximately 95 trillion kilometers, a truly vast astronomical number, but for players with spaceships, it was not so difficult. Spaceships burning with mana could use spatial folding to break through the speed of light barrier. While the distance of a light year was long, it wasn't insurmountable, and they could still complete it. Their weapons were somewhat weak, but the players had the advantage of numbers. Tens of thousands of players began piloting their spaceships, tirelessly clearing the shadows and constantly self-destructing due to the shadows' corrosion, taking nearby shadows with them. This large-scale task quickly spread among player groups. No one would believe that an apparently gentle, kind, and attractive older sister figure was a villain. Each player took this large task as a part of the main storyline and began ceaselessly clearing the area of everything. Finally, after 2 days of arduous combat, the designated area's shadows were cleared. The weary players didn't have time to cheer before they piloted their spaceships back to the designated location. Feeling the disappearance of shadows within the designated area, the god nodded in satisfaction and began calculating how much favor he could gain from the council. These angel envoys were indeed useful, and if possible, he really wanted to use them repeatedly. The surrounding players converged, eyeing the ancient device in God's hand as well as the collapsing Squirrel King he held. The god didn't speak, only smiling. The players didn't speak either, just watching him. Finally, a player broke the silence, having Alpha convey his message, "Could you hand over the instrument now?" "What instrument?" "The ancient device you promised earlier." "When did we agree on that?" "You're not thinking of reneging on the deal, are you?" "What if I say yes? What will you do then?" The shameless reply left the players at a loss for words. Then came the anger. This was the first time they had encountered such a shameless NPC, one who would go back on their word at the last moment. And from his demeanor, it was clear that he had intended to make fools of them from the start, making the players even more intolerant. "We cannot suffer this indignity. We've paid money." No one knew who started it, but the first wave of attacks came swiftly, with a barrage of lasers targeting the enemy's weak spots. However, the feeble assaults only made the god yawn. Such is the fate of weak races. The firepower of the spaceships wasn't enough to injure him, and in his eyes, missiles were mere grand fireworks. Facing the players' all-out assault, the god simply waved his hand indifferently, taking the ancient device and the Squirrel King with him. "Thank you for your help, goodbye." Hearing his insolent parting words, the players, this time, were truly enraged. Chapter 230. When the angry players returned to the spaceship matrix and informed Sir Bigtail that the bad woman had appeared and taken away the ancient instrument and the king, his delight immediately turned to grief. The ancient instrument was the squirrel's trump card for evading the shadows. They had always been extra careful when using it, never expecting a god to discover it this time. After listening to the players' descriptions of the bad woman, Sir Bigtail became even more despairing. "That is Lady Tragedy, a deity who adores tragedy," it explained to the players. "She believes that the essence of life is found within tragedy. Suffering, despair, and destruction are the best nutrients for the flower of tragedy. Now it seems that her taking the ancient instrument serves not only to collect it but also to witness our despair. So, she deceived us just to see our anger. Being deceived is a tragedy in itself. Moreover, being powerless to retaliate after being deceived is the tragedy within tragedy." After explaining the origins of Lady Tragedy, Sir Bigtail managed a weak smile. "Thank you for your help, envoys of the Outer God. The ancient instrument has been taken away, and your mission is complete. However, I still hope you can stay to help clear the shadows and rescue the squirrels." "What will you do?" "Without the ancient instrument, Songta planet will not recover for hundreds of years. We will choose a new planet to settle on, but with the scarcity of planets right now, our best option is to join a species willing to accept us and become contracted servants to them." "Thank you again, envoys. Sir Bigtail had thought about asking for help from the outer god, Fang Cheng, but ultimately gave up on the idea. Asking for help with repairing the planet would involve causality, and if Fang Cheng had to confront a deity, it would be even more impossible. If Lady Tragedy dared to fool an envoy of the outer god, she must have perceived that her powers far exceeded those of the outer god. Moreover, with the support of the Heavenly Town Network and numerous gods as her backing, the outer god would definitely not intervene. Forcing a smile towards the players, Sir Bigtail sat on the ground, powerless, its eyes dull and without luster, tail limply resting to the side, making the large squirrel seem extremely vulnerable. On the forum, players were exploding with anger. Inside the game a multitude of players posted on their mobile phones, denouncing this NPC. Some players commented, "I totally love that bad woman," but most felt that they should drag her over and beat her until she cries. In the Squirrel Spaceship sub-forum, players used the filthiest words they could find to attack Lady Tragedy. This time not only did the moderators not delete the posts, but they even pinned those that were particularly eloquent in their curses, clearly indicating that the moderators were also beyond furious. Some suspected that the moderators were among those particularly affected players, which is why they were so angry. This is just too much. Really, way too much. That's right. The last time I was this mad was when playing Warcraft and being tricked to the top of a mountain, then being forcefully sold a parachute by an NPC. That doesn't sound too bad. The parachute only lasted 10 seconds. We worked hard for 2 days, I formed a deep friendship with the big brother in line for the game and decided to explore together, and now it's all for nothing. I'm depressed, and so is big brother. You're still okay. I took time off to play, just so I could see if there were any special benefits when completing the task, and in the end, she didn't even have a slightly risque image. Fang Cheng Studios games usually don't have risque content. And you already have Mukwe by your side, do you still want risque stuff? That's different. Anyway, what should we do now? While the players were angry, someone stepped up and made a post. Being deceived is what you deserve. The provocative title appeared at this time, directly poking at the players' sensitive nerves, readying their verbal weapons to vent the anger of being deceived. However, inside the post, the user Lihuza directly said, "Sorry, I deceived you all, I too am a victim, I was grinding all day only to gain nothing." This was just a method to attract attention, without it you probably wouldn't have looked at this post. I just want to ask one question, do you want to fight back or not? If so, keep reading, if not, curse once and close the post. Not all gods are despicable, but this deity is particularly vile. I've talked to other NPCs and know everything about that guy. Betrayal is her specialty, toying with hearts is her job. She is the worst scoundrel, the kind everyone wants to hit. Although she deceived us, let's not forget what she took away. The ancient instrument and the Squirrel King, rewards that were supposed to be given to us. And just right, the spaceship matrix can now support us to lock on to the ancient instrument's location. So if we follow the path of the ancient instrument, we can find that bastard. Now, those who want to join me in revenge, get into my Revenge Squirrel Alliance group, let's figure out a way to take down that boss and snatch back what we deserve. Snatch it back. A group of 2,000 filled up instantly, and people began actively preparing for revenge. Apart from Lihuzi, many others shared their opinions on Lady Tragedy, among them the most notable were Squirrel 1, Squirrel 2, and Squirrel 3. Chapter 231. These 3 accounts had not posted before and seemed to have just been registered. However, after registration, they started furiously cursing Lady Tragedy in the forum, making people think he had completely immersed himself in the role of the squirrel driver and resonated with the squirrels who had their king stolen. Moreover, their organizational strength was unparalleled. They quickly called for others to join and soon after established QQ groups. Each account corresponded to a group of 2,000 people, and eventually, 10 large groups were formed. Players in each group began to work together to investigate the game's secrets, rapidly improving their strengths. A vast quantity of data and intelligence was shared in the groups. Methods like self-destruct sequences and auto-grinding for points were shared unconditionally. From entering the game to how to improve skills, all information was shared without cost, allowing every player to get up to speed quickly. Ordinarily, players are loose and unorganized, but once they have a common enemy, they can exhibit an extremely high degree of organization. If that guy was also despicably oily, making almost every player grind their teeth in frustration, then the player's willingness to act can become outrageously high. This whirlwind of vengeance did not just affect previous players, future players would also be drawn into the current atmosphere, seeing defeating the bad woman as the ultimate goal of the game. Kirin Industry continued to distribute products in major cities, which meant that the number of players who could join Squirrel Spaceship was increasing, and the overall combat power of the players was continuously improving. Yet, it seemed not quite enough to fight against the bad woman. Inside the spaceship matrix, tens of thousands of ships had formed a vast spaceship matrix, with Sir Bigtail as the overall commander. However, he was occasionally looking to the side, wondering if he should cede command. In the command center, 3 squirrels held laptops suitable for their size, occasionally issuing commands based on the situation in the groups. In the internet age, no one knows if the friend on the other side of the Ethernet cable is actually a cat, nor do they know if the QQ group administrator is a squirrel. After a period of adjustment, the 3 squirrels jointly led a team of 2,000 members, with other players managing 9 other teams, preparing to reclaim the ancient instruments and the king together. 20,000 angel envoys were continually clearing the shadows in the folds, efficiently gathering points, and striving toward the final space fortress. However, by that time, just one space fortress would not be enough. Weapons and equipment needed to be maxed out, and Squirrel crew members required the best gear. The formed space fortress represented the pinnacle of the Squirrel's military force, but each Squirrel understood that such top-tier power was only considered average in this region. The Squirrel tribe was not strong. Some powerful races could even travel through the cosmos with their bare bodies, daring to confront the space fortress head-on with just an ion sword in hand. They even wielded mysterious powers that resonated with gods, and in front of them, the space fortress was but a slightly threatening toy. But even they had to bow down and pay homage when they encountered the gods. If pouring the entirety of a race's strength could challenge the gods, and when the gods contended with a single race, they were not allowed to seek help from other gods. Yet even so, this act would still disgust other gods and might likely strip them of their rights to use the Heavenly Town network. After calculating the current balance of power, number 1 side. As the technical expert of the Glacial Squad, it understood that the situation was very troublesome. The technology of the Squirrel tribe was riddled with holes like a fishing net. An incomplete tech tree meant they had to rely on archaeology to advance their technology, making progress difficult. The space fortress was already their most formidable spaceship, but it still seemed weak against a god. Our technological strength is insufficient, the Snowy Squirrel sighed, although we can rely on the boss's power to replicate spaceships, we must first obtain better ones. How about trading with the nearby races? Number 2 asked, issue temporary missions, let the angel envoys serve as mercenaries in exchange for some spaceship technology. I've already reached out, but they've refused. Sir Bigtail joined in, they've already inquired about our target, knowing that we're preparing to attack Lady Tragedy, then they flatly refused our trade request. They don't want to anger a god because of this. Then let's beat them up first, Squirrel number 3 suggested. Don't do that, number 2 stopped number 3, they are innocent. We have no reason to do such a bad thing. Let's just proceed with the archaeology. Launch a temporary mission and have some Angel's envoy conduct archaeology and acquire technology. But that also requires scientists to do research and replicate the findings. We don't have many research ships or scientists right now, Sir Bigtail sighed. No problem, we have found this. Seeing what number 2 took out, Sir Bigtail was stunned for a bit before he asked, what's this? Plague chicken, number 2 said seriously. Are you serious with that name? Dead serious, number 1 chimed in, it's a work of our boss. Try it for yourself. Knowing it was a creation of an outer god, Sir Bigtail became cautious. Even the worst creations of gods had extraordinary effects and were coveted by ordinary gods. Taking the doll, Sir Bigtail found that the plague chicken had been made very lifelike. The look of utter despair in its eyes, the subconscious chewing motion, the body sprawled on the ground, all screamed top-tier salted fish, making one feel healed just by looking at it. After all, no matter how down on your luck you were, it seemed you could still be doing a tad better than plague chicken. Although it appeared alive, its body seemed to be made of some kind of grass, light to hold but emitting an intoxicating and fragrant smell that was invigorating. After sniffing the plague chicken for a while, Sir Bigtail felt 100 times more spirited, and the pressure from confronting gods seemed to vanish. Looking at plague chicken, Sir Bigtail exclaimed, this thing is great for chasing away weariness. It's even better used as a tea. Drinking it boosts efficiency significantly, increases energy, and makes fur grow thicker, number 2 explained. Sir Big Tail glanced at the 3 squirrels with their thick fur and then at his own balding tail, feeling conflicted. Such a good item definitely didn't come cheap. It should be used by scientists, but he was really worried about his balding issues. In the end, he had to let go of the plague chicken, handing it back to number 2 with a heavy heart. Give it to the scientists, they need it. Ah, no need. We have plenty of these. We've discussed with Tianxian, a real outer god, and she has agreed to provide us with plague chickens for free since we're temporary workers now, entitled to some company benefits, number 2 said. Looking at the plague chicken in hand, Sir Big Tail earnestly asked, "Is your company still hiring?" Knowing they weren't short-staffed for the moment, Sir Big Tail felt a deep sense of loss. However, learning that they were actually facing 2 outer gods, Sir Big Tail felt that they weren't entirely without a chance and immediately perked up. A large number of plague chickens were brought here by the 3 squirrels through a teleportation array, and the establishment of the transit center made interworld material transportation quite convenient. When each squirrel man got a plague chicken, the style of the spaceship matrix got a bit weird. Every squirrel seemed to have changed into a plague chicken warrior. They carried plague chickens almost the same size as themselves, each invigorated by the fragrance of the chickens, working with an energetic fervor. The unique expression of the plague chickens contrasted sharply with the squirrel's earnest demeanor, prompting players who saw this scene to feel that the style of the game seemed a bit off. Chapter 232. After confirming the need to maximize their technological threshold, the squirrels temporarily redirected their focus towards excavating technological relics. Within the domain of Heavenly Town Network, most of the ancient relics had already been excavated, so they had to risk venturing into the shadows to dig further. The special force field shields installed on the ships could temporarily fend off the encroachment of the shadows, but each activation of the shields caused a rapid increase in the reactor's workload, quickly leading to an overheated state. If they didn't shut it down within 2 minutes, the only outcome for the spaceship was a reactor overload, with the casing melting due to intense heat and the ship vanishing into the shadows. Because of the technological gap, the squirrels could not solve this problem and could only allow the pilots to enter and exit the shadow-covered area as quickly as possible within those 2 minutes, searching for any relics and bringing them back. Since the 2 minutes included the return time as well, the squirrels' operating range wasn't large. They understood that one had to stay alive to bring back anything at all. But for the players, as long as the goods were retrieved, the person was dispensable. After receiving the new main quest to acquire ancient technology, some players quickly figured out the corresponding version's answer. The vessel had to be the fastest one, the Quafu, with the lightest mass and capable of repeated space jumps, allowing it to swiftly penetrate the shadows and start scanning. Among the chips that could be fitted into the craft, scanning and extreme computing were necessary. The former increased scan range and speed, enabling quick situational awareness and rapid identification of various relics. Upon finding a relic, they would warp it directly towards the array range, while the searcher would continue looking. Since players didn't need air or water, air systems, water recycling equipment, and temperature control devices were all removed from the ship during the modification process, further increasing its speed. The modified spacecraft was practically a flying coffin. Engineers shivered subconsciously at the sight of it, and even more so as they watched players enter nonchalantly and then head towards the shadows in search of relics. The gods above, these envoys of the outer god, were truly fearsome. For players, this process was jokingly referred to as drawing cards. The price for the VR piloting simulation pods had dropped to 5 yuan for a chance at 3 lives. With those lives, one could play for about half an hour in normal mode, but only 6 minutes in treasure hunt mode. In these 6 minutes, players had to pilot the Quafu, scan frantically within the shadow domain, dart around, and locate as many ancient relics as possible before the ship exploded, eventually sending them back. Some relics contained only irrecoverable storage media, but others might contain complete novel weaponry. This gamble-like behavior kept some players hooked and earned them numerous reward points. The introduction of the new mode increased the coin-eating rate of the VR simulation pods again, and many arcades even sought out Kirin Industry to bring in machines, and then made a fortune. Every time a player's craft exploded, it left a trail of spectacular light within the shadows, a beam that signified the passing of life and, due to the slow motion effect of the shadows, lingered in the sky for an extended period. For the squirrels, seeing these beams of light should have been a somber affair, but now it was completely different. Tens of thousands of players piloted the Quafu in a frenzy of card drawing, with the explosions creating a succession of lights that were almost omnipresent in the dark shadows, painting the outside world with brilliant colors like light pollution. The squirrels of the past would never dare to do this. Relic hunters faced a death rate as high as 21%, venturing into the shadows meant a 21% possibility of never returning. Not to mention the risk of being captured by the shadows or chased by the monsters materializing within them. Even the Ace Hunter Glacier team narrowly avoided being torn apart by Shadow Hand. Had they not been lucky enough to fall into a black hole and return to their home planet, they wouldn't be here today. The incredibly high death rate meant they only conducted a few dozen explorations each day, and their spaceships, once destroyed, didn't regenerate, the astronauts didn't return. The immense losses were a heavy burden weighing down on the squirrels. Yet, they were compelled to continue. The gap in technology forced them to use this method as the only chance to advance. Surviving in this universe was a luxury, a chance that had to be seized with all their might. The pilot's song was the best commentary on their philosophy, where all fear and despair dissipated within the melody, leaving only the courage to face certain death and still proceed. But now things were different. The involvement of the players increased the speed of exploration and continuously brought ancient technological artifacts into the base, making squirrel scientists the most urgently needed profession. Squirrels freshly rescued and still confused were swiftly fitted with lab coats, given Yanjing glasses, and dragged onto research ships with a work badge pinned on them. A new scientist had been freshly minted. Grab your plague chicken, find any room to enter, and join them, they'll tell you what needs to be studied. Chapter 233. If you're sleepy, take a bite of plague chicken. If you're tired, take a bite of plague chicken. If you can't get into your book, take a bite of plague chicken. You're an omnivore, you've got to eat your plague chicken with a smile. This strange atmosphere also made players frequently look sideways, feeling that this group of squirrels was really too bizarre. In a situation where both sides found each other very strange, and with a massive amount of ancient technology uncovered, a technological explosion was finally upon them. Room temperature superconductor materials were discovered, new manufacturing methods for reactor furnaces were found, new force shield generators were invented, The previously disconnected technologies were finally complete that day, and the squirrels had managed to carve out a small mainstream in their technology tree. Next, this mainstream would converge all of the squirrels' industries, allowing them to officially conduct research, and start connecting other industrial fields. After verifying the findings, a loud cheer erupted from the multitude of squirrel scientists within the spaceship matrix, so loud that it was continuous and overwhelming, and some of the older squirrel scientists even fainted, only to be revived with a bite of plague chicken. This time, they truly turned a misfortune into a blessing. The natural disasters of their home world ironically became the reason they obtained a complete technology tree, which gave them a new understanding of the saying that blessings and misfortunes depend on each other. When Sir Bigtail excitedly shared this news with the players, their response wasn't significant. Only after the slightly balding squirrel explained the significance of this, did the legion leaders of the players roughly understand, and they excitedly asked, "So, are we saying we can go beat up Lady Tragedy now?" That's roughly the idea. Hooray! Looking at the apostles catching on late, Sir Bigtail felt that one should be careful not to offend these angel envoys. They held grudges for too long. The Space Fortress was still the most advanced spaceship, but new technology could rearm the vessel and evolve it into a new cosmic weapon, the Star of Destruction. Every Star of Destruction measured over 1,300 kilometers in diameter, with the core comprising some sort of ancient device. The squirrels had the manufacturing method for this device but didn't understand its principles. When it was produced, its core weighed only 1 kilogram, but once cast into any expanse, it would continuously absorb surrounding materials, transforming them into armor and layering growth into a Star of Destruction. Weapons, reactor furnaces, and even force shield generators grew from its core on their own, and its terrifying growth rate made it an impenetrable fortress, epitomizing the ultimate fighting power of squirrel civilization. It also served as a large military station, where the players' spaceships could be stored, ready for battle at any time. It also possessed a special gravitational field. Any unmarked spaceship within its gravitational radius would suffer erosion like shadows, and it could provide additional aid to the marked spaceships. When the Stars of Destruction appeared, their grand and perfect craftsmanship left every exacting player wide-eyed and mesmerized by these perfectly destructive weapons. 10 Stars of Destruction perfectly corresponded to the 10 battle legions. The players' space fortresses were placed on the Stars of Destruction, using them as vessels, ready to launch an expedition against Lady Tragedy. To retrieve the ancient artifacts and the king, the squirrels and players had united. During the war, the spaceship matrix didn't have much use, and these squirrels could only stay near their home world, awaiting the return of the expeditionary force. Taking in the stirring music, Sir Bigtail looked at the satellite like grand weapons in space, his heart filled with intoxication. He had two greatest desires. One was to see the day when the squirrels obtained a complete technology tree, and the other was to witness the day when the squirrels gained supreme power. And today, his wishes had finally come true, filling his heart with pride and glory. "Thank you, great heavenly lord." This was a phrase often said by the Muquays, and through communicating with them, Sir Bigtail also came to know of that outer god's title. No, that was no longer an outer god. That was the great heavenly lord. Nowadays, Sir Bigtail had become a devout follower of the great heavenly lord. He would transform into the sword of the great heavenly lord, to clear paths and staunchly defend the name of the great heavenly lord. Even if the great heavenly lord didn't accept him, it didn't matter, it was his choice, as well as the choice of thousands of squirrels. Standing in the cabin, Sir Bigtail looked at the 10 stars of destruction in space, saw them beginning to charge, and get ready for spatial jump. He couldn't be on the stars of destruction because he had the duty to guard this place, but even though he couldn't go to the front lines, he would still pray for the brave warriors, praying for the great heavenly lord's blessing to accompany them on their journey. The star of destruction, finally fully charged. Its shadow vanished like a mirage, the massive spherical spaceship appearing tens of light years away in the next second, then disappearing again, leaping once more. Although it was massive, its jumping speed was comparable to that of the Quafu. Following the coordinates of the ancient instrument recorded earlier, they arrived at the first station. The heavenly Tao zone was divided into more than a dozen rings according to their distance from the center. The very center was the realm of the gods, perpetually sacred, forever pure, where ordinary life did not even have the privilege to enter, only to worship ardently from afar. Then came the first ring. It was the dwelling of supreme warriors who had transcended the shackles of their own species' life, worthy of settling there to exchange martial insights and refine the power bestowed by the gods. After that was the area where various powerful species were allowed to reside. Powerful species were allowed to draw near to the center, closeness to the gods made it easy to feel the radiance of the divine. The further out one went, the larger the area of the rings, but the less attention bestowed by the heavenly town network, and the squirrels residing in the 17th ring were undoubtedly the least important part of this network, insignificant even if destroyed. But today, the squirrels were about to give this world a little shock. Directly crossing 3 rings, 10 stars of destruction jumped straight to the location of the 14th ring and saw the planet where Lady Tragedy had previously stayed. This was a species similar to foxes whose inherently cunning and greedy natures had earned Lady Tragedy's favor. After obtaining the ancient instrument, Lady Tragedy lingered here a while, and, in high spirits, imparted some sly knowledge to this species, making them even more cunning. Although Lady Tragedy had already left this place, her generosity made this species become her devotees, deciding to defend Lady Tragedy's name. Therefore, when the Star of Destruction appeared, they were intimidated by its terrifying form. However, worshipping Lady Tragedy filled them with confidence, even broadcasting a challenge: "This is a place where Lady Tragedy has stayed, you cannot linger here." "Is that your satellite factory over there?" asked a player captain from 1 Star of Destruction. "What? Is that your factory?" The satellite factory on the horizon began to glow brightly, the whole satellite enveloped in a layer of white light, making it highly visible. The supernatural circumstances made the broadcaster hesitate for a moment, but he still uncertainly said, yes. "Good, it's not anymore." No sooner had he spoken than the factory began to disassemble. All the workers were controlled by a force field, soaring through space, and landed on their home planet. Watching their factory disintegrate into dust, the outraged foxes had a plethora of ships ready to fly out for battle, but 1 Star of Destruction emerged, accurately turning all the ships about to set sail into powder with the force field. The disappearance of the ships meant that the foxes were completely disarmed, they had lost the ability to travel to space. Faced with this situation, the Foxes' king decisively chose to surrender. After ascertaining Lady Tragedy's next stop, the Stars of Destruction immediately began preparing to jump. Before jumping, a captain said fiercely, "Don't put your faith in just any deity, it will only ruin you." "Understood. May I ask, heroes, what do you plan to do?" "Lady Tragedy." Having said this, the Stars of Destruction jumped again, vanishing before the eyes of the foxes. Chapter 234. The actions of the players were in no way disguised. They appeared openly and carried out spatial jumps boldly, like an imperial army advancing relentlessly in the wake of Lady Tragedy. When encountering blocks from other races, they would inform them of their purpose, uninterested in anyone but Lady Tragedy. But if the other party insisted on intercepting, a warning would be issued first, and then, they wouldn't hesitate to attack. It was then that these folks would realize what these 10 massive spheres represented. They were the result of the squirrels breaking through their technology tree, the pinnacle of ancient technology, with terrifying force fields that shrugged off most attacks and a recovery rate so fast they could swiftly reassemble even after being shattered. Its core weighed just 1 kilogram and could move randomly within celestial bodies, enough to make satellite-level beasts think twice before approaching. Once they took action, other races' ships were like sandcastles on the sea, easily crushed at a touch, their pilots taken as prisoners to be released only upon payment. In the Outer Rim regions, these 10 Hearts of Destruction were an invincible tool. And when the players crossed the Outer Rim to the Inner Rim region, the favored ones of the gods finally noticed this fleet from beyond their borders. From the 10th ring on, one entered the upper central area of the Heavenly Tau Zone. Here, each race was sheltered by the Heavenly Tau network, unafraid of the eroding shadows of the outer reaches, contentedly basking in the divine radiance of the gods. They had the luxury to keep pets, with enormous satellite-level beasts a common sight in their zoos, some civilizations even owning several star systems, each immaculately cultivated. While listening to the news, they were astonished to hear of a bunch of hicks from the Outer Rim ranting about settling scores with Lady Tragedy and boldly progressing along her sacred trajectory deeper into the Inner Rim. These hicks! On a planet in the 7th ring, a graceful cheetah sat on the grass outside the window, listening to the broadcast and saying helplessly, "The attention of the gods is a blessing, can't they learn to enjoy it quietly like us?" Next to it, its spouse, with eyes closed, leisurely said, "Dear, if they knew how to serve the gods, they wouldn't be hicks." "You're right." Just as they were discussing where to rest next, they saw the azure sky twist as something breached the boundaries of space and arrived, appearing in the sky above. 10 gigantic satellites loomed overhead, their steel exteriors resembling cold, monolithic beasts, their white hulls emanating a chilling murderous intent like blocks of ice. They exemplified the apex of ancient technology, the strongest art of war that one could lay eyes on, and their very sight evoked thoughts of death and destruction, the inherent violence capable of effortlessly tearing apart all enemies before them. Swallowing hard, the male cheetah immediately recalled the recent report and realized what loomed overhead. My God, they were truly enormous. Seeing them in person, the cheetah understood that they were not mere hicks, but a squadron, one bent on revenge. Then the captain of the Star of Destruction began to speak. "We haven't come to conquer, we've come for revenge. Lady Tragedy tricked us, and we intend to make her pay the price. So, tell us where she's gone. We promise, once we beat her to a pulp, we'll leave." After a pause, the voice of the Planet Lord finally emerged, broadcasting to everyone, that, "How exactly did Lady Tragedy trick you? She made us work for nothing for 2 whole days, then pocketed what should have been our payment. And we found out afterwards, that thing wasn't even hers. That fraudster, that robber, that thief, she deserves to live a lifetime of." An outpour of rage spilled forth, turning the listeners pale at hearing even a single sentence. In a world where gods exist, such behavior was truly blasphemous. Contrary to expectations, even after being cursed like that, Lady Tragedy did not appear. Someone smart quickly conceived a possibility: Lady Tragedy was evading them. She was afraid to face these people, as she had no assurance of victory. As gods are inherently higher dimensional beings, when confronted with a challenge from mortals, they would usually fight on their own. This was an unwritten rule that almost always ended with the extinction of the mortal species. However, for a god to hide from sight was unprecedented, suggesting that even Lady Tragedy lacked the courage to fight, highlighting the formidable power of this group. When the captain finally finished cursing, the governor said softly, "It was only 2 days. I spent $100 on that machine. If I don't torture her half to death, how can I justify that $100? Only $100. You give me $100 then. What's with all your prattle, are you asking for a blast from my force field? I'm counting to 3, either you tell me Lady Tragedy's whereabouts, or I catch you and force it out. Let me warn you, I have peculiar hobbies, and you won't like what happens if you fall into my hands." Chapter 235. "Yes, he's a sick Führer control freak," another player's voice came over the broadcast, "the really twisted kind, even rainbow ponies are controlled substances in his eyes. Although they couldn't understand what a Fura control was, all the cheetahs felt this guy was a tough character. Then the countdown began. Soon, the countdown ended. Realizing the governor hadn't responded, the captain sneered and then yelled, "Force field, ready." Just when the cheetahs thought it was all over, the sky twisted again. The grey-black warships appeared on the horizon, their sides marked with fierce tooth patterns. The familiar pattern excited the cheetahs, who shouted, "It's the Predator fleet! They're back! Take them down!" Accompanied by the frenzied voices of the people, the Predator fleet began to charge up. Facing these yokels, they started charging their main guns. A dazzling white light burst forth, heading straight for the Star of Destruction in front of them. Unfortunately, things didn't go as expected. Even though the white light hit the Star of Destruction, a tight force field deflected it, preventing the main gun of the warship from causing any damage to the Star of Destruction, not even breaching its defenses. Realizing the terrifying technological gap between them, the Predator fleet quickly prepared to jump away, but the force field had already captured them. Only one Star of Destruction unfolded its force field. The web-like force field instantly caught the entire fleet and shattered it in a moment. All the crew members were captured at that moment and thrown into special cages. After swallowing the fleet's remnants, the Star of Destruction seemed to grow even bigger, the parts clanging inside it like thunder, making the cheetahs realize the gulf between them. After digestion, the captain spoke again, "Force field, ready." "We surrender," shouted the governor. Having confirmed Lady Tragedy's location, the Stars of Destruction jumped again, disappearing from the sky, leaving only the unique spatial wrinkles of the jump transition behind. It didn't take long for the spatial wrinkles to smooth out, and the sky returned to its former blue. But all the cheetahs understood that the good old days were probably gone forever. Leaving the seventh ring, the Star of Destruction continued on. The fifth ring had only 3 civilizations, which upon receiving the news, had united and laid an ambush on the path the players must pass. When the spatial fluctuations appeared, an overwhelming attack followed. The closer the races are to the center, the more they are affected by the gods and become more pious. To defend the dignity of the gods and to demonstrate their faith, they bravely launched an attack on the audacious players who came here, unleashing their strongest firepower against them. Huge planet-level monsters were also released as weapons. These massive creatures immediately pounced on the Stars of Destruction, eager to destroy them along with everything around them. The lengthy assault lasted an entire hour. The horrific attacks cleared out a void, destroying nearby satellites, planets, and stars, which were then reduced to fundamental particles in the aftermath of countless energy weapons, spreading throughout the space. Yet, even so, they were in despair to find that the response of the enemy's energy level hadn't decreased at all. The force shields of the 10 Stars of Destruction still held strong. The relentless onslaught did not weaken them in the slightest. Not even a ripple appeared, and they would stay unchanged even if the attacks lasted 1,000 years more. The next second, the force field arrived. Just as palm thunder is to an immortal, the force field is the most basic application of the Star of Destruction. But faced with the Star of Destruction's terrifying power, even the simplest force field possessed horrific strength. The nearby warships were directly trapped by the force field. Due to the force field, the forces between the ship materials instantly dropped to zero. Without molecular forces, the once solid ships disintegrated into dust, and the crew members were captured by the force field and sent to prison. With the Star of Destruction at the center, a large number of warships began to dissipate. Nearby warships were erased as if by an eraser, ultimately turning into nothing. The enemy fleet's captain was brought before the captain. Sitting in the cockpit, the squirrel player Zemanwadeo looked at the crocodile before him and couldn't help saying, "Why are all the enemies here animals?" According to the setting, they're all essentially flora and fauna. It's just that after humans went extinct, they took over, said Mukwe 1234, rubbing his head next to him. Even the gorillas. The gorillas are gone too. Pity, I quite liked gorillas. What animals don't you like? Quite a few. But why do you like to rub me so much? And I've noticed in the group, it seems Mukwe are especially fond of rubbing squirrels. Mukwe 1234 paused in her movements for a moment before speaking after a while. Well, squirrels have a habit, which is to hide pine cones and other nuts. Yeah, and then they often forget where they've hidden them, and come spring, some of these fruits take root, sprout, and turn into new plants. We, Mukwe, quite like those who help plant trees, so seeing you like this, I can't help but rub you. After finishing, Mukwe 1234 paused for a moment and then whispered softly, "Can we meet here again in the future? We'll see." Zeman Wadeo turned his attention back to the crocodile in front of him and asked, "Tell me, where is Lady Tragedy?" The crocodile looked proudly at Captain Squirrel and then turned its head toward the ceiling, unwilling to answer her question. In the face of such stubbornness, Zeman Wadeo simply ordered, "Take him down and beat him." A few minutes later, the crocodile captain, bruised and swollen, was brought back but still refused to say a word. "Take him down and continue the beating." After the fourth time, the crocodile that was dragged back finally couldn't withstand any more. "Bring in a chair." The crocodile sat down on it, weakly saying, "Go ahead, what do you want to know? Where is Lady Tragedy?" "I can't tell you, I can't bring disaster on my species. You might not care, but we can't bear the wrath of the gods." Looking at him thoughtfully, Zeman Wadeo said, "So what you're saying is, you can bear our wrath, is that it?" The crocodile captain didn't respond, but his attitude seemed to agree with Zeman Wadeo's point. Sensing the crocodile's stance, Zeman Wadeo let out a cold laugh. "It seems that you have no idea about the power of the Star of Destruction. Prepare the force field, target, the fifth ring." The fifth ring was a massive area, but after exchanging information, the other captains agreed to Zeman Wadeo's proposal, began to disperse, and prepared their force fields. The immense force field began to envelop the entire range of the fifth ring. All celestial bodies were shrouded in the force field, showing signs of disintegration. Making the crocodile captain stand beside the porthole, Zeman Wadeo let him witness everything outside and then said, "You can now choose to let me destroy the fifth ring, or you can choose to tell us what we want to know, betting that we can beat Lady Tragedy severely and leave her too afraid to retaliate. Now, make your choice." "Demon, you demon!" the crocodile captain cried out in horror. "You're comparing him to a demon, isn't that a bit disrespectful to him?" asked Mukwe 1234. "Don't flatter me. Okay, continue increasing the force field's strength." Electric arcs began to form, and some small asteroids started to disintegrate. It would probably not take long for the entire fifth ring to break down into the most primitive soup of particles, then spread evenly across this space. Seeing his homeland about to be destroyed, the crocodile captain's defenses finally collapsed. However, just as he was about to disclose the information, a sword light flew from the horizon. It was sword light from the first ring. A demigod powerhouse from the first ring had finally made a move, ready to rescue the crocodile captain. The sword light slashed through the force field, heading straight for the Star of Destruction, and just when the crocodile captain thought there was hope, the Star of Destruction's secondary guns appeared for the first time and fired a fierce shot towards the origin of the sword light. The sword light was torn apart, a dull boom sounded in the distance, and then nothing else appeared, and all was quiet once again. After the counterattack, Zeman Wadeo continued to shout, "Force field! No need, I'll tell you everything." The crocodile captain sat in the chair, defeated. He knew they had lost completely. Chapter 236. The revenge action had only begun 4 hours earlier when the Star of Destruction advanced from the 17th ring straight to the 5th ring, continuing its relentless march toward the world's center. The squirrel players, donned in captain's uniforms and assisted by Mukwe, made their way toward the world center, killing anyone who stood in their way, Buddha or mortal alike. Nearby force fields connected with each other, cascading toward the center like an avalanche. The fifth ring had already surrendered. The twin civilization of the fourth ring attempted to flee but was promptly captured by the Star of Destruction's force field, and locked in place, unable to escape. After being coerced into revealing information, the third ring civilizations, resigned to their fate, launched a desperate charge only to be effortlessly disarmed. By this point, the information had become somewhat irrelevant. The force field of the Star of Destruction was an almost omnipotent force, capable of both offense and defense, as well as processing information. And as the encirclement shrank, the field had begun to seal off the surrounding space, advancing continuously along Lady Tragedy's trajectory. They advanced in silence, like mountains moving stoically toward the center, dismissing any opinions from the surrounding people, focused solely on vengeance. There was but one civilization left on the second ring. The first ring was the dwelling place of the mightiest among the various civilizations, while the civilization on the second ring, being closest to the gods, self-proclaimed as priests, taking it upon themselves to mediate between the gods and all living beings. Pure white starships blocked the players' inevitable path, with the night owls within, sending out a communication request to the players. After the players discussed, Liuzi accepted the communication. Go back, children, the voice of the night owl rang out, I've understood the whole story, know that you are the angel envoy of an outer god, and are fighting for the honor of that outer god. You've shown your strength and courage, and we shall help you negotiate with the gods. You will be eligible to live in the third ring and bring your squirrel friends in with you. Liuzi frowned, angel envoy of what outer god? Moreover, we have no interest in residency. Hand over Lady Tragedy, we'll make her cry and then leave. The dignity of gods must not be tarnished, even if she has deceived you, that is still an internal matter for the Heavenly Tao Association. I will help you provide feedback, but no matter what, waging war on a god is not a righteous act. Oh, so it's our fault for being deceived. That's not what I meant. It is, Liu's aside, we're the victims, yet you don't mention the other party's wrongdoing, instead continually urging us to endure. We've nothing to say to someone like you, out of the way, we've come only to pummel Lady Tragedy. Is that so? Then I am sorry. The roof of the Night Owl's starship unfolded, and a kilometer-long ship slicer slowly emerged, wielded by the demigod of the first ring in his humanoid starship, standing before the players with a weapon longer than his own body. Besides this one, other demigods from the first ring also made their appearance, guarding the last path, preventing the players from advancing. There were no referees, and there was no need to signal the start. War erupted in that instant, as the fully armed demigods rushed at the Star of Destruction but were soon captured by the force field. They might have been able to break free from a single layer of the force field, but with 10 layers intertwined and acting in concert, it was like a spider's web ensnaring them. The war was practically over as it began, and dragging these airborne mecha, the Star of Destruction continued forward. They flew past the magnificent temples of the second ring, reached the first ring, and saw the colossal statues there. After taking a commemorative photo with the statues, they pressed on until they finally reached the center of the world, the abode of the gods, the eternally sacred Holy Land. Force fields enveloped the place, its strength increasing each second. In other places, the force field had already reduced the intermolecular forces to zero, but here some enigmatic and unfathomable power maintained a constant stability. Realizing they could not immediately breach the defenses, Liuzi sent a communication request, and upon acceptance, immediately said, "Hand over Lady Tragedy." "Is this how you speak to the gods?" A crisp voice rose, tinged with a hint of mockery. The attitude of the other was not that of facing a challenger but rather like dealing with a problematic child, with a tone that was somewhat teasing and admonitory. "It's none of your business, we're here only for revenge." "No problem, that's your prerogative. However, I must remind you, your deeds are about to incur the wrath of nearly every god here, and your outer god will also antagonize all the gods here because of you. No matter how mighty that outer god is, he will be resented because of you, which will make it very difficult for him to integrate into our network. We're not very patient, have you said enough? Fine then, we've heard your request, your wish, we'll make the arrangements." After speaking, the other party cut the communication. A few minutes later, a big sister was pushed out of the land of the gods while a multitude of godly apparitions appeared midair, looking with amusement at the forcibly ejected Lady Tragedy. She was not a god skilled in combat, her dominion over laws mostly involving deceit and harm, flourishing as the unseen hand in the shadows. Of course, she wouldn't pay much attention to ordinary civilizations, but the power contained within the Star of Destruction was too formidable. Even she had no assurance of victory, compelled to flee continuously, but was ultimately caught by her pursuers, and then forced to engage in battle. Chapter 237. Accepting the challenge of civilization is the duty of the gods, especially when the opponent has broken through layers of blockades to finally arrive here, a persistence that deserves recognition. No matter the reasons they have for launching this challenge, the gods must accept it. Lady Tragedy's physical form stretched for hundreds of kilometers, a colossal entity in front of a regular spaceship, but before the 1,300 kilometers in diameter of the Star of Destruction, she seemed somewhat tiny. 10 stars of destruction orbited Lady Tragedy, her face of terror clear for all the players to see, resembling the sweet indulgence before the act of revenge that brought satisfied smiles to their faces. Finding herself scrutinized as a loser, Lady Tragedy's fury rose, ultimately overtaking her fear of the stars of destruction. Drawing her divine artifact, she faced the 10 enormous entities and shouted fiercely, "I am Lady Tragedy, a god, and I accept your challenge." "Challenge my ass. We already said it's revenge. Do you even understand the situation at all? Zeman Weidao was the first to make a move, his force field began gathering unceasingly, condensing to the limit like a clenched fist, violently landing on Lady Tragedy's abdomen. The speed of the punch was unimaginably fast, though it seemed just a regular punch, it included the precise calculations of Alpha, combined with the controls of many players and squirrel drivers. Just this punch alone could turn a planet to dust, obliterate civilizations, and Lady Tragedy, not adept at combat, took the solid punch, spewing out a myriad of laws from within her being. She wanted to strike back, but another star of destruction flew towards her, delivering another punch that sent her flying. Invisible force fields captured her, dragged her back to her original position, and the beating continued. The accumulated anger of the players finally found its release today, each one eagerly awaiting their turn to coin up, to mercilessly pummel Lady Tragedy. Due to the overwhelming number of players wanting to beat Lady Tragedy, they set up their own rule, each person could only participate for 5 minutes, then immediately had to step down for the next. Today, every player had their fill. VR flight simulator sales doubled today, some machines operating all night, and some players, after playing during the day, roamed the streets looking for machines available all night, sharing with others in line the most satisfying ways to beat the opponent. Lady Tragedy had deceived the players for 2 days, and for 2 days, the players beat her. The terrifying scene deeply impressed the captives. I'm glad they're not targeting us. Though I may not respect Lady Tragedy much, I actually feel like joining in. Same here. Lady Tragedy has caused too much tragedy in our race, I really want to hit her too. There have been civilizations that challenged the gods before, but it usually ended in a one-sided slaughter. The gap between a civilization and a god is vast, such challenges are more like performances where the gods demonstrate their power to assert their absolute rule over this place. But now, they realized that gods might not be such untouchable beings after all, there are civilizations that could defeat these gods and take revenge for all the anger they suffered. Finally, the players calmed down. Lady Tragedy could still talk tough at first, but as time went on, she'd been beaten to a rag-like thing and could no longer speak. Returning the rag-like Lady Tragedy, the players looted ancient devices and the Squirrel King from her, then prepared to leave, satisfied. But just as they were about to depart, the voice that had communicated with them before rang out again. The voice, like before, held the indulgence one might show a mischievous child, but the tone was now somewhat chilly. All right, you've resolved your dispute with Lady Pain. Now we can begin to consider resolving your differences with the other gods. You don't think you can insult a god and get away unscathed, do you? The next moment, alarms within the spaceship began to blare wildly. Alpha started to sound the alarm, red warning lights turned on within the cabin, intertwining with the darkness in a chaotic dance, bringing with them a strong sense of alarm mingling with a terrifying atmosphere. An unknown power enveloped the Star of Destruction, the indestructible force field began to melt, and everything around seemed to turn liquid, including the players' bodies, which also started to melt. As they slowly melted, the voice continued, I am the chairman of the Heavenly Town Network, but they prefer to call me the main god. You possess the gift of immortality bestowed upon you by the outer gods, which is also your arrogance's capital. But sometimes, immortality is not a blessing but a curse. If I were to melt you into a liquid, would you still enjoy being immortal? A melting star of destruction was grasped by an unseen colossal hand and then flung away with great force. At this moment, the laws of physics ceased to exist, the surrounding laws changed according to the will of the main god, allowing the melting star of destruction to fly out at a speed surpassing that of light, eventually coming to rest near the Sancta planet of the 17th ring. It floated quietly in midair, resembling a giant vanilla ice cream ball in the process of melting, its internal players and squirrel drivers also becoming part of the melting dessert. Molten metal flowed down from above it, but then dripped and solidified below it, forming a new star of destruction. Once a cycle was complete, the star of destruction below would start melting again, perpetuating the process endlessly. The star of destruction, bound by the laws, became a specimen of the god's power display, also expressing the god's attitude towards the challengers. You may win once, but we must win in the end. Star after star of destruction was sent back, and when the last one had been returned, the voice of the main god rang out, accept this blessing, and then immerse yourselves in eternal at $yen number, percent at. The voice of the main god came to an abrupt halt, then transformed into a series of muffled wails and piteous moans. The main god on the other end seemed to struggle but was then overtaken by even more agonized screams. One scream after another rose up, and it seemed that the other side had turned into a slaughterhouse, the distressing cries of pain echoing chaotically. Previously, to establish dominance, the voice of the main god had been broadcast throughout the whole world, allowing every person within the shadow area to hear. Even though they encountered something, this connection remained unbroken and became even clearer. The civilizations heard these cries of pain, some species even recognized the voices of the gods they worshipped amid the chaotic wails. The unexpected turn of events plunged every civilization into panic. They did not know what had happened, only that something terrifying was about to occur. Finally, the wailing stopped. After a period of silence, the players noticed that the melting of the Star of Destruction had ceased, and the star, along with its pilots, was restored to its original state, while a synthesized electronic voice began to sound in every player's ear. "We apologize, due to some technical reasons, there was an accident in the game. We will correct it and compensate players accordingly. We will calculate the points each player should have earned during this time and offer 3 times the compensation." The players listened to the announcement in bewilderment, unsure what this so-called accident was. Reflecting on the past few days, they had acquired super cool spaceships, fought their way to the final boss, and given the ultimate boss a good beating. Although they had been sent back by an even more formidable hidden boss, they could accept this arrangement. They hadn't felt like they had been in an accident at all. But since the GM had mentioned an accident and offered 3 times the compensation, it would be somewhat embarrassing not to accept it. Seeing that the players were satisfied, Cheng also let out a contented sigh. Cutting off the communication, he looked behind him. There, thousands of gods hung upside down, their faces filled with panic as they stared at the man in the black coat in front of them. Sitting down in his chair, Cheng looked at them and said gently, "Have you calmed down? Can we discuss the compensation issue now?" Chapter 238. Before today, Cheng had known about the existence of the Heavenly Town Network and also that a group of little heavenly ways were here, posing as gods, receiving worship and offerings from the residents. However, previously, Cheng had never been interested in contacting them, because he really couldn't think of any benefits from interacting with them. When the incident with Lady Tragedy occurred, he was still comprehending the Tao. He hadn't paid attention to the subsequent events until Huangping reminded him. Only then did he realize that the game's development had completely exceeded his expectations, entering into an entirely new stage. Luckily, he hadn't used this game to prove the Tao, otherwise, it might have caused problems again. After reviewing the players' gameplay during this period, Cheng lamented that players were indeed impressive to be able to play so joyfully with such a boring method of play. Finding that someone actually had a 60-hour online time during this period, he was a bit worried that the person might suddenly die and only breathed a sigh of relief after calculating that the individual could live for quite a while longer. Especially after being bullied by Lady Tragedy, they still managed to play happily. If it had been him, he would have sought out the developers to settle the score long ago. After scrutinizing the group of hanging little heavenly ways back and forth, Cheng asked, "Where is Lady Tragedy?" One little heavenly way silently pointed under Cheng's chair. Glancing down, Cheng commented, "Oh, it's her. I thought it was a carpet." Calculating with his fingers, Cheng figured that the other party had almost paid off the debt they owed, save for a little that could be repaid slowly over time. Moving his chair back a bit, Cheng, while looking at the hanging little heavenly ways, suggested, "I personally am in favor of the triple compensation idea. How about you compensate me and my players 3-fold for everything you've done? Outer God, it would be best if you let us down." A youth looked up at Cheng. He should be the leader of all the little heavenly ways and could be referred to as the chairman of the Heavenly Town Network, the main god. On his person, Cheng saw an abundance of congregated faith. The golden color symbolizing this faith had already dyed his eyes the same hue, filling him with the majesty of a god. After observing for a while, Cheng felt that the other had gone somewhat astray. The term Little Heavenly Way is used in contrast to the Heavenly Tao, which is the fundamental law that runs through multiple worlds, encompassing both the rules on the physical level and the more mystical ones like mana, spiritual energy, and karma, absolutely unemotional, utterly impartial laws. The Little Heavenly Ways, on the other hand, are region-specific laws. Sometimes they can override the effects of the Heavenly Tao. They are usually established by powerful beings to serve certain special purposes, or they come into existence through serendipity. Some of them have a sense of self, some can even practice cultivation, and combining with faith is a form of cultivation. But, to a certain extent, they need to be severed, otherwise, they will eventually merge completely with the faith and become beings unable to exist independently. Now it seemed that the youth had fused too deeply, making it difficult for him to extricate himself. Withdrawing his gaze, Fang Cheng asked, "So, do you agree with my compensation proposal?" The youth initially wanted to refuse, but he could sense a profound power emanating from Fang Cheng. This power was unfathomably deep, reminding him of the shadow of the creator that was left behind after they were created, and made him realize that Fang Cheng was in existence on the same level as the creator. Dialing back his attitude, he said in a low voice, "I agree." "Good, then you are free to come down." With these words spoken, the gods felt their restraints disappear. Godly powers that follow one's word are very useful. They issue direct instructions to the heavenly Tao, and the stronger the cultivator's mana, the more forceful the compulsion over the heavenly Tao. After they descended, Fang Cheng continued, "We can discuss the details of the compensation plan later. I have a few questions I want to ask." First question, who created you? The main god pondered for a moment, then tapped his forehead, drawing out a strand of golden light, which he laid before Fang Cheng. This was the main god's memory, a memory that was highly restrictive. The information contained within was so massive that it could not be recorded in any text, only shown in this manner to Fang Cheng. It was a silhouette. This silhouette was the first thing the main god saw after being born, and it only lasted for the duration of a finger snap before disappearing at the world's end. Though it was just a silhouette, it seemed to epitomize the most magnificent aspects of the whole world, making it appear strong, resolute, grand, and full of sacrificial spirit. But as soon as the silhouette appeared, it entered the shadows, vanishing into the boundless darkness, leaving no trace of where it went. Once Fang Cheng made out the image clearly, the main god retracted the memory and said, "That is the only memory left by our creator. I am the eldest among all gods, and I was the only one to see his existence. I suspect he went into the shadows in search of a way for us to break free from them, but sadly he never returned. Afterwards, I and my younger brothers and sisters established the Heavenly Town Network, and together we resisted the shadows here." Contemplating the scene he had just witnessed, Fang Cheng, rubbing his chin, remarked, "That doesn't seem right." "What doesn't seem right?" "Based on that silhouette, it seems that the individual should have already touched the threshold of the Heavenly Lord. The surrounding shadows shouldn't be able to harm him. The Heavenly Lord is the title that corresponds with the Demon Lord and refers to those who are well acquainted with the essential elements like earth, fire, water, wind, past, and future." Chapter 239. But because they have a solid foundation and are well-rounded, the number of Heavenly Lords is scarce, yet their strength is exceptional. They are overwhelmingly more powerful than the Demon Lords. Since the shadows around could not possibly trap them, the purpose of their stepping into the shadows became somewhat intriguing. After pondering for a while, Fang Cheng continued to ask, "Then, the next question, after you were created, have you ever seen humans?" "No," the main god shook his head. "After we woke up, there were only animals and plants around us. Humans had already disappeared by then. We taught them quite a few things, after which they settled in different areas. Some races experienced technological disruptions due to continuous shadow attacks, while others were permanently swallowed by the shadows and vanished. Our power was still not strong enough, and we could only maintain some regions intact in the end." I see. Sorry, I need to verify something, and please don't resist, otherwise, it might be a little uncomfortable." Placing his hand on the head of the main god, Fang Cheng began to feel everything about him. The main god immediately sensed that Fang Cheng had grasped all his information, as past memories were searched and carefully reviewed by Fang Cheng. Releasing his hand, Fang Cheng found the clues he had discovered earlier and compared them, then looked at the main god and said, "I'm going to tell you something, don't be too surprised. That you are all humans." I wasn't prepared mentally. What you saw was not the creator, but some cultivator. That person was not the one who created you, actually, you are all a part of humanity. The main god looked at Fang Cheng, sensing that something about to overturn his own understanding was coming. And Fang Cheng did not disappoint his expectations, saying directly, you gods, all the races here, and the shadows outside, as well as that person who left this place, were once united. You used to be a part of humanity, and collectively, you are humanity." The sudden revelation made the main god's mouth fall open. His first reaction was disbelief, yet instinctively he realized that what Fang Cheng was saying was true. Numbed by confusion, his mind was a total mess, leaving him with no idea how to react, just holding his head and muttering, "But, why? The reason should be within the shadows. If my guess is not wrong, These shadows are similar to some kind of poison, and the original humans wanted to expel the poison from their souls. They accidentally failed, resulting in all humans being blown apart. Their souls and bodies mixed into a chaotic substance, the lighter part ascended, with the lightest becoming the far traveler, the less light turned into you gods. The middle parts merged with the surrounding flora and fauna, forming various races. The most turbid parts turned into shadows. Considering the previous war that occurred on your mother planet, this poison integrated into the soul must have existed back then. If this is true, I can probably guess the reason for the disappearance of those powerful beings. If he wasn't mistaken, the reason those cultivators, those towering powers, created a mirror universe to escape from, was because of the poison. This poison was more dreadful than imagined, so much so that even those powers could not resist its corrosion and had to escape this universe to survive. And the poison must have been brought over by someone, to prevent that person from finding their traces. Those powers even erased their own history to avoid being located by the mysterious person. Then, the reason for the mysterious person wanting to resurrect the disease demon lord became clear. The disease demon lord was an expert in using poison. In combination, they could create stronger poisons and wreak more destruction. Although the origin and purpose of this adversary were still unknown, there was now a lead, and he could continue making guesses bit by bit from there. Recording the information deduced from his reasoning, Fang Cheng's attention refocused on the far traveler. That person left with unwavering determination and nearly the strength of a heavenly lord, so they must have sensed something at the moment of birth and then followed the guidance of their inner heart far away. If where the far traveler went could be known, then the next lead might be found. But before that, it's necessary to let the gods here pay back their debts. Fang Cheng didn't like to owe debts, nor be owed them. So, he said to the gods, I offer you all a chance to repay your debts, which is to think about how you can make the players happy. In Fang Cheng's view, these gods emerged from the purest consciousness of humanity, they should understand what fun is, so their opinions are worth listening to. This proposal left the gods looking at each other in bewilderment. They were all beings worshipped by mortals and had never considered how to make people happy. In order to answer this question, they began to contact their respective priests and, through the priests, visited each of their followers, and soon found an answer. Making their gods happy is the happiest thing for them. Looking at the self-satisfied responses brought forth by these gods, Fang Cheng suggested we could take this a bit more seriously, maybe not limit the research subjects so narrowly. This behavior is as ridiculous as asking people in a hospital what they're doing and concluding that everyone is sick these days. Go back and start over. Knowing that these gods had never thought about such issues before, Fang Cheng first returned to his studio, where Wang Xiaoying prepared a survey questionnaire, which was then distributed by the gods to their followers for research and investigation. While the gods assisted in the research, players also discovered another Easter egg provided by Fang Cheng's studio. It was the appearance of a pass. When some players logged back into the game, they were surprised to find that they didn't appear in another game but in a unique room instead. Zeman Weidao, who intended to check out the latest situation in the healer, was among them. Now, sitting in his VR-integrated machine, he saw himself appear in a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 2-bathroom apartment as soon as he entered the game. It was a little after 5 in the afternoon, and the apartment's clock showed the same time. The spacious floor-to-ceiling windows faced the setting sun, with the beautiful sunset nearing the distant sea level, turning the clouds on the horizon a crimson red. But what attracted him the most was the girl lying on the sofa, reading a magazine and snacking. She wasn't in her usual white palace dress but had tied her long hair into a ponytail and changed into a fitted homeware, full of youthful vibrance. Hearing the door open, Mukwe 1234 looked up and said to Zeman Weidao at the door, Yo, you're here. What are you doing? Resting. And where is this place? Your home. I bought a house. It's the universal pass, register and get an apartment. You can even lie in bed to rest, though it's a pity it doesn't have much functionality yet. By the way, let's use separate bathrooms, I don't want to share one with you. Do I have this function? Not now, but I'm not sure about the future. Then how do I play games? Watching Zeman Weidao, all anxious to play games from the get-go, Mukwe 1234 felt slightly annoyed. He hadn't even reacted to her changing clothes. Pointing at the blue teleportation array on the balcony, Mukwe 1234 said, just go over there, stand on it, and you'll see all the games you've bought, and then you can also browse the games from Fang Cheng Studio that you haven't downloaded yet. Walking up to it, Zeman Wadeo felt its power for a while, then realized it seemed quite formidable. After playing with it for a while, he lost the urge to continue playing the healer and began to experiment with other content. In his view, this place was like a new game, and it seemed to have a lot of interesting content to explore. Just one pass could bring so many surprises. Fang Cheng Studio, you really outdid yourself. Chapter 240. Apart from the integration of the game, Zeman Wadeo discovered that Fang Cheng Studio had added many new features. For instance, the magazines on the bookshelf were actually compilations of excellent posts from Game In, categorized by date, making them quite convenient to read. The television could be turned on, and Who is the Champion could be watched on it. Judging from the broadcast time, Mukwe 1234 must have secretly watched it for a while. The apartment door could be used to go outside, where one could immediately see a straight street. Incredibly, some players had also appeared there and had begun discussing whether buildings could be constructed in this place. After soaking in the atmosphere for a while, Zeman Wadeo realized that Fang Cheng Studio's ambitions were quite significant. Merely a passport wasn't enough. Were they preparing to create a second life? Wandering joyfully in the world of Passport World, Zeman Wadeo found it to be even more complex than imagined. There were parks and malls, the cars on the streets could even be driven, and some buildings could be entered and had basic functions. Beyond that, he even saw some small mukweis. These mukweis, only 2 heads tall and incredibly cute, carried building materials around, processed them, and assembled parts into products like cars. After staring dumbfounded for a while, Zeman Wadeo felt that apart from exclaiming amazing, he really couldn't find any other words to describe it. From the perspective of a game player, Passport World was already astonishing. But from the perspective of a game planner, it appeared utterly shocking. Chu-Yu, Alan, and the translator had just finished the current phase of Squirrel Spaceship and then discovered the existence of Passport World. The world was still rather rudimentary, but after squatting by the roadside for a while, they couldn't help but be impressed by its intricacy. Mr. Fang is impressive, said Chu-Yu, eating ice cream. The ice cream in the game had no taste, but he wanted to try it out anyway, so he started eating it. Unlike other games with segmented animations, Passport seemed to have modeled the ice cream separately, allowing it to be eaten bite by bite. Outsiders might not realize how outrageous this was, but Chu-Yu understood. The idea of creating a model for a single ice cream cone was so extravagant that Chu-Yu felt like banging his head on the floor in envy and then dragging this programming deity to their project team. Just having this genius on board, conquering the domestic market in 1 year and the world in 2 years wouldn't be a problem. However, looking at Alan who was motionless beside him, Chu-Yu thought they wouldn't even need 2 years, it could be done this year. Alan had also bought an ice cream, but instead of eating it, he left it aside and watched it slowly melt. Under their gaze, the ice cream turned into a pile of cream, which then messily dried up slowly. When it was almost dry, Alan touched some of the cream and became even more astounded. Terrifying technical prowess. This is no longer a mere passport. This is an open world, he said. Chu-Yu nodded in agreement and decided to persuade Zhongping to stop any ongoing projects related to open-world games within their company once he got back. With such a high benchmark set, any following open-world projects were bound to be doomed. They needed to focus on gameplay as their strong point, to compensate for their disadvantages in graphics and realism. Back in his own apartment, Chu-Yu began testing the teleportation array, television, and magazines, and then realized that Fang Cheng Studio seemed to have integrated their games, website, and programs into one. His mukwe had a very low presence, just a 2-headed mukwe, which suited his preference to forego in-game guidance and explore on his own instead. Although it was just a little mukwe, it could still understand his commands and inform him about what could be done there. With the guidance of such powerful artificial intelligence like mukwe, players wouldn't get lost here at all. The studio integrated everything organically, making their product ecosystem even stronger. Alan also examined everything with Chu-Yu and couldn't help saying, "We should have collaborated with Fang Cheng Studio initially. What could you have offered them?" Chu-Yu scoffed. "That. Give it up. Fang Cheng Studio doesn't need you. Their games don't even have a French version." "That's because..." Alan stammered, trying to explain something, but couldn't say anything. He had already gone through all of Fang Cheng Studio's games in these days. At the time, following Chu-Yu's guidance, he started from the first game by Fang Cheng and concluded that it was a very promising producer. When he played Towards Death and Life, he felt that the developer had good ideas, even though the running mechanics were a bit outdated. The third game, Princess Dungeon, left him at a loss for words, especially after playing a PvP round and experiencing the earth-shattering effects. He silently opened the fourth game. The quality of quiet cultivation he had already seen on a TV show, but playing it firsthand, particularly through a VR-integrated machine, instantly immersed him in its mysterious characters, and he began incessantly asking for the names of every character and why they were made that way. Chapter 241. At this time, he no longer complained that the game lacked French translation, but began to regret not taking the opportunity to learn Chinese for free when he could, feeling it unnecessary at the time. The nameless made him fall silent. Western players generally accept higher difficulty levels. Back in the FC era, the American version was always a notch harder than the Sakura version. They preferred challenging games with high difficulty, where the suffering was part of the enjoyment, and they demanded the production team make the games even harder. Therefore, even though the nameless quickly ramped up in difficulty, Alan felt it was still within his capacity to handle, but he remained troubled by the game's historical background. After completing it once, he sought out a translator to learn about that period of history, and then listened while quietly wiping away tears. After drying his tears, he holed up for 2 days. When he emerged, he produced an electronic music score, made a simple arrangement, and posted it to a forum where it was immediately pinned and widely praised. After that, he found related videos online, watching and taking notes, completely immersing himself in the history of that time. In this moment, the power of culture revealed itself, making Qiuyu realize that the cultural attributes of games were more formidable than imagined. Then came the physician. This game had Alan's blood boiling with excitement. It reminded him of the Paris Commune, the dawn of the revolution, and he joined other players in overthrowing the evil demon lord temple to bring peace to the realm. Alan also had a soft spot for the flora and fauna in Botanic Garden, especially enjoying walking his dog through the Botanic Garden or playing frisbee on the lawn for an hour at a time. The Supreme One aroused Alan's deep interest in Chinese ancient style, with concepts unique to China such as benevolence, righteousness, and propriety providing a breath of fresh air and sparking his intense interest in traditional culture. After playing one game after another, Alan had nothing but admiration for Fang Cheng Studio. Their creativity seemed boundless. It was as if they could endlessly produce newer and more innovative games, a quality that made Alan rather envious. Cat and Mouse Entertainment, a venerable game company, was already showing symptoms of corporate sclerosis, with new projects constantly being hindered. While profits from old games were enough to sustain them for a while, they needed a deeper moat and better, more competitive products. Magic Dynasty was starting production on its competitive gaming, but what was clearly a fantastic project was, paradoxically, at risk because of its solid foundation. There were endless appointments of personal protégés to the project, and some ignoramuses began to meddle, causing daily incidents that made Alan's blood pressure spike, wishing he could fly back immediately, grab the managers by the collar, and yell, "Stop messing around, you fool!" Sigh. Feeling drained. With this on his mind, Alan temporarily lost the desire to play games, left the VR unit, and went outside to look at the night scene. The beginning of April in Rong City is its most beautiful season. The opposite building where Fang Cheng Studio was housed had already closed for the night, making it hard to imagine that such an extraordinary producer was leading an outstanding team, tirelessly working to create one interesting game after another inside. The window was open, and the night breeze blew through, stirring his blonde hair, giving this handsome man from the other side of Earth an even more melancholic air. "What's on your mind?" Qiuyu asked in French as he approached. After spending over a month together, Qiuyu had learned some French, and Alan had picked up some Chinese. They could also communicate in English, so their conversations would jump between the three languages, and eventually, they had managed to engage in basic communication. Looking at Qiuyu, Alan thought for a moment, then voiced his dilemma. After realizing what Alan was struggling with, Qiuyu thought for a bit and then took out his phone to show Alan an exhibition. "What is this?" Alan asked, puzzled. "It's an internal game expo at Tianyi where everyone can present a demo and then compete against each other. The winner gets a recommendation within Tianyi and can form their own production team to develop their games. So, what does that have to do with me? I want to participate, and I don't have much time left." "You've got a terminal illness." Qiuyu looked helpless as he watched Alan. "What I mean is, I want to move faster." "But you're still very young." "Not that young anymore." The lifespan of people in the domestic gaming industry only goes up to 35. After that age, if you don't have a strong resume, you basically can't stay. By that time, I'll have to consider becoming a delivery man. Alan looked at Chu Yu with confusion, not understanding why he was so eager. What he didn't know was that in the country, 35 was like a curse. As soon as you reached that age, you were optimized out of the system. Game planners in this age group had plenty of experience, but their salaries were also high. In places like Tianyi it might be fine, but many places didn't need such experienced planners and would just dismiss them when they reached that age. After carefully listening to Chu Yu explain the competition, Alan said, "Sorry, Chu Yu, our contract stipulates that I can't do this sort of thing in private." "Is that so? However, I have an account in which I often upload some stuff. These things are not public but can be used. If someone took these items, there'd be nothing I could do about it." Turning his head, Chu Yu looked at Alan in surprise as the latter winked at him, conveying an unspoken understanding. "Thank you, Alan. No need to thank me. You've helped me a lot, and this is my way of repaying you. Also, if one day I want to do something I'm passionate about, I hope you can take me in to complete it together." Looking at Alan, Chu Yu understood what he was getting at. He gently patted Alan's shoulder and nodded, "Don't worry, I get it." After sending Alan off, Chu Yu looked across at Fang Cheng's studio. Bathed in moonlight, the studio's sprouts sparkled with a strange light, shining even in the night. At the moment, Chu Yu longed to light up a cigarette, but he forcefully resisted the urge. He and Fang Cheng were the same age, but Fang Cheng had already reached an unthinkable height, while Chu Yu had yet to produce his own signature work. Who wouldn't be in a hurry next to a genius? Leaning against the window, the shock in Chu Yu's heart hadn't yet subsided. Passport World was a concept full of technical prowess and an amazing idea. With Passport World, Fang Cheng Studio would become a platform in itself. They had the software and Kirin industry for hardware, the beginnings of a gaming empire were emerging, which compelled the grassroots heroes to hasten their steps so as not to be left behind by the times. The old gaming companies were about to be crushed, and a new era of gaming was coming. Chu Yu didn't want to be cast aside just as dawn was breaking, he wanted to secure a place for himself in the new era. "I must speed up. I wonder what Fang Cheng is doing now, probably thinking about a new game." Meanwhile, on the other side, Fang Cheng was looking over the proposals given by the gods, murmuring to himself, "These little heavenly ways, something's not right." Chapter 242. Death. Endless destruction. Only when everything around has been completely slashed and felled could it be called fun. Lumberjack. That must be some despicable scheme, playing with people's hearts, secretly manipulating them until they can't stop, to the point where they can't live without you. God of writing. Rational investment, precise calculus, defeating one's competitors by any means necessary, and then guarding the fruits of one's victory with indifference and ruthlessness. God of love. Tender protection, the ultimate enjoyment like a beautiful dream, without the need to ponder anything, letting everything return to a tranquil, eternal slumber. Grim Reaper. Reading the feedback from these little heavenly ways, Fang Cheng expressed that although he still wasn't quite clear on what was fun, he was certain that the suggestions these fellows were proposing were definitely not fun. Players often remarked that the tags of Fang Cheng Studio were messy, but what these little heavenly ways said and their corresponding responsibilities were the most chaotic. Having read the results, Fang Cheng turned to the main god beside him and said, "This won't do." The main god immediately widened its eyes and asked with a hint of panic, "So, have you decided to destroy us after all? Aren't you being a bit too extreme? To be fair, you're doing a decent job, aside from a few little heavenly ways that are a bit exasperating, but all in all, it's passable." Ever since it learned that it was just a part of the collective human consciousness that had evolved, the main god's worldview seemed to have collapsed. It had previously elevated its own status quite high and, under the worship of those animals and plants, constructed a set of logical discourse to explain the greatness of gods as well as the necessity of enjoying their worship. This logic had been operating for centuries, and it had already been packaged by them into an unassailable truth, allowing them to manage the heavenly Tao network with peace of mind and enjoying worship from the animals and plants. However, the revelation of their origins that Fang Cheng had exposed directly toppled their legitimacy, making it realize that it was actually a sibling to the animals and plants, rather than a lofty god. Currently, only a few gods knew this information, but the consequences for those who did know it were a bit dire. They retreated into themselves. Although the main god could still come out, it had fallen into serious self-doubt, feeling, with every little stir of wind or blade of grass, that Fang Cheng was about to annihilate them. In Fang Cheng's view, this was a typical case of an unstable Taoist heart, where a slight setback could cause them to collapse. However, when he had just begun practicing Taoism, he too had had his moments of doubt about his cultivation resolution. So, he personally descended to the mortal world to take a walk, and after coming back, he no longer had any problems. During that time, he even spent some time as a merchant traveling north and south like a mortal, buying and selling goods, slowly amassing wealth, a process that felt quite interesting to him. Wait, interesting. At this thought, Fang Cheng felt like he had grasped something. Where everyone bustles about, they come for profit, where everyone scrambles, they go for profit. Putting himself in the player's shoes, Fang Cheng realized that making money did indeed seem quite fun. And within this heavenly town network, there were even more ways to make money, and the feedback from having money was more intense, spurring players to chase after wealth even more. The 17-ring world enabled interstellar merchant voyaging. The presence of interstellar pirates between the rings could make this process full of fun, and some unknown areas made exploring there a high-risk, high-reward job. Beyond that, acquiring crew members was full of surprises, and exploring the local customs of different places was also a very interesting activity. Incorporating these as embellishments to interstellar trade could also provide players with additional surprises. The existence of little heavenly ways could grant players various blessings, and to obtain some special goods, they would have to foster good relations with local temples, triggering side quests to gain extra information. Imagining it for a moment, Fang Cheng felt that the whole process was indeed very intriguing. Accumulating wealth, strengthening one's power, and then gaining more wealth, the entire process also could strengthen the connections between different rings in this star region and offer a great opportunity for improvement to the local fauna and flora. Having thought it through, Fang Cheng realized that only minor changes were needed on top of the squirrel spaceship base. With these ideas in mind, Fang Cheng returned to his studio and then found Huang Ping, sharing his concept with him. Since everything needed was already in place, what followed was system integration and numerical tweaks, parts of which he needed to discuss with the trio of planners before making adjustments together. As soon as Xiao Duzi learned what Fang Cheng wanted to create, she became excited first. Interstellar trade sounds exciting. And with Squirrel Spaceship as a warm-up, this game should be very appealing. Huang Ping also nodded, I'm interested in the division of power within it. Players can establish different trading companies, then collectively build a network of trading zones. There are a lot of elements to explore here, and I believe this could really boost the social aspect. Can we fight? Monkey asked excitedly. The scene where the Star of Destruction was deployed in Squirrel Spaceship was really cool, but it's a pity it only thrashed Lady Tragedy once. So, will we have a chance to thrash her again in the future? Wang Xiaoying also moved a chair over. It sounds like it has a lot of freedom, and it should be quite nice to play. I didn't get enough of the Supreme one, the map was too small, and it wasn't free enough. Now having a galaxy to run around in, just thinking about it is thrilling. Chapter 243. Just the idea alone sparked discussion among colleagues, and even Su Qingling joined in, sharing her views on the employees. Let's add some favorability points, allowing players to pursue in-game characters of the opposite sex and recruit them as crew members, she said. After jotting down the various suggestions, Fang Cheng felt good about the progress. This time, the theme of proving one's way was set as trade. Players need to acquire money through trade in the game, then build their own fleet, and team up with other players to dominate the business circles of a certain region. The spacecrafts in Squirrel Spaceship must be limited to Songta Planet to avoid impacting other games, but players who have played Squirrel Spaceship and own a designated cargo ship will receive an extra cargo ship in the new game Space Navigator as an initial reward. Given the vast expanse of the star region, players would generally play solo unless they intentionally sought contact, thus satisfying both single-player and multiplayer gamers. However, players could still influence the entire star region. Watching the star region related to them develop better, with increasing goods, was indeed a gratifying and beautiful thing. Having decided the general tone, what remained was to bring the logic to life. Before officially starting the work, Huang Ping looked at Fang Cheng. He wanted to ask what the Easter egg was this time, and what the Easter egg would change the game style into, but he held back. This mystery would be slowly uncovered. The game required more content design this time, so it also took more time to complete. While Fang Cheng Studio was busy developing the game, the main god of the star region was in a dilemma. The gods had not gone through the mortal phase and didn't know what mortals would like. The problem posed by Fang Cheng was too difficult for them, and the main god feared they could not answer it and would ultimately face a catastrophe. In the end, a tough decision was made. Within the Heavenly Town network, the main god contacted all the deities. Contacting all the gods at once was a rare occurrence, which meant that the main god had encountered a major issue that even he couldn't resolve, an issue intimately related to them. Even Lady Tragedy, beaten to a rag, attended with the support of her best friend, becoming a frightened bird hiding in the back. Seeing all the gods assembled, the main god said to them, "I have some unfortunate news, we need you to reincarnate as animals and plants." "Why?" one of the gods asked, puzzled, "is it because of the great heavenly lord?" "Yes. You all filled out the survey recently, right? To be frank, the great heavenly lord is not satisfied. But I think it's okay," Game King said, "games are my expertise. I think games should be about winning by any means, and there's nothing wrong with that, is there? The fact that you think there is no problem, that is the biggest problem. Alright, this is what I and several other father gods have decided. All of you must reincarnate. But... no buts. I will preserve your memories, consider this a trial. When you understand what those angel envoys truly enjoy, that's when you shall return. What about the Heavenly Town network? The great heavenly lord will help maintain it." Hearing these words, the gods understood that the main god had made up his mind and would not retract his decision. Having no other choice, they respectfully bowed and then left the abode of the gods, issuing oracles to their priests, and proceeded with their reincarnation. They would reincarnate as animals and plants and, due to the rapid growth rates of fauna and flora, they would mature quickly. They would grow to adulthood at great speed, then start interacting with the players to understand what they truly desired. Fang Cheng noticed the change in the little heavenly way but did not intervene. In his view, the main god's arrangement was quite good. Letting these little heavenly ways experience life as mortals could indeed help them better understand the sentiments of mortals and thereby understand what fun really meant in video games. A month later, the new game Space Navigator quietly went live. This time when launching, Wang Xiaoying did not engage in any promotions, she didn't even release a video trailer. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in the game, but rather it was a sign of her immense confidence. This time, she needed to test the linkage of Fang Cheng Studios' Passport World, observe the natural flow of players within the passport, and thus assess the traffic driving effect of the passport on the game. The decision was somewhat risky, but when she applied to Fang Cheng, he agreed without hesitation. Operational content was not his focus, but he knew that Wang Xiaoying was an exceptional operator. In just under a year, her abilities had advanced dramatically, from being green to now being adept, she had become a very excellent operator. She had already graduated ahead of time, her operational strength was evident to all, and each game she managed had nearly perfect operation methods, so Fang Cheng trusted that there would be no issues. Moreover, even if there were any issues, it wouldn't matter as long as the number of players met the basic requirements. Then he would be able to prove the Tao, and the restrictions of Fang Cheng Studios games could easily meet the requirements. Inviting more people in was just to reduce random variables. With Fang Cheng's approval, Wang Xiaoying felt a mix of gratitude and pressure. After coordinating the operational methods within Passport World with Tian Xian, she took a deep breath and chose to launch the game. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Space Navigator officially launched. That day, when Chen Rang tiredly returned home, planning to rest well in Passport World. He had been working overtime a lot recently, with new news coming out every day. Coming home at 8 o'clock tonight felt like celebrating a festival. Ever since the overseas game ban was lifted, almost every day there was news of new games officially entering the market. Some major games had already targeted the domestic market as a big cake, preparing to offer a special domestic version using strategies like small profit margins, in-app purchases, and monthly subscriptions to make a good profit. Before long, a massive number of games would complete localization and then flood the market, engaging in fierce battles with domestic games until a new equilibrium was established. According to some gamers' analysis, in the next period, the best strategy for domestic game manufacturers is to play defensively, pausing the release of some games, stopping the application for game licenses, and focusing on existing profitable projects to consolidate their moats. However, there are also aggressive gamers who believe we should strike boldly and claim that we also have very excellent game studios. You think so, right, Fang Cheng Studio? Regarding such comments, Chen Rang invariably deemed them a kiss of death. Fang Cheng Studio was indeed quite good, but it was best not to act rashly at this time to avoid being targeted. Fortunately, Fang Cheng Studio recently had indeed been inactive, which relieved Chen Rang quite a bit. After logging into Passport World, Chen Rang was about to have his Miuquai pat his head to relieve some fatigue when he saw his Miuquai excitedly running over with a CD in hand. Fang Cheng Studio released a new game, come play with me. Has Fang Cheng lost his mind? Chen Rang blurted out. Miuquai was startled by Chen Rang's shout and couldn't help but ask, why, weren't you preoccupied with this a few days ago, lamenting every day about when a new game would be released? That was the past, it's incomparable to the present. The current gaming environment is dramatic, releasing a game now might not even recover the cost. Moreover, they didn't do any marketing before, how come there was no buzz at all? Well, they wanted to do a test. A test at this time? They definitely haven't researched the market. Then, are you still going to play? I'll play. After readily paying 128 yuan, Chen Rang's spirits lifted, and then he immersed himself in the game. When he came out later, he yawned and said, not bad, I take back my words, alright, off to work I go. Have a good day. Miuquai said goodbye to Chen Rang happily, expressing that she had a great time playing last night. Chapter 244. This was a covered festivity. The Miuquais received the task of promoting Space Navigator to players after they logged into the game. All they needed to know was that a new game had debuted, whether to buy it was up to them. If a player showed interest, then a simple introduction to the gameplay was sufficient, letting them know it was a game primarily about making money. There was no lavish advertising, yet this game still silently sold 500,000 copies. In just one night. This figure gave Wang Xiaoying a basic understanding of Passport World's sales capability, which she could factor into future operational plans. Beyond that, Passport World would become her next major project. Promoting a single Passport World was essentially like promoting all the studio's games at once, resulting in extremely high cost effectiveness. Liuza began resting during the day. As a manga artist, he studied abroad in Sakura country at the age of 18 and learned painting there. At 20, he made his debut, winning an award for his short story with Your Sewer, which was judged to be a horror manga combining mystery and morbidity. The judges advised him to develop his horror talent. However, when it came time for serialization, he instead produced a romantic manga like The Beautiful Girl Next to Me Keeps Sticking to Me, with delicate strokes and dialogue that hit the mark and stirred hearts. The naive and beautiful romance between teenagers was irresistible, even allowing him to storm into the top 3 rankings of a passionate youth magazine like Jump. Despite his continued popularity, he announced a hiatus after 3 years of serialization and then truly disbanded his manga studio and dismissed his assistants. Since his career came to an abrupt stop at its peak, some said he had offended the chief editor and been cut off, while others speculated he had become too attached to his female protagonist and couldn't bear to see her with the male lead, leading to his decision to pause. But the real reason was known only to him. He had never been in a romantic relationship. Even though he constantly drew romantic manga, everyone understood that only someone who had never been in love could depict love so sacredly. Those who had been in love just scoffed. Even though he had relied on his imagination up until now, human imagination has its limits, and he truly didn't know what step his manga should take next. Forget it, I still have 100 million in manuscript fees, so I might as well slack off and wait to die for a while. But suddenly stopping like this, it really does feel idle. Previously, he could at least immerse himself in games to enrich his life, but ever since he'd beaten Lady Tragedy in Squirrel Spaceship, he felt as though he'd lost a goal and couldn't get into any games. The VR flight simulator for Squirrel Spaceship had been deployed in Akihabara, which was swarmed with people every day, but he temporarily lost interest in joining in. After logging back into the game, he entered Passport World and then saw his chibi-sized Miuquai approach. Like Chuyu, his Miuquai was also a little one, because he was clueless about how to interact with girls. Even a Miuquai wouldn't do. There's no problem when dealing with men, he could actively step forward to offer guidance and commands. Unfortunately, he just couldn't do the same with girls. After exchanging a few words with the little Miuquai and getting used to it, Liuza was just about to enter the Supreme One when he saw the little Miuquai hop to the computer and then hand over a new disk. Subsequently, a dialog box appeared before his eyes with the words, Fang Cheng Studio's new game Space Navigator is now available. After reading the introduction carefully, Liuzi found himself very interested in the content of this game. He had really enjoyed Squirrel Spaceship previously. After all, the ethereal sky is every man's dream. Every time he looked up at the starry sky, it inspired a desire to fly into it and soar freely. Squirrel Spaceship was already excellent, but it was, after all, a flight shooting game, and he wanted something more like interstellar travel, hard science fiction. He aimed to try contacting alien civilizations and learn about their cultures and stories. After learning about the content of this game, Liuzi felt that since he had nothing better to do, he might as well buy the game and log in. He logged into the game with a VR all-in-one machine and, after passing through the teleportation array, found the surroundings grow dark. But quickly, the lights came back on, and he found himself inside his own spaceship. Just when he wondered if he'd entered the wrong game, a maintenance worker beside him said, "Mr. Liuzi, we meet again. Come here, I need to show you around." In Squirrel Spaceship, players had limited mobility, restricted to the interior of their spaceships. But now, Liuzi discovered he could leave his spaceship and step outside. He was about the same height as the maintenance worker beside him, and he also had a fluffy tail. Looking in the hallway mirror, he realized he had transformed into a chipmunk, clearly indicating that the world view here was consistent with Squirrel Spaceship. That meant Lady Tragedy, whom they had previously beaten up, might also be here, and the world was still composed of 17 rings. The universe would expand further, and players would learn more about the Shadow World, developing further within it. Chapter 245. The maintenance worker led the way, and as he walked, he said, "I will take you to the landing pad, where you'll find your Easter egg reward, a basic cruiser and a cargo ship. Later, we'll provide you with some starting capital, so you can try your hand at trading and then grow your business as much as possible. We've purchased insurance for you, so even if your ship is destroyed and you perish, we'll resurrect you and repair your ship." "They sure got the setting detailed," Liuzi remarked. The maintenance worker smiled and continued, "The initial capital won't be too much, but it should be enough for you to buy 3 units of local specialty goods." "What's the specialty?" Liuzi asked curiously. "Plague chicken." A fantastical collaboration indeed. With another exclamation, Liuzi felt that Fang Cheng Studio really knew how to have fun, incorporating their own products into the game. But that plague chicken was quite useful. He had received the same gift in Sakura country and had been using it as a pillow, sleeping comfortably every night. Following behind the maintenance worker, Liuzi listened as the other party provided detailed explanations of the situation here, and his preliminary understanding of the world finally became more complete. Their base was this massive flying matrix. The ancient device reclaimed by the players had started to operate, and the king was still recovering. It estimated that some time was needed before full recovery. Songta planet had already been partially reclaimed, but the overall progress was rather slow. Players could attempt to help or invest, and later exchange their investment for a noble title based on the amount invested. The maintenance worker didn't mention what use the noble title served, but Liuzi felt that it must have significant benefits, perhaps even discounts on shopping or the ability to establish a territory. After explaining the general situation, he finally brought Liuzi to another landing pad, where he saw the flagship and the cargo ship. Previously in Squirrel Spaceship, he had either been in the cockpit or admiring through screens, so he had no real sense of how large the battleships were. But now that he saw them, he was stunned to find that they were much larger than he had imagined. The flagship alone was like a small cruise ship, and the cargo ship beside it was like a behemoth of the sea, making him realize that he had never truly grasped the concept of the size of things. In the Star Age, distances were measured in light years, and any casual space jump would span dozens of light years, meaning the ships that carried them had to be even larger. Upon seeing the ships, Liuzi completely missed what the maintenance worker was saying. In his eyes, only his own flagship existed, he couldn't see anything else. "You can swap out the flagship, but there's an auxiliary chip inside. Your previous assistant robot was Alpha, but since your goal this time is to earn wealth through commerce, we've replaced it with Delta, the commercial robot." "Oh," Liuzi responded blankly. "Delta is capable of tuning into interstellar broadcasts and can assist you with piloting. Just to note, your Deltas are personal additions, and will gradually adapt to your habits and preferences, so please cherish your bond with Delta." "MHM. All right, it seems I've explained enough, so please take control yourself from here. I wish you a pleasant journey, Mr. Liuzi." Beams of light shot down from the flagship, capturing Liuzi in a beam cage, and the next second, he appeared in the cockpit of the flagship. Afterward, a soft voice rang out, "Hello, Mr. Liuzi, I have already registered your information, and you can command me at any time." Sitting in the pilot's seat, Liuzi found that the dashboard had been simplified to just one button. Recalling past experiences, Liuzi asked, "I remember there used to be more buttons for control." Technology is actually a process of continuous simplification. Squirrels have completed their technology, and previously, they didn't know what some devices were for. But after the completion, we discovered that some things were designed to adapt to humans. Those things are no longer necessary to keep, so we removed them all and made the controls even more straightforward. I see. Can I check my account balance then? Yes. I have built in multiple display modes, which you can freely change and select your preferred display mode. Liuzi at the pilot's seat enthusiastically made his choices and finally settled on a display mode he liked. In this mode, his assets would appear on his retina, and information about some items would also be displayed, making it convenient for him to check. Moreover, his various abilities could also be enhanced with money here, as the squirrels had gradually developed a complete technological tree with an entire set of cybernetic enhancement techniques. And because of his previous selfless contributions, recapturing the ancient instrument and the king, and leading the squirrels in retaliation, he could receive multiple additional cybernetic enhancements for free here and gain the permanent right to a 70% discount. This arrangement made Liuzi feel quite comfortable and also made him realize that his previous actions were not meaningless. Having fitted himself with an electronic eyepiece, Liuzi could now call Delta at any time and roughly judge the quality of goods in his field of vision, and estimate their approximate value. He installed a laser sword on his right arm, a weapon capable of automatic combat and counterattack, which gave Liuzi some self-defensive abilities. After making the adjustments, Liuzi boarded the spaceship, purchased 3 units of plague chicken, and then started the engines. Beyond that, Liuzi found that his character even had levels. Every time he spent money, he would gain experience, and the level determined the power of each piece of equipment on him, as well as influencing some NPCs' attitudes towards him. Having understood all this, Liuzi felt ready to go. Choosing a form, he confirmed his destination and saw the space around his body begin to twist, and in an instant, the surroundings turned into a brilliant white light. A few minutes later, his body appeared at the target location. This planet, located in the 15th ring, didn't look too run down, nor very prosperous. As soon as he appeared, he noticed he was being targeted by ground-based battleship cannons, but once they realized he was an angel envoy, the cannons immediately stood down. "Respected Squirrel, welcome to our world." Hearing the voice of the planetary governor, Liuzi asked in confusion, "How do you know I'm a squirrel?" "The flagship's style, it's the standard style of the squirrels. Please don't be too nervous, targeting with the cannons is standard procedure. Next time you come, please send an application in advance, and we will certainly approve it." The previous 10 stars of destruction had thoroughly intimidated the local civilization. Especially after they had thoroughly beaten Lady Tragedy, every civilization had a clear view of the footage, and the impression of this species that dared to beat up the gods was profound. Although they were eventually beaten back by the main god, the outer god had also given the main god a thorough thrashing. And recently, all the priests had announced that the gods had other matters to attend to, and all followers could temporarily stop their prayers, which made the civilizations suspect whether the gods had been slaughtered by the outer god. The squirrels, favored by the outer god, naturally became the new favored species. Every squirrel could potentially be an apostle of the outer god, an entity they must please and support. After Delta relayed these developments to him, Liuzi marveled at how vibrant this world was, weaving together such a narrative from previous historical events. But the thought that all this respect had been earned by their own hands made Liuzi feel very proud. After docking at the local spaceport, Liuzi sold the plague chicken and immediately doubled his capital. Plague chicken toys, a specialty of the squirrels, were popular as they significantly increased the efficiency of workers and the brain power of researchers. It's a pity that the production of this item was low. It was a limited purchase even on Songta planet, or else one could have made a fortune from it in the early stages. Each warp jump caused slight damage to the body, but his body had self-healing capabilities, so it could recover after parking at a shipyard for some time. Knowing that it would take another hour to recover, Liuzi looked at the planet outside and decided to take a good wander around it. Chapter 246. Walking on the streets, Liuzi looked around curiously, feeling that everything was very fresh. The architecture here looked like some sort of burrow, possibly related to the main species of the planet being a creature similar to hedgehogs. Their spines had originally been a tool for protection, but after having acquired better weapons, the spines had become something to be discarded. Besides that, Liuzi found everything here a bit monotonous. The buildings looked quite fashionable, but it seemed as if something was missing. Liuzi had intended to visit a bar to gather some intelligence, and to see if it was possible to recruit some reliable crew members, but just after taking a dozen steps, he saw a group of hedgehogs with very few spines walking from afar. This was a strange procession. They stacked themselves according to specific rules, separating each layer with wooden boards and mats of different colors, making them look like a black champagne tower. The ones at the bottom were hedgehogs whose spines had been plucked out, symbolizing some kind of crime. Even though they were covered in blood, they still bore the sad wooden boards and trudged along with difficulty. Following them were hedgehogs that were naturally lacking some spines, who were of higher rank, and even allowed to use small cloth pads on their backs. At the very top was a hedgehog with no spines at all. It was small in stature, sitting high on the top of the tower, and without spines. It looked like a mouse, but it appeared to have a very high status. Wait, it actually was a mouse. Through his glasses, Liuzi realized that the other was described in his glasses as an ordinary large mouse, who knew why it had become one of the highest-ranked hedgehogs here and was even being worshipped by the other hedgehogs. After marveling at the vastness of the universe and its endless wonders, Liuzi kept his distance from these strange fellows and headed for the bar. Inside the bar, it was bustling with noise. Due to its proximity to the Star Harbor, residents of other planets filled the bar, in addition to the local hedgehog species. Being a star merchant was not a particularly rare occupation. One could earn a lot from it, and apart from being a bit dangerous, there were no significant downsides. This bit of danger meant a mortality rate of about 7%. Some well-established routes did not make money, and if the body couldn't repair itself, running back and forth might not even recoup the money spent on repairs. However, the profitable routes were somewhat dangerous, as interstellar pirates would set up traps along the essential paths of the merchants. These traps were specialized force fields that interfered with the signals on the merchants' passing ships, causing their jump drives to produce an already arrived at destination false signal. And once they stopped, a second force field would lock them in place, enabling the interstellar pirates to board via jump attacks, directly leaping onto the merchant's ship and plundering their goods. Compared to those merchants who risked their lives, player ships could self-repair, so common routes were feasible to make a living wage. But to grow and strengthen their operations, they had to find more dangerous routes, which required adequate self-defense capabilities to either flee or counter-attack in the face of pirates. Entering the bar and sitting down in an area designated for small animals, Liuzi noticed that the bartender here was a large elephant. Large animals often enjoyed performing manual labor. They could easily do the work of 100 small animals with their strength and then sell their labor for a good price. Although he couldn't taste it, Liuzi still ordered a glass of lemonade and began drinking after paying. The currency system adopted in the game was interesting. It wasn't an actual tangible general equivalent, but rather faith. The right to mint faith was in the hands of the gods. The residents here needed to choose a god to worship, and the faith thereby generated would be split, with half going to the corresponding god and the other half kept by themselves. The half that was given away, that was the faith tax. Although making money out of thin air sounds wonderful, this job is not particularly easy. To worship a god, one must be sincere, as insincere worship will not be rewarded. Furthermore, one cannot easily change the object of their worship, otherwise, they will be punished by the gods. Worshipping for a long time may also attract the attention of the gods, and eventually, one may witness their descent and receive various blessings. But some blessings are not necessarily a good thing. For example, some gods' blessings make an organism's pain nerves extremely sensitive, causing pain equivalent to gout with every step. In the gods' view, they have already satisfied the believer's desire to become more sensitive, leaving themselves quite content. While drinking lemonade, Liuzi listened to Delta explain everything about the gods and faith in a voice only he could hear. This content actually inspired Liuzi, who couldn't help but pick up a napkin and carefully started drawing with his small paws dipped in water. Soon, the paper absorbed the water, leaving behind a blurry pattern. Thanks to the sensitivity of the haptic gloves, Liuzi could easily create a rather good drawing. This painting, inspired by legend, shows a god with an indistinct face, unidentifiable as good or evil, and of no specific gender. Although it is an unfinished piece, one can still perceive the divine quality nurturing within the god, giving it a special divinity unlike that of ordinary people. After about 15 minutes, he finished the painting and looked at the water stains with satisfaction. He then noticed his surroundings were crowded with small animals. Some were staring at him, some at the painting, their expressions differing, but overall, they all shared one. That was astonishment. Liuzi didn't understand what they were astonished about until a little bat came over and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Drawing." "Is this a drawing? I mean, if I'm wrong, please don't get upset. Are you trying to imitate humans or gods in painting?" Liuzi still didn't understand until Delta explained in a voice only he could hear, "In this world, all the paintings come from ancient humans, and the gods monopolize them. These residents haven't seen a new painting in a very long time. But aren't there many statues in the first ring? Ordinary people do not have the privilege to go to the first ring. Do you think they've seen them? Why is it like this? There are many reasons. Ordinary people lack a certain artistic creativity, so they cannot paint." Liuzi didn't know that this was because the far traveler had taken away most of the kinky, or vital essence. The most beautiful and pure part of human consciousness had been taken away, leaving the remaining animals and plants utterly incapable, in fact unable to even paint a picture. Art had disappeared here, and people could appreciate art, but were no longer able to create it. Liuzi was unaware of the reason for this. But he knew that his chance to earn his first bucket of gold had come. Chapter 247. The game Space Navigator adhered to the usual characteristics of Fang Cheng Studio, which is the absurdly high degree of freedom. Although trade is the primary element, there were no restrictions in the early stages on players earning money through trade, so other means should also be possible. Liuzi tapped his glasses, and Delta said in a voice he could hear, "You're right in your conjecture, we don't limit players' initial ways to make money. You can sell your own paintings, help out with jobs, or even wash glasses for the bartender." Glancing at the glasses on the bartender's counter, Liuzi felt that one glass was like a small cubicle for him. Physical labor was not quite suitable for a squirrel's small physique. Thus, selling paintings appeared to be a suitable method for players to accumulate wealth in the early stages. Hence, Liuzi, with only 1,000 faiths in hand, started to procure the related items. Due to a lack of artistic cells, the art industry here was not entirely non-existent, but it could be described as disastrously poor. After searching the local network through Delta, Liuzi found that there were no brushes that he wanted, and in the end, he could only purchase charcoal pencils and white paper. These items weren't expensive, only costing 3.5 faiths, but they were not easy to use, and he figured it would take some time to get used to them. The logistics of the Star Age were exceptionally developed. As soon as Liuzi placed his order, the items he wanted were quickly delivered to him by a force field orbiting the planet. The force field was one of the most incredible inventions of this era, which could affect the four fundamental forces through high-dimensional interference. It was the most widely used technological product. Balancing the charcoal pencils and paper, he returned to the bar only to find the place in shambles. "Hey, what's going on?" exclaimed Liuzi in surprise. The countertop was overturned, chairs were knocked over and askew, and there were holes and scorch marks on the floor. It looked like the aftermath of a fierce battle. A group of wild wolves were lying scattered on the ground. Some animals were catching their breath nearby, tending to each other's wounds. The bartender elephant's ear was missing a piece, with milky white blood rolling down to the floor from its wound. Seeing Liuzi walk in, the eyes of the elephant became exceptionally fierce, and it casually picked up the mixer next to it, ready to head towards the door to give Liuzi a beating. However, after realizing it was Liuzi, its eyes softened again. Touching affectionately towards its chest, the elephant took out the napkin that Liuzi had used and handed it to him. The water on it hadn't dried yet, and one could faintly see the brush strokes from Liuzi's earlier painting. "You forgot this when you left, little guy. These wild wolves heard there was precious cargo here and planned to take it after seeing your painting, but we kept it safe. I don't know how you created this picture, but it's very good." Liuzi wanted to say that it was just something he had casually drawn, not worth mentioning, and there was no need for them to do that. But seeing the bartender elephant's affectionate actions and the gaze of the other animals, he felt that these NPCs' actions had imbued the napkin with additional value. He carefully stored the napkin and said to the bartender elephant, "Thank you. Don't mention it. To thank everyone, may I draw a portrait for each of you? It will be quick, just a few minutes." The expression on the bartender elephant's face became especially lively at that moment. It widened its eyes, involuntarily opened its mouth, and then covered its face with a large hand, asking in disbelief, "Really, I can have one?" We get one too. A bat swooped over and asked excitedly. Everyone gets one. Under the expectant eyes of a group of small animals, Lihuza hopped onto a chair, and the nearby bartender immediately obligingly brought over the paper, then let Lihuza start painting. The body-sensing gloves of the VR all-in-one machine had gone through an upgrade. Now, their precision had increased by 30%, making it easier to perform some originally intricate movements. After a few strokes with the charcoal pencil to get the feel, Lihuza began. The key to portrait painting was not the likeness, but the accurate form and spirit. Besides, if it was just about likeness, cameras could achieve that, but he wanted to incorporate some of his own understanding and thoughts. In minutes, the elephant's portrait took shape on the paper, with just a few strokes delineating an elephant wandering through the forest, and a few swipes brought out beautiful effects of light and shadow. Carefully rolling up the drawing with its trunk, the elephant bartender pressed the painting close to its eyes and said excitedly, "Oh my, this is me. You can see yourself in the mirror on a regular basis," a leopard added unimpressed, picking up a broken bottle from the floor and drinking the leftover liquor. "You know nothing. Damn it." Lihuza, meanwhile, looked at the leopard and in a few minutes had drawn an image of the leopard running across the grass. Despite the simple lines, the leopard's movement conveyed a strong sense of power and speed, which left the leopard that saw the picture speechless for a long time. Although it had never been to the place depicted in the painting, it felt oddly nostalgic. It felt a bit shy for being naked but also felt a sense of liberation, thinking that being unclothed wasn't so bad after all. About a dozen animals received paintings as a token of gratitude, each one marveled at their own image on the canvas, feeling that it was not them, yet it had to be them. Seeing the small animals' reactions, Lihuza felt confident that his first pot of gold shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 248. His repeated attempts at painting had allowed him to find some sense of touch, and afterward, the speed should increasingly pick up, and the quality of the paintings should also continue to improve. He had never imagined that the skill he used to feed himself could also become a moneymaker in the game, reflecting how a game with high freedom is truly splendid, offering endless ways to have fun. Upon learning that Lihuza intended to stay for a while to paint and earn money, the elephant bartender immediately offered that Lihuza could temporarily live there, waiving the room charge and providing 3 meals a day. Others who had obtained Lihuza's paintings also stated they could help promote his work, ensuring that he would be kept too busy to put his hands together. Some animals helped Lihuza set prices, indicating that if the quality was consistent, then 100 faith was a suitable price. 100 faith was the average weekly salary here, and spending a week's salary on a painting sounded crazy, but considering that nobody had painted here before, 100 faith was an outright bargain. In fact, the residents felt that Lihuza was selling himself short. When Lihuza painted a few food pictures for advertising purposes, helping the elephant bartender by affixing them at the entrance, passing residents immediately gathered around, asking what kind of technology it was and why it had such an effect. When they learned that these were actually masterpieces by a legendary and great squirrel lord blessed by the goddess of art themselves, the residents of Star Harbor were boiling with excitement. Although they didn't understand why the subject didn't wear clothes, it was art, definitely not dirty pictures. They should view these dirty pictures through the lens of art, and must not think dirty thoughts. They began to queue up, and the previously moderately busy tavern thrived due to Lihuza's temporary stay, with many citizens who obtained the paintings even feeling that the tavern should be decorated. After all, this was the first stop after the arrival of a saint, and it should be renovated to match its sacred status. Sitting in his spot, Lihuza could earn 100 faith in 5 minutes, then raised the price to 150, and eventually to 200. After staying there for 2 days, working 6 hours a day in the game, both in the morning and in the afternoon, he easily accumulated over 70,000 faith. This money was enough for him to purchase a second-hand cargo ship, hire some crew, and then happily continue trading. Satisfied with his profits, Lihuza announced his readiness to leave and head to the next trading post, and though the locals regretted his decision, they still chose to respect his choice. That evening, the elephant bartender held a grand farewell party. Lihuza had a few drinks during the event, and then returned to his spaceship to rest. But the next day, to his surprise, he found his spaceship surrounded. Spineless hedgehogs, donned in power armor, encircled his ship with the planetary governor standing outside, looking troubled. Seeing Lihuza awake, the hedgehog stepped forward and whispered apologetically, "I'm really sorry, but I can't defy the priest." "You've been arrested." Puzzled, Lihuza looked at the governor and asked, "What did I do wrong?" "Illegal seizure of artworks." Hearing this charge, Liuzi was shocked. He was a model young man, always playing games by the rules, a universe apart from the goofballs who shouted about robbing banks as soon as they entered the game. Since arriving here, he had conscientiously brought love and joy to the residents. What did they mean by accusing him of illegally seizing art? Besides, every single painting was his own creation. What did they mean by seizure in the charge? Seeing Liuzi's incredulous face, the governor said with difficulty, "I'm sorry, but I really can't do anything. I'm just a planetary governor, but the priest has the backing of a true god and controls multiple planets. I can't oppose it." "Fine, you guys have guts, but next time I'll come driving the Star of Destruction and sweep you all away. I'm truly sorry, and when you come to wipe us out, I'll tell you where the priest's house is. As long as you wipe that out, we don't care about anything else." Seeing the governor in this state, Liuzi realized that he too was a pitiful little creature. However, being arrested was just another way to play the game, potentially involving some hidden plot line, so Liuzi could only sigh and follow the governor to the jail. But when they got into the vehicle, he realized he wasn't being taken to jail, but to the center of Star Harbor. There stood a pure white tower. It soared into the clouds, with colored lights stretching from the base all the way to the spire atop the clouds, making the white tower twinkle with wonderful and mystical lights at all times. From the outside, it looked narrow, seemingly just 10 meters in diameter, but it stretched up to tens of thousands of meters, making it look like a thin line reaching out to the edge of the world from afar. The eccentric structure indicated that the material was of extremely high quality, otherwise it could not have sustained such an oddly beautiful construction. Being taken straight there, Liuzi was escorted by the governor onto the tower's elevator, which then ascended rapidly and reached the top in over 10 seconds. Looking down from the top, the world below was covered in thick clouds, and here one could see the curvature of the planet, leaving Liuzi baffled as to why he had ended up in this place. After delivering him, the governor was taken away by someone and vanished. Before leaving, the governor whispered, "Take care of yourself, don't act rashly, I'll figure out a way to rescue you." "Thank you, but why are you helping me so much? I really like your paintings." "Oh, I see." After the governor was gone, Liuzi finally had the chance to look around and observe the structure of the place. The room at the top was surrounded by breathtaking views, while inside it was filled with all sorts of art pieces. In the circular room, the walls were plastered with various artworks from the past, but most of them were somewhat scorched, looking as if they were improperly stored. And at the center of the room stood a white marble statue of a human woman. She was dressed in overalls, currently holding a paintbrush and gazing into the distance pensively. Although Liuzi didn't know who she was, he still felt a sense of intellect and artistry emanating from her. After staring at her for a while, Liuzi started to feel an itch in his hand. The statue of the woman seemed to possess a special magic. Simply looking at her for a bit sparked his thoughts and gave him an urge to sketch her out. Normally, when seeing the opposite sex, he would feel nervous, and this was even the case in games. But for some reason, this statue was like a source of inspiration for him, making him want to paint. Just as he was searching the entire room for paper and a pen, an aged voice rang out, in the drawer on the left. "Oh, thanks." Finding the paper and pen, Liuzi looked at the statue for a long time before he picked up the paper and pen and began to sketch seriously. Though it was just an ordinary charcoal pencil, Liuzi felt his right hand was incredibly flexible, and before long, he had detailed her features onto the paper. Before he could admire his masterpiece, the sketch was snatched from his hands. 3 guards clad in power armor shoved him aside, and his artwork was now held by a spineless old mouse. And this was no ordinary mouse but the very same one disguised as a spineless hedgehog that he encountered upon his arrival. The old mouse, showing signs of age, carefully studied Liuzi's drawing, silently appreciating it before finally nodding slightly and saying, "Very good." "No kidding," Liuzi said disdainfully. The bold attitude riled up the 3 guards, but the old mouse gestured for them to be quiet and then said to Liuzi, "This is the goddess of art, our revered deity." "Oh," Liuzi said indifferently, "what's that got to do with me? Although she is the goddess of art and frequently blesses us, we have yet to fulfill her wish and present her with the perfect piece of art. Embarrassingly, despite the many blessings I've received, this is the best I could do." Seeing what the old mouse pulled out, Liuzi drew a sharp breath, thinking that if the mouse had attended kindergarten, he might have had better results. But the 3 guards didn't seem to realize how poor the item was, still speaking with faces full of admiration, as expected of the priest. "Don't say that, I know my level. Young squirrel, I only have one request, and that is. Liuzi thought the mouse was going to ask him to stay and become a priest, but what came next was unexpected. That is to leave your brain as my tool for creating art. Hearing the mouse's request, Liuzi felt the NPCs in this game were truly wild. Chapter 249. Although he had an inkling, Liuzi still asked, do you know about the things that happened recently? You mean the attack your squirrel spaceship launched on Lady Tragedy? Liuzi was quite surprised as he looked at the other party, feeling that they didn't seem like someone who would know about it. After all, Space Navigator and Squirrel Spaceship shared the same worldview and even the timeline was sequentially linked, so if the other party knew, they should understand how terrifying a force the squirrels now were. Some of the races that had been beaten now suffered from squirrel PTSD, claiming they weren't afraid, yet their legs were trembling and their trousers would be slightly wet. The old mouse, however, looked at the squirrel and solemnly said, I know about it, and I'm very sure, this is a trial from the gods. Oh! The gods are invincible, this must be their arrangement. Only those who are not devout believe that the gods can be defeated. Only we, the faithful, can see through the nature of the trial, understand the intentions of the gods, and strengthen our faith. Oh! Those who deal in faith are a bit problematic, especially old mice like these that want to use others' brains for art. Their own brains don't work properly. The truth gets all muddled, and then they use their own logic to come up with an explanation that seems plausible but is actually far from it, which rendered Liuzi even more speechless. Such individuals tend to be particularly stubborn and cling to their own theories because that's all they have left. When dealing with such individuals, don't bother trying to convince them, they are beyond help. Noticing that Liuzi had stopped speaking, the old mouse seemed convinced that Liuzi had been silenced by his arguments and appeared even more smug. Shaking the scepter in his hand, he pointed at Liuzi and said, take him down, lock him up with that fellow from before. I need to bathe and pray, to beseech the goddess of art for her pity. After I have finished praying, I will turn him and that fellow into my artistic assistive robots. Observing the three guards, Liuzi noticed that they were fully armed, wearing armor made of numerous chips assembled together, linked by force fields making it extremely light yet with formidable defensive capabilities. Not only that, they also had various weapons, and through the feedback from his glasses, Liuzi confirmed that he could potentially defeat them one-on-one, but against three, there was only failure. Consequently, he obediently disarmed himself, was escorted into the elevator, and then taken to a certain floor in the middle, where he was locked up in a force field cage. His equipment had already been searched when he was locked up, but player equipment was a bit different. It seemed that they didn't consider that players had their own exclusive backpacks where items had no weight and were invisible to others. Besides being a little cramped, there were no other drawbacks. Since he still had his equipment, Liuzi was not concerned about his armaments, instead, he began to observe his surroundings. This level within the tower was all cages, even if only a circular cage with a diameter of 10 meters, it was quite spacious for a hedgehog. Because of the force field, his connection with Delta was blocked, and he couldn't even call for help. The cage was divided into several compartments, each large enough to accommodate 2 hedgehogs, and the compartment he was in already had 1 hedgehog. The other stood idly by the window, presumably a northeastern hedgehog by its shape, but it looked rather bare and cold with no quills. Hearing someone coming in, it immediately turned to glance at Liuzi at the door, then turned back around, staring blankly into the distance. Though feeling the other was not adept at communication, Liuzi still asked in a friendly manner, hello, what did you do to end up here? My priest wanted to turn me into his artistic assistive tool. Your priest? Yes, I'm the reincarnation of the goddess of art, but no one believes me. Looking at the hedgehog in front of him with barely any quills, Liuzi couldn't help but think of the previous goddess of art and then admitted he didn't believe either. Seeing the skepticism on Liuzi's face, the goddess of art sighed, picked up some paper and a pen nearby, and began to draw for Liuzi. The movements were earnest and swift, focused and gentle, completing a new piece in almost 3 minutes and presenting it to Liuzi. See, I guarantee there's no one in this era with artistic talent like mine. Squinting for a while, Liuzi firmly said, kindergarten level. What kindergarten? Kindergarten senior class. The goddess of art across from him instantly flew into a rage, throwing the pen at Liuzi while yelling, then you do it. Catching the pen mid-air, Liuzi stared at the goddess of art for a while, and then decisively replied. In the past few days, he had been drawing day and night, and his animal portrait skills had improved significantly. It took only a few minutes to complete the drawing, producing a portrait of the unclothed, quill-less goddess of art and presenting it before her. F***ck. Shaking, the goddess of art held the drawing, her tiny paws constantly touching the paper while she murmured, "Amazing, it's so risqué. I mean it's so risqué, amazing. Isn't that the same thing? Why does such a magnificent work exist? A lot of the previous artworks have been tainted and destroyed, and I haven't seen new art in so long. This is really incredible, why do such good things exist? Ah, the main god was right, coming down here wasn't bad, without coming down, I wouldn't have seen something so wonderful." Chapter 250. Glancing at the goddess of art, who was engrossed in her painting, Liuza became further convinced that she definitely was not the goddess of art. Otherwise, the dignity of this god was too low. The goddess of art indulged in her painting for half an hour before coming back to her senses, then looked at Liuza beside her and coughed awkwardly. It seemed she also realized that her behavior had been too undignified, so now she puffed out her chest and deliberately struck a noble pose. "Envoy of the outer god, you have gained my approval." Liuza said indifferently, then looked outside, pondering how to break out of jail. "As a reward, I'm willing to make you my priest, to assist me and find out what you like." "Wait a minute," Liuza waved his hand to interrupt, "let's not talk about whether I'm willing to be your priest, even assuming you are the goddess of art, what's your mission then? To find something that makes you happy and then return to the land of the gods. When the time comes, you'll be my chief priest, and that old thing that can't even recognize its own true god can roll away. You want to find a way to make me happy, and then have me assist you? And the reward you're giving me is to become your priest?" "Yes, that's the idea. You as an envoy seem to be not very bright, do you really need to repeat that?" "Forget it, as long as you're happy." Not wanting to engage with this mad hedgehog, Liuza continued to think about the jailbreak. But while he wanted some peace, the other party didn't seem to want the same. After drooling over the painting for a long time, the spineless hedgehog carefully approached with the painting in hand and suggested, "I want more, do you have any?" "Yes." "Where?" "In my head." "SSS envoy of the outer god, your creativity is truly astonishing. So, when can you draw another one for me? I have a small request, do you think the colors here would be better if they were a bit softer? You don't want a portrait but a dirty picture, right? This is art. I'm not in the mood for that right now, I want to leave this place. I've finally saved up enough startup capital, and I need to make money quickly." "Making money, hey? I see, then you're in luck for running into an incarnation of a great god. So, I will take you out of here, and all you need to do, is to paint another picture for me." Contrary to her sloppy appearance, her voice was somewhat clear and even sounded a bit cute. And after looking at her for a while, Liuza found that the hedgehog actually had a somewhat delicate appearance, which made him wonder if he'd been single for too long when even a hedgehog started to stir his heart. Painting wasn't a particularly difficult task, so Liuza quickly drew a new picture and handed it over to her. As the goddess of art looked at the new painting and found that Liuza had actually made the changes she requested, she voiced heartfelt admiration and nodded, "Your work has reignited my passion for art, and I feel part of my power awakening. Leave this place with me, envoy of the outer god." Turning her head towards the window, she said earnestly, "World, we are leaving this place." No sooner had she finished speaking than Liuza felt the air around them grow heavier. Looking at the goddess of art in front of him, Liuza found that she seemed to be conversing with the world, those words as if commanding the world to obey her will and fulfill her spoken words. And then, the world complied. The next second they were outside, without any process, without any logic. The problem was, they were now thousands of meters high in the air. Liuza only felt his feet give way, and he involuntarily plummeted downwards, an unexpected sense of weightlessness compelling him to scream. Meanwhile, the goddess of art next to him disdainfully said, "Envoy, aren't you supposed to be unafraid of death? Being unafraid of death and a fear of heights are two different things. Aren't you scared of dying? As a god, this height, holy shit, I've reincarnated. What do I do if I die now? Somebody tell me. How the hell would I know? It's over, I'm gonna die, gonna die, gonna die. I knew you were a lunatic and unreliable. Delta. I'm here." The familiar voice rang out, giving Liuza a moment of relief, and his entire body relaxed. Upon receiving Liuza's orders, the flagship and freighter at the dock were also activated. The guards in charge of surveillance immediately contacted the governor, but the governor only replied with a few words, "What are you saying? The signal is bad, I can't see." Realizing what the governor meant, the guard immediately understood. They quickly dropped their guard, letting the two ships fly out and head toward the White Tower. Then, force fields captured the squirrel and the hedgehog, pulling them into the spaceship. Sitting in the cockpit, Liuza let out a breath and then saw a swarm of guards from the White Tower rushing in behind him. These guards belonged to the art goddess sect. It seemed that the old rat had sent them after discovering their escape. Seeing that they were beginning to charge up, Liuza didn't have time to think and immediately said, "Escape from here, the faster the better. The destination can be random, just do whatever you see fit." Understood. With the command given, Delta began piloting the ship in a rapid escape. It initiated jump after jump, leaving ripples in its wake, the inevitable traces of spatial leaping that also served as tracks for the guards to follow. The escaping squirrel and hedgehog were prime targets for the priest, and if they weren't retrieved, the pursuers might as well not return either. To elude their pursuers, Delta continuously jumped the spaceship, but they couldn't shake the followers and instead allowed them to get closer and closer. Noticing that the pursuers were now close enough to attack, Delta's voice rang out mercilessly, "Captain, our chances of escape are continuously decreasing, with an estimated probability now down to 6%. Unless a miracle happens, we will certainly be taken or die." "What happens to my faith if I die?" Liuzi asked. "No problem at all, your faith will be saved as currency in your account." "And the ship?" "You bought insurance, so it's fine." "Then it's no big deal, let them blow us up." Seeing Liuzi issue the order so casually, the goddess of art became anxious. She grabbed Liuzi, screaming desperately, "Don't give up so easily. What will I do if you give up? I don't even know what will happen to me when I die. I was thinking you could still try something." 6%, that's practically a small probability event. Let's die earlier and reincarnate sooner. I'm glad to have met you, the one who claims to be the goddess of art but is terrible at drawing. I'm not claiming. Never mind, we still have a chance, draw now, draw right now. 100 drawings in 1 second, I have a method. Who do you think I am? Wait, I remember there's a feature that came with the latest update of the haptic gloves. Ah, found it. Hold on a second. After the last update, the haptic gloves were equipped with an external scan function, allowing for rapid replication of scanned items in the game. This feature was designed to fulfill drawing functions but was perfect for their current situation. After scanning the first volume of his comic, Liuzi adjusted the settings, activated automatic drawing mode, and watched as his hands began drawing his comic in the game at an extremely fast rate. Though he couldn't achieve 100 drawings in 1 second, one every 10 seconds was still possible. The text in the comic was automatically translated by the game system into the local language, and as soon as the goddess of art finished the first page, she couldn't help exclaiming, "Wow!" If you enjoy my content and want more videos, support me in Ko-fi. The link in the description.